Thank you for being here with us today. I want to call this meeting to order. Welcome to meeting number 17 of the House of Commons Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Pursuant to the order of reference of November 18, 2025, the committee is to continue its study of Bill C-14, an act to amend the Criminal Code, the Youth Criminal Justice Act, and the National Defence Act, bail and sentencing, and later today proceed to its clause-by-clause study. Today's meeting is taking place in hybrid format pursuant to the standing orders. Members are attending in person in the room and remotely using Zoom. I would like to confirm that sound tests were made successfully. Before we continue, I would ask all in-person participants to consult the guidelines written on the cards on the table. These measures are in place to help prevent audio and feedback incidents and to protect the health and safety of participants, and especially our interpreters. You will also notice a QR code on the card which links to a short awareness video. I'd like to make a few comments for the benefit of witnesses and members. Please wait until I recognize you by name before speaking. For those participating by video conference, click on the microphone icon to activate your mic, and please mute yourself when you are not speaking. For those on Zoom, although I don't think anybody is on Zoom, so I can skip over that part. And a reminder that all comments should be addressed through the chair. Now, for our first hour, I'd like to welcome our witnesses today. From the City of Kelowna, we have their Mayor, Tom Dias. Thank you for being here. From Regina Downtown Business Improvement District, Judith Verasek, the Executive Director. And from the Toronto Police Association, my hometown, Clayton Campbell, its President. Now, I'm going to give each of you 5 minutes for opening remarks, but before I do that, I'm going to go a little bit off script. There's a ceremony taking place today while we're going to be in committee, and it's the Long Service Awards for staff on Parliament Hill. And there isn't a member of Parliament around this table who will disagree with me when I say we are nothing without our staff. So I just want to say thank you to all of them. And I want to give a special shout out to Claire Barry, who's been working with me for 5 years. And rather than going and receiving her Long Service Award, she's doing what she always does. She's here at my side. Claire, I just want to say thank you. I couldn't do this job without you, and frankly, I wouldn't want to. And I will turn it over to the witnesses now. Mr. Dias, I'll start with you.
Chair Maloney and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear today. I will, just knowing that it's be translated, maybe not speak as fast as I am. I may just be a little bit over 5 minutes, but I'll move through this. It is timed for just about 5 minutes. As stated, my name is Tom Dias, and I am the Mayor of City of Kelowna. I'm here today because of what you are debating has a very real financial and visible consequences in communities like mine across British Columbia and across Canada. Business owners are dealing with repeated break-ins, vandalism, theft, threats to employee safety, and general disorder, including windows being smashed for repeated theft, without having offenders charged or held for their previous actions. Business owners are exhausted and frustrated and are losing confidence in the justice system every day. We share in those frustrations. This is common in cities across Canada. It is systemic, it is not acceptable, and it requires a significant change in policy and legislation. Our local RCMP have recently shared a chronic offender profile with us. One individual has accumulated 223 police files between 2021 and 2025, including 31 failures to comply with conditions and 32 failures to appear in court. Offences occurred almost monthly, including assaults, thefts, threats, and public disturbances. Many of those offences happened shortly after release, indicating rapid reoffending under the current bail conditions. There are many examples of repeat failures to abide by bail conditions, failure to appear in court, followed by reoffending. These situations, which are outlined for some should be met with meaningful consequences. Considering a reverse onus in these cases would better reflect the risks posed by individuals who consistently disregard court authority only to quickly reoffend after release. In 2024, just 15 individuals in Kelowna were responsible for 1,335 police files. This trend is regrettably not isolated. BC is made up of approximately 189 municipalities. When I was in Victoria at UBCM last fall, the collective of municipalities had similar experiences of individuals, repeat property and violent offenders within their communities. Persistent property offenses and incidents of social disorder are having a significant and costly negative impact on our communities, affecting resident safety. Repeat property offenders are brazen, knowing there is minimal consequence in the justice system that does not hold them accountable. Canada's third largest RCMP detachment is in Kelowna. Our hardworking frontline officers are frustrated. They know who the repeat property offenders are, they arrest them, and then they see the same individuals released within days, and at times even hours, recommitting similar crimes. The RCMP do not have the tools and support they need to help keep our communities safe. Public safety is a top priority with councils across Canada. We have advocated consistently to the federal government for bail reform that addresses repeat property offending, and to the provincial government for investment in Crown prosecutors and justice resources. We have produced evidence-based advocacy papers, including the Chronic Offenders Closing the Revolving Door paper, because municipalities are living with the consequences and costs of decisions that are made elsewhere. Local governments have limited impact if the same individuals continue to cycle through the justice system and then back onto our streets. That is why Bill C-14 matters. I urge the committee and the House to move this bill forward quickly. In particular, the focus on repeat and violent offending and the requirement for courts to consider the number and severity of outstanding charges when making bail decisions is critically important. I ask that the committee consider further defining repeat with the word addition to the term property to reflect the realities playing out on our streets, impacting our residents, businesses, and hurting local economies. Small businesses are the backbone of our economy, and we must do what we can to support and protect them, and importantly, to protect our downtowns. In closing, without meaningful bail reform, municipalities across Canada will continue to absorb the impacts and costs of a system that is not functioning as intended and will not support a one Canadian economy. Communities like mine in Kelowna are asking for tools that reflect reality on the ground and allow the justice system to respond appropriately to repeat property offending, hold individuals accountable, and to provide tougher sentences for those who blatantly show disrespect for the law. Bill C-14 goes a long way in achieving that, and I thank you for the opportunity to share Kelowna's experience and the experience that municipalities are encountering across this country. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Vrasek.
Good afternoon. I would like to thank the Chair and the committee for providing me with the opportunity to speak before you today. My name is Judith Verasuk, and I'm the Executive Director of the Regina Downtown Business Improvement District, representing over 600 businesses in Regina's downtown core. The Regina Downtown Bid is also a proud member of the International Downtown Association of Canada, and our mandate is to create the conditions for strong economic activity, entrepreneurship, and cultural life in urban centres. Regina's downtown, like many downtowns and main streets across Canada, is the economic and cultural anchor of our city. The downtown area is a major provider of jobs, while also serving as a gathering place for arts, events, and community life. But today, crime and public safety concerns are becoming significant barriers for the residents, workers, and small business owners who bring life to our downtown. The effects of repeat offenders cycling through the justice system to disturb the same downtown locations are highly visible in Regina. These growing concerns have real consequences. Small businesses are being forced to reduce their hours, investment is declining, new business entry is slowing, and employees don't feel safe commuting to or being at work these days. Canadians, Regina's in particular, are avoiding our downtown, which is having a devastating consequence on our city's small business landscape and our economy as a whole. What we are seeing mirrors what I hear from my colleagues nationally, underscoring the need for meaningful bail reform legislation from the federal government to address these challenges. Public opinion polling in Western Canada shows that downtowns across the region face this same pressure. The City of Saskatoon found that the vast majority of their residents, 82%, felt crime was somewhat or very high in their community. In a 2025 poll done by the Calgary Police Association, more than half of Calgarians said that they felt that social disorder has increased since 2024. And in Edmonton, a similar survey conducted by the Edmonton Police Service reported that just under half, 46% of their residents felt their city was getting less safe, a perception that was even more acutely felt by the city's Indigenous residents, with 64% of respondents saying they felt Edmonton was less safe. What these figures indicate is a stark diagnosis for Canadian downtowns. People are losing faith in the safety of their neighborhoods and in their communities. These results also point to this challenge occurring across municipal and provincial jurisdictions, reinforcing the need for effective, federally led bail reform to address the systematic changes Canadian communities are facing. Bill C-14 represents an opportunity for such a decisive action. By strengthening bail provisions for repeat and violent offenders and improving protection for workers and communities most affected by these crimes. On behalf of the Regina downtown business community and downtown areas across Canada, our organization advocates for Bill C-14 to include strengthened bail provisions for repeat and violent offenders, including reverse onus considerations and enhanced recognition of serious offenses committed against retail and public-facing workers. By ensuring that these conditions are met, this legislation can simultaneously address challenges with public safety and restore confidence in Canadian downtowns, which need to revitalize themselves and contribute to more vibrant communities. Our community and many of your communities that you represent need it, and we look forward to your leadership to make this possible. We urge the community to advance bail reform that reflects the realities on our streets. We believe that Bill C-14 does this, and subsequently, we hope that all parties can support this bill's ratification to ensure better outcomes for downtown business communities across Canada. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Mr. Campbell, over to you.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the Standing Committee, and legislative staff, including Claire. Same name as my daughter. She just turned 17 and got into U of T, so I'm going to put that out there. My name's Clayton Campbell. I'm president of the Toronto Police Association. As president, I feel very privileged to represent more than 8,500 members of the Toronto Police Service who work both in a uniform and civilian roles. Since my last appearance before this committee, the TPA has continued to call for changes to bail and sentencing, especially for repeat violent offenders. We've had formal and informal discussions, both with federal Liberal and Conservative members of Parliament. We've engaged your counterparts at the provincial level, including the Ford government, who have been a champion for public safety in the province of Ontario. We've also been invited and have participated in several community town halls at the invitation of both the Conservative and Liberal parties. From my perspective, the process of consultation on C-14 has been exceptional. We have repeatedly said that this is not about politics, it's about public safety. It is why we're back here today asking all parties to support Bill C-14 and do what's necessary to facilitate its timely passage through the legislative process. While there's still work to be done, we have been clear about our support for the proposed legislation, which includes many of the recommendations we put forward. Specifically, clarifying that the latter principle does not apply to an accused who's subject to a reverse onus in a bail proceeding. At bail, the justices and judges must consider whether an allegation involves a random, unprovoked violence when denying release. Modifying the tertiary grounds for release to include consideration for the seriousness of any outstanding charges when determining if bail would undermine the public's confidence in the administration of justice. The creation of new reverse onuses for a number of offenses, many of which will have a direct impact on the criminal activity we're experiencing in Toronto. Making conditional sentences unavailable for serious sexual offenses, including those against children. Making custodial sentences available to youth who commit bodily harm rather than requiring it to be just violent. Allowing the publication of youth information where the youth is at large and poses an immediate, grave danger to the public. And we have also been pleasantly surprised to see the inclusion of offending against a first responder as an aggravating factor at sentencing. Not only will these provisions close many of the gaps our members experience on a daily basis, but we feel they'll strike an appropriate balance, recognizing what we have always stood for, which is not more people in custody, but the right people in custody. We would be remiss not to take this opportunity to highlight a few significant recommendations that were not included in this bill. Through the government's ongoing public safety agenda, we strongly encourage adopting the three strikes provision, placing limitations on who can be a surety, and immediate parole system reform. As these discussions continue, we'll remain committed to the process of engagement and consultation, regardless of the political party. Canadians, despite their differences or political affiliation, all want and deserve the same thing for themselves and their loved ones. Thank you, and I look forward to answering any of your questions.
Great. Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to start the first 6-minute round. Mr. Babber asked me a question, by the way. We started late out of respect for the witnesses. I don't want to cut the time short, so we'll take the witness portion a little longer rather than stop at 5:30 as we were supposed to. Mr. Brock, over to you.
Thank you, Chair, and I'd love to echo the words of our Chair with respect to all our staff members here on the Hill in our respective constituencies. They make our job so much easier, and I would agree that no one could exist without the incredible years of service that every staff member puts in. So at this point, I'd love to specifically center out my Chief of Staff in my constituency. Her name is Teresa Percival. A longtime Conservative supporter, but she has contributed to all the years of service since my 21 election, and previous to that, working with my predecessor, Phil McColman, as the Member of Parliament for Brantford-Brant. So I sincerely want to thank her for all her incredible efforts. Thank you, witnesses, for your attendance. I really enjoyed your opening statements. Mr. Campbell, it's always a pleasure to see you again. I want to sincerely thank you for all of your incredible advocacy. In my view, it was that consistent messaging that always remained the same. You are always loud and clear with other stakeholders to move this government in the appropriate direction. We are soon to go clause by clause in this particular bill before it gets back into the House for third reading and ultimately in the Senate. I want to bring to you some amendments that the Conservatives are seeking, and I want to get your opinion on it, sir. One amendment that we are seeking is to add a consecutive sentence rule for repeat human trafficking offenses. Is that something that policing should support?
Absolutely.
Okay. The Liberals will not support that. Okay. Secondly,
Mr. Housefather?
I mean, he just made a statement about an entire group of people with no foundation. We don't know whether we will support it or not, or different people may have different views, but I don't think that's appropriate, Mr. Chair.
I tend to agree with you, and Mr. Brock, we haven't gotten to that amendment yet,
Well,
so I would reserve your judgment on that, with
Sure.
all due respect.
I have a different position on that. I'm not going to elaborate, but I wanted to bring certain passages to Mr. Campbell's attention. So I will certainly seek his support or lack of support with various conservative amendments that are being brought. All right. Another significant amendment is with respect to the principle of restraint. We've talked about that numerous times. 493.1, ushered in by Bill C-75, in my view, as a former Crown attorney, was the origin of catch and release. What we want to do is, where it relates to violent repeat offending, is to replace the wording in 493 to the not consideration to the earliest release on the least onerous conditions, but to make public safety and security the primary consideration when releasing or detaining those individuals. Is that something that policing would support?
So in principle, and I'm not going to pretend to be a lawyer, there's probably lots in this room, so I'm not sure how that process would work. I know C-70 or C-14 has tried to clarify that in the language. I can say with the least onerous condition at the earliest opportunity caused lots of issues we're seeing in the community. So I'm not going to speculate on how that should be done, but in any way to limit it, we would support.
Okay. Would policing support a term to surrender a passport as a potential condition depending on circumstances?
It makes sense to me, first time thinking of it, but it does make sense to me.
Okay.
Yep.
Would policing support an amendment to the tertiary grounds under 515 sub 10 to include terms such as ensuring safety and security of the public, preventing physical or psychological harm to victims, including child victims and their families, preventing interference with the administration of justice? Would policing find that to be helpful for a justice considering detention or release on the tertiary grounds?
I'd have to go back and look at each section, but I mean, clearly there's an issue with keeping repeat violent offenders. I know there is some amendments around tertiary grounds for the gravity and the number of offenses, so I kind of read that as repeat violent offenders, but we would be open to looking at anything that's going to keep our communities safe.
Would policing support another conservative amendment that would require mandatory detention for certain offenses committed under a major offense category, such as a current alleged major offense being committed while the accused was at large on release for another major offense? And these would be significant criminal activity, and the accused was convicted of a major offense within the previous 10 years. Is that something that police would support?
So we did support, which is commonly referred to as the 3 strikes and you're out provision when you're convicted of a second or a third serious violent offense, that at the third offense, you're not allowed to be released. I know there's some language around, I think it's commonly referred to as a release valve, but we supported that in principle. Yeah.
Would policing support the expansion of the conditional sentence unavailability, specifically as it relates to further firearm, weapons trafficking, also human trafficking? Is that something that makes sense to you from a policing perspective?
Definitely with the firearm offenses, any conditional sentence we do agree with. We're seeing many times people out on bail or conditional sentences committing further firearm offenses in the city.
I've heard from a number of witnesses that the problem that we find ourselves in as a nation with respect to criminal justice issues and bail is a lack of data, sharing of the data. One other conservative amendment being sought is to require the Department of Justice to table an annual report on the state of judicial interim release, including outcomes and compliance, recidivism data, analysis of effectiveness of release conditions, and accessibility and disparities across groups. Would that be something that policing would support?
I think it's really important when we're going to see how this bill, if passed, works to collect data. We also have called for an annual report and a recommendation to both the government and the Conservatives. And we also went further to say I think we should be really identifying judges and justices publicly to say if they have a ongoing pattern of releasing people. I think that there could be training provided to them, but the public has a right to know when people are released. So yes.
Mr. Brockyard, I gave you extra time because
Thank
of
you. I
how
thought I was
you
gonna-
started your remarks.
I didn't restart my clock, but
I gave you extra time.
internally, I thought I was probably getting close to being done. Thank you.
You deserved extra time for saying what you said. So.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Latanzi, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I too would like to seize the opportunity to thank employees for their long service, 6 years especially, that are on the Hill today and this evening. And I would like to also seek to thank Stefan Hoffman, who is here in the room, my Chief of Staff, as well as Laura Anastasia, who are also recipients of this award this evening. So I'd like to thank them for the hard work and all employees who are going to be receiving their awards this evening. On that, Mr. Chair, I'd like to move on to questions, and the first ones will be addressed to Mayor Diaz. Mayor Diaz, municipal leaders do not write criminal law, but communities experience the consequences when repeat and violent offenders are released. What does Bill C-14 signal to cities about Parliament's taking responsibility for strengthening bail where risk is at its highest?
Thank you for the question. And I believe I will go back to the statement that I made about being at UBCM and having roughly 189 municipalities there. At that point in time, we were in discussions, and there was a group of us that put together to ask the governments to save our streets. The effect that repeat property offenses are having within communities, and the revolving door, catching individuals and releasing them back into our communities, not only does affect our RCMP, it also affects our local bylaws. It also affects our fire departments. It also affects our DKAs and basically our individuals who are trying to right the wrongs that are happening continuously within our community. We had a forum a week ago in the city of Kelowna where about 300 businesses came together, and the concern was consistent. The expense associated with making repairs to the individuals who are continually, breaking glass and stealing things from their store, or these repeat offenders who are happening within the community are slowly deteriorating downtown cores across the country. And there needs to be somehow or another something put up to stop this from continually happening. So the continuation of this without addressing it in one way or another continues to deteriorate exactly what we're trying to do within our country, which is to make our economics that much stronger in prosperity through many different areas. So the effects are great, but they're not just great for my community. There are continual individuals throughout communities, British Columbia and any other province throughout this country, who don't have 1, 2, or 3 offenses on them, have hundreds of offenses on them, and also once they do get charged, they just don't show up for their actual hearing. So, the bringing this together and the completion of this will mean a lot for, it's just vitally important.
Thank you. My next question is for you, Mr. Campbell. Mr. Campbell, before I ask you the question, I just want to take the opportunity to acknowledge the work of the frontline workers in Toronto. Recent statistics show significant progress, including 47.1% decrease in homicides, 24.8% decrease in auto theft, and 19.5% decrease in robberies. On behalf of the government, we thank you and your members for the work that have contributed to these outstanding outcomes. Now, building on that progress, can you speak to how federal measures like those in Bill C-14, which focus on strengthening bail and sentencing for repeat and violent offenders, can help support continued reductions in serious crimes?
Yeah, we go to a lot of town halls with city councilors, or we've been to some with the Conservative Party, been to one just recently with Ruby Sahota, and it is the theme in Toronto. Still, public safety is an issue. It's usually #1 in polling. We're seeing the numbers come down. We don't want to celebrate too much right away. We need to be happy about it. I think a lot of it has to do with some reinvestment in public safety. The police service was underfunded for many years. We're seeing the number of police officers and special constables really increase. But I think it sends a message to the public that the government's listening and getting something done. No bill is perfect. It's not everything in it that we wanted, but it's definitely a step in the right direction, and it will help us, hopefully, keep some of these repeat violent offenders in custody. They've caused some really horrific things in the City of Toronto over the last number of years.
Thank you. And the law in and of itself can't solve all the issues. Yep. And on that, policing outcomes depend on the full administration of justice, including courts, prosecutions, and corrections. Can you speak to some of the challenges officers encounter in Ontario related to the broader justice system, and why federal and provincial governments need to continue working together to sustain and build on recent progress?
Yeah, I think it's for Ontarians, for Torontonians, when we see the government sitting down with our premier and having conversations. Same thing with the mayor of the City of Toronto. I think it's something everybody wants. We want to have safe and healthy communities. We want to go about our daily business without fear of crime. Although you mentioned some of the statistics, if you look at places like our TTC, our transit system, there is still a lot of fear of crime in the community. So I think when you see everybody working together, disagreeing, debating, that's good. But hopefully passing C-14 in some form. And again, we talked about the data. Come back and review it at another time. If it hasn't had the impact everybody's looking for, then let's make changes in the future as well.
Okay. How much more time do I have, Chair? One more, thank you. Bill C-14 is focused on the federal government's role in setting the criminal law framework from a policing perspective. How important is it that bail rules clearly address repeat and high-risk offending so officers can better manage the risk in collective communities?
It's been a long-going frustration. We're talking a decade of frustration where we're seeing the same individuals repeated time and time again. And in Toronto, some horrific crimes, people out on bail for shooting somebody, then to commit a murder. So I think making these changes, trying to keep repeat violent offenders in custody is going to send a message to my members, too, that the federal government is listening. And I can say, for both the Conservatives and the Liberal Party, it's been a great consultative process. We feel like in our members that we've been listened to, and our ideas have been included in this bill, and some of the other suggestions we have.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Mr. Fortin, over to you.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Diaz, Ms. Verasuk, and Mr. Campbell for being here with us today. And following up on my colleagues, I too will take advantage of this moment to underscore the excellent work of my team. One of my employees last year was celebrating his 10th anniversary working with me, and another celebrating his 5th. Isabelle and Mireille, their 5th, 2 women. So thank you so much for working with me. It's important to underscore this excellent support. Mr. Campbell, let me speak to you. Bill C-14, of course, much has been made of it, addresses the matter of bail and release on bail, but will also cover the issue of youth criminal justice. I'd like to hear you on that. The Supreme Court has already stated that youth who commit crimes must be held to be less guilty than adults, given that they're less mature, less capable of exercising moral judgment than adults are. Do you agree with that?
Small number of limited offenses. We were talking murders, attempted murders, shootings, that there should be provisions for adult sentencing. Also with the Youth Criminal Justice Act, something you brought up that I hadn't thought of when I was here before, and that is consequences for adults recruiting youth. And I was happy to see that that's made its way into C-16. I can hardly keep track of all the numbers, but I think it's C-16 that recommendation was in there.
Et je comprends.
And I understand that in all cases, for all cases, you feel that youth who commit crimes of that nature, such as murder and so forth, should be brought before adult courts, or is there some distinction to be made on a case-by-case basis?
I don't pretend to have all the answers, but in some of our discussions and recommendations if there is, they're showing behavior that they planned it. They're showing behavior that it was premeditated, that they're acting as an adult, that we thought that should be something that's considered. It's definitely not that we don't want the majority of youth, but when we're seeing someone that murders somebody and they're out in 3 to 4 years or less, that's unacceptable, only to see them back out committing very serious offenses.
Croyez-vous au système de réhabilitation? Campbell, est-ce que c'est quelque chose qui, selon vous, est illusoire ou si c'est possible de réhabiliter des individus?
Do you think that the rehabilitation system can work, sir?
Absolutely, in 99% of the cases with youth, but it's just those small number of youth committing. You know, you're walking downtown Toronto and you kill somebody with a hammer and it's premeditated. They need to stay in custody because they're going to get back out and continue those offenses.
Mais
so it's a small number.
sur la question de la réhabilitation,
But again, on rehabilitation, I understand that you agree that yes, in 98% of cases, people can be rehabilitated. Good, thank you. My next question, Mr. Campbell, C14 aims to allow police officers to publish information about the identity of youth who have committed a crime in emergency situations. I'd like to hear more about this. Do you think that this is a good idea to allow police officers to do this, or do you think that they should first ask for a court's permission to do so?
I don't have the language in front of me. I think if it's grave immediate danger, it's pretty limiting language in it that the police can get that information out right away. So I think it's imperative. I get there needs to be a court order in other cases, but if it's an immediate risk, grave risk to public safety, I think it's a really good thing that we can get that information out quick.
mais je comprends que vous n'avez pas
But I understand that you don't have any examples that come to mind of situations in which, at least for your team, the 8,500 members of your team, facing such urgency that they had to publish this information without going for a court order. Do you have any examples?
I can definitely get you some examples. I can follow up with that. When there would be an urgent need with a youth that is out there committing violence, we know their identity, and we need to get that to the public immediately. I can get you some examples. Definitely.
Est-ce que je m'excuse d'insister, mais vous êtes
I'm sorry for insisting, and of course you needn't answer if you don't want to, but I wonder if you have a specific example in mind now that you could provide us with.
Not offhand. No.
Merci, Monsieur Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. So, information sharing regarding release on bail. Most experts say, look, it's difficult to carry out a work because we don't have data. We don't have data regarding the efficiency or effectiveness of our bail decisions. Are there reoffenses or not? So I'd like to hear you on this. Is it possible, is it doable to get enough data exchanged across the provinces?
Au moins chez vous.
Or at least within one province in Ontario?
I don't know if I'd have the answer to it. I just know with anything you do, you want to measure it, right? If there's going to be a new piece of legislation, clearly you're going to want to track if it's effective. The process of how that would be done, I don't have an idea offhand, but I think it's important to look at and try and do.
Merci, Monsieur Campbell. Je crois.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. That's over for time. Or no, a little more time. Good. So once again, two other witnesses. Is it possible to ensure the appropriate sharing of data about repeat offenses and bail?
I hope that it ends up being, I heard it correctly, the question that has came through, and it was around with regards to sharing of data for repeat offenses and bail. And the awareness that I have on this is that when individuals are creating or causing repetitive type of offenses, that information is obtained and held within the court system. And at this point in time, individuals are coming before the courts, and that information is not being readily available and shared appropriately with the the judge or the individual who is making the future decisions for that individual, whether they should receive bail or whether they should not receive bail. And we feel that it is appropriate that that information be looked upon. It goes back to the reference that I mentioned of 15 individuals within the city of Kelowna in the year of 2024 who had 1,336 offenses. So each of them had 80 offenses within the period of, or 80 situations where they had reoccurrences with police files within 1 year, and they continued repetitively not to be held accountable for
Thank you, Mr.
those
Dias.
situations.
Thank you, Mr. Dias. I might have to cut off the staff appreciation extensions, otherwise the meeting might go on a lot longer. So, but over to Mr. I know I started, it's my fault. And we're all very incredibly grateful. Mr. Gill, over to you for 5 minutes, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks to all witnesses. Mayor Dias, thank you for your public service. And my question to you, right now, repeat offenders are causing a disproportionate amount of crime in your community. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And based on what you see in your community, do you agree that Bill C-14, as currently drafted, still leaves repeat offenders free to continue harming communities?
I believe some of the, with reverse onus on it, with them being held responsible for the repetitive amount of charges that they have. I do think that there may be a couple of conditions that I had mentioned in my comments with regards to property and adding repeat property offenses in there. So there could be some adjustments to Bill C as it sits right now, C-14 as it sits right now. But I go back to what Clayton had said, and there are communities, municipalities, cities throughout this whole country who need this addressed. It's affecting businesses, it's affecting our residents. It may not be at this particular point in time exactly the way that it needs to be, and I think that comes up to a future discussion to add it, but it does need to be addressed.
So would you support strengthening the Bill C-14 to further reduce repeat crime? That's yes.
I'm sorry, sir, please, just one more time.
So would you support strengthening the Bill C-14 to further reduce repeat crime?
As I had mentioned, there are a few items that, with regards to, reverse onus and then with adding property and a couple of items that are in there. But the idea of moving this forward, as was said in my comments, we are grateful and hopeful that this committee and both parties are successful in moving this forward and continue to answer those questions.
Okay. And based on Kelowna's experience, would you agree that after multiple bail breaches or repeat offenses, public safety should take precedence over continued release, and that the law should clearly reflect that threshold?
Public safety should definitely take place over release.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. My question to Mr. Campbell, do you believe judges should be required rather than merely encouraged to consider an accused person's prior offense when deciding whether to grant bail?
So they're a prior offense?
Yes.
Yes.
So my question is, do you believe judges should be required rather than merely encouraged to consider an accused person's prior offenses when deciding whether to grant bail?
Yes, they should.
Yes? Okay.
Yeah.
And in your comments, you mentioned no bill is perfect. Do you think C-14 still needs specific measures to strengthen it?
Like I said, we would encourage at a minimum to pass in its current form, but there are some things that we asked for that weren't in it. We asked for strengthening things around sureties. That's one thing we asked for. We supported the 3 strikes and you're out provision that was in there. We want to see some tracking and some data that can come back to us. The parole system itself needs some work, and I've had some conversations with the public safety minister on that. We'd like to see some changes in that. And again, what I mentioned before about a small number of youths committing murder and other heinous acts should be treated as adults and sentenced more severely. But those are some things we didn't see. But like I said, no bill's perfect, We support it in its current form. If there's some things added, we'd support that too.
Okay. I think you might know that Conservatives have supported a Jail Not Bail Act, C-242, which address the surety things, where we are saying that criminals should not vouch criminals for the surety purpose. So do you agree with that as well?
Yeah, we put forward in our recommendations our initial starting point. If someone was convicted of a criminal offense, that should be strongly considered if they're a surety or not. If they're in a position of power, as an example, they may not qualify for being a surety, or if they've been a surety in the past and someone's breached their conditions. So we've put that forward previously.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. My question to Ms. Versyk. Under Bill C-14, extortion punishments are not strengthened. Mandatory minimum sentence are not introduced. In your view, are mandatory minimums necessary to better protect businesses from extortion, especially in case of targeted and repeat offenses?
You have time for a very short answer.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. I think any and all tools that help support prosecution and deterrence of some of these actions that have now cropped up as becoming more commonplace in our downtowns, like extortion, I think those are things that we need to explore. If it is not included in Bill C-14 now, as my colleague here has stated, no bill is perfect. Let's continue to come at it, see what's working, see what's not, see what still needs to be addressed, and address it in the future.
Thank you. Ms. Dillon, I believe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to all of our witnesses for being here today and highlighting the importance of passing Bill C-14 as quickly as possible. And as you said, Mrs. Versyk, it's not easy to get everything in a bill, but we should start somewhere. And Mr. Campbell, you also mentioned that you were happy with the consultative process and that quite satisfied and would just like to see this go through. You specifically mentioned first responders and frontline police officers being affected by this bill, and it would bring them a certain level of safety as well in their work. Can you please talk to us a little bit more about that?
Yeah, we were very pleasantly surprised to see first responders, paramedics, and firefighters included at sentencing. That has to be considered as an aggravating factor. We work very well with the paramedics union, CUPE 416, and the Toronto Firefighters Union as well, and they were all very supportive of this, and it sends a really, I think, a strong message too, that the first responders out there risking their lives, helping people, it really should be taken more seriously if they're subject of a criminal offense or an assault.
And you also, I would like to say that there are different categories that have been added with reverse onus as well. We also see there's violent auto theft. These kinds of categories, how much, I won't say easier, but more efficient will it make for police work?
Yeah, so I mean, I think adding the reverse onus provisions are important. We did see that with C-48, I believe. The challenge is I don't know if they were applied. So I know some of the clarifying language in C-14 hopefully will help justices and judges apply the reverse onus properly. But yeah, we're supportive of the increasing of reverse onus crimes.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And Ms. Versyk, you have mentioned that during your testimony that bail reforms and reverse onus is also important, something you'd like to see. Every First Minister has now called on Parliament to quickly take action. From a downtown business perspective, what does it mean to see Parliament put this bill through?
Through the chair, we're thrilled. This is something that we have been directly impacted by, even more so since the pandemic. We started to see criminality rise in all of our downtowns across Canada, and it's taking a toll. It really is taking a toll, not just financial, but mentally on a lot of our retailers, our storefronts. I have testimony from my colleague who operates a restaurant in the lobby of my building, and she says she has physically been assaulted last winter, verbally harassed almost every day at work. Staff feel safe when they're working, especially if there's a disturbance in the lobby. They see drug usage in their back door, which makes their staff feel unsafe when they're heading out to their cars at the end of the day. So this is daily, and this is a significant restaurant in our downtown that is on the verge of closing because they're tenuous now when they can't keep staff because the staff are worried about being assaulted, and then they're also not making any money because patrons are scared to come down. So this is just reflective of a lot of what we're seeing in small businesses across Canada. This is just a drop in the bucket. So this bill, yes, we are extremely supportive of it. Any tools that we can give to our community to help enforce and reduce crime in our communities is benefit to our businesses and our downtowns.
Thank you so much. And Mr. Diaz, you mentioned about people not showing up to their court appearances and the importance of this bill when it comes to that as well. Can you talk to us also on your end about how cities asking for clearer federal direction on bail for repeat and violent offenses? How can Parliament move forward with Bill C-14 and give municipalities the confidence to know that action is being taken?
Well, I think, as you know, my other panelists have said here, the advancement of Bill C-14 itself shows that Parliament is taking action. It may not be everything that everyone wants within it at that particular point in time, but then that's part of the process of continuing communication and working on it. To have individuals within our community, the one I mentioned who had over 30 appearances of not showing up for court and having no repercussions with regards to any of that actually taking place, other than going back out into our community and causing more disturbance, and basically, residents within these communities are feel threatened because they're looking at the justice system itself and saying there is nothing within the justice system. Where does it come? Who is going to truly help us? And regrettably, we don't want to ever see it get to a point of any vigilantism or anything along those lines. But the reality of it is they're feeling at wit's end. They don't know how to kind of move forward. These Bill C-14, the steps that you're discussing, give people hope that there's change on the horizon. It may not be exactly what everybody wants, but it gives people hope that, yes, people are listening. And there's so many frontline workers, so many families that own businesses and everything else that are affected. And if I may just add,
Sir, sorry. We're just typing.
Thank you, Chair. Apologies.
Mr. Fortin, over to you for 2.5 minutes.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Campbell, Bill C-14 speaks of adding among factors that the court will take under consideration when it decides on a release on bail, the use of non-provoked and random violence. I'd like to hear you on this. Is this something that counts for police officers? And tell me what effect or how much it reflects on the dangerosity of the individual.
We were very glad to see that in this bill. In the city of Toronto, we've seen some really horrific attacks, especially in our downtown core, completely unprovoked. The accused and the victim not knowing each other, some really disgusting violence. So, yeah, we were very happy to see this included in C-14.
Quel est le pourcentage de cas approximatif?
What's the approximate percentage of random violence cases of this nature compared to premeditated violence?
Yeah, I wouldn't have that data, but I can say they really have an impact on public safety and the fear of crime, especially downtown. When you see, we had one with, I mentioned it before, an attack with a hammer downtown, assaulting, serious injuries. And so what happens is regular citizens think, I don't want to go down there. Or TTC, as an example, where you're seeing some attacks that are unprovoked, it causes fear of crime. So the percentage isn't as
Est-ce que
relevant.
c'est fréquent? Excusez, je vous interromps, je m'excuse.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we have little time. I see what you're saying, but is this frequent? You've mentioned someone attacking citizens with a hammer. Traumatizing for sure, but is this the sort of thing that you see on a day-to-day basis in your city?
Definitely in our transit system. If you take TTC and you go down there, there's a lot of individuals, and a lot of it's mental health, addictions as well, and there's been some investment by the municipality into the TTC. But yeah, I think it's a common occurrence to see some unprovoked violence from unknown offenders. But like I come back to, the numbers say one thing, but the fear of crime that we still see being number one priority in the city of Toronto, really those unprovoked, unknown attacks create a lot of fear in the community.
Merci, Monsieur Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Fortin. Mr. Lawton, over to you for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, witnesses, for being here. I'd like to start with you, Ms. Verasuk. You are not from my riding or my province, but I know that you've spoken to a lot of the concerns that have been raised. I was speaking about this issue last year with Paul Jenkins of the St. Thomas Chamber of Commerce, and one of the things that he had pointed out was how his chamber was one of the ones that was really pushing other chambers in Ontario and Canada some years back to actually start realizing that crime and justice issues are business issues and are economic issues. And I'm just wondering if you can speak to what that cost is, because I've heard from constituent businesses of mine the issues they have with insurance. I've seen, just driving down streets, more and more businesses that have just vacated cores entirely. What is that cost? And especially with small and medium businesses in mind.
Through the chair, thank you for that question. I do have a cost for our community that we've been able to track as a whole, but just to give you some anecdotal information here. We have one local landlord that had to spend over $3 million converting a parkade to seal it because they were running into significant property damage, vehicle break-ins, because people could get into that garage. So now they had to put up gates and secure doors. $3 million. We also had a woman, I guess, a perpetrator who was caught shoplifting, activating fire alarms in our downtown mall. One evening, she decided to steal a taxi, drive it into the storefront of one local business, and then she drove the car through the mall. That is $2 million worth of damage. So it becomes astronomical when you're adding up what people are reporting plus what people aren't reporting to you. Those are the folks that have raised it with us, but there are so many others that have broken windows, that have stopped going to insurance because the insurance is going up.
Yeah. And it's communities of all size. I mean, I mentioned St. Thomas. I know the London Chamber of Commerce, which part of London is in my riding. I've spoken about this with Christian Dweaver there. It's big cities, small communities. It's everywhere. Mr. Campbell, I wanted to get you to speak to this, if you will, because I'm sure you've heard, probably with some frustration, when property crime has been diminished as nonviolent crime, but often it doesn't stay that way. So I was hoping you could speak to just how property crime fits into the broader fabric of the types of offenses we're talking about, and especially with the bail system.
Yeah, I mean, property crimes are destructive, like you were just mentioning, to businesses, damage to homes, businesses. It can be really, when you create that disorder, I think it feeds into the fear of crime when you see things that are destroyed or people won't go into to certain businesses or parks. So yeah, I think it has a real impact on the fear of crime.
Mayor Dias, you had proposed, I don't know if you meant it as an amendment formally, but you proposed a change in the bill. I was just hoping you could be a bit more specific about what you would like to see added and where.
Through the chair, and thank you very much for that request. It is with regards to property. So repeat offenses, including the word property offenses, so that, because what is happening to, if I may just touch upon your previous question, as a community, we did a study over 3 years, and our cost as a community was about $20 million to deal with all of the effects related to this. And that expense is translated through to all of the businesses as they continue to incur expense. And when we do our budgets as municipalities, nowhere in our line items does it have anything to do with that. It's an additional cost which is not allowing us to spend that additional capital on the infrastructure that municipalities need.
Thank you. I yield to Mr. Brock.
Thank you. Thank you, colleague. Chair, I filed a motion last week. At this time, I'd like to move that motion. Motion reads that at the conclusion of clause-by-clause consideration of Bill C-14, the committee immediately proceed to the consideration of Bill C-16. This is consistent with messaging not only from the Prime Minister last week, but also our Minister of Justice, Sean Fraser.
Sorry, I see hands, so I'm just trying to catch them here. Okay, Mr. Lawton, you're next.
Thank you, Chair. And I want to make sure we have.
Sorry, can I just,
Yeah.
I think maybe I'll dismiss the witnesses,
Yeah.
if that's okay?
Yes.
Yeah, so we're moving on to some other business stuff. So let me just say thank you to all three of you for not only being here, but for your service generally. We're all incredibly grateful, and I know I speak for everybody in this room and beyond this room at large, too. So appreciate it. Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Lawton, back to you.
No, thank you. I don't want to take a lot of time. This is really just a housekeeping motion to ensure that our committee priorities are where I think Canadians expect them to be. I just want to point out that Conservatives have been, and I'm very grateful for this, extremely productive in this Parliament. We've supported the quick passage of Bill C-19, the grocery benefit, C-14, which we're working on now and will finish today. We are very committed to that, prioritizing bail reform, C-18, Canada-Indonesia free trade, Canada-UK free trade, and C-13. Bill C-5, the Major Projects Law. This is keeping very much in that spirit and in the spirit of collaboration. We want to make sure that Bill C-16 is similarly prioritized as finally we were able to do with C-14. And just to, again, in the spirit of collaboration here, to quote the Prime Minister from earlier today, to quote, pass the legislation Canadians are counting on. So I just want to make sure we have absolute clarity on this. So we're not going to be debating this, but I want to propose an amendment to Mr. Brock's motion, and that is that the motion, this has been translated already, and we'll send it around, that the motion be amended by replacing the words, quote, the committee immediately proceed to the consideration of Bill C-16, unquote, with the following. The next priority of the committee be the consideration of Bill C-16, provided that no fewer than 8 meetings, totaling at least 16 hours, be provided for the purposes of receiving witness testimony, wherein the Minister of Justice and Attorney General and the Minister of Public Safety be invited to appear for 1 hour each on separate panels. The witnesses include victims and their advocates, police services and associations, municipal leaders, and any other witnesses the committee deems relevant. The chair only be permitted to schedule a meeting for the purposes of clause-by-clause consideration of the bill after both the Ministers of Justice and Public Safety appear, as prescribed in this motion. The number of hours of witness testimony received is at least equal to the number prescribed in this motion, and the Minister of Justice has separately appeared on his mandate and priorities for 2 hours, as unanimously requested by the committee on September 23rd, 2025. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lawton. Ms. Latanzio, and then Mr. Housefather.
It's okay, Mr. Chair. We're ready to vote.
I'm just going to say one thing, Mr. Chair, since I have the floor. First of all, there was a deal made last week that the Conservatives voted for that said we were going to move to C-14, we were going to do 3 meetings on C-14, and we would move immediately back to clause by clause on C-9, the Combating Hate Act, which is an act that not only do I care deeply about, but communities across the country care deeply about. And yet, despite having voted for that, and despite having made the deal to move to back to the Combating Hate Act, c'est drôle parce que mon collègue, M. Fortin, m'a dit...
Very odd, because our colleague, Mr. Fortin, said that probably this is what would happen if the Conservatives no longer respect deals that they make, and then they wouldn't respect this deal either, which is horrifying, quite devastating. And trying to tell the committee that we cannot go back to C9 now.
Lawton's amendment, which would essentially delay the Combating Hate Act for generations. And I think it is important for communities across the country to know that the Conservatives have not only gone against the motion that we passed 1 week ago, where they voted for going back to C9, the Combating Hate Act, clause by clause, in return for doing 3 meetings and clause by clause on this, but that they are essentially seeking to delay the Combating Hate Act forever. And so I'm against Mr. Lawton's amendment, and I'm appalled.
Okay, Mr. Lawton and then Mr. Brock.
Thank you. It's just a very quick point. C16 was just referred to this committee this week. We have heard from countless stakeholders, including some of the witnesses who testified here today, about how important that bill is. We have heard on our earlier bail study from victims about some of the measures that are in Bill C16. We have that bill referred to this committee now. There is a lot more consensus from Canadians about this, and I think they are expecting us to get it done.
Mr. Brock?
Well, I'd like to take exception to some of the comments from Mr. Housefather. I thought some of his language was rather inflammatory, prescribing ill motive with respect to our Conservative motion. I echo Mr. Lawton's comments. When that deal, when that agreement was brokered, C16 had not been referred to the committee. I circle back to my earlier comments with respect to moving my original motion, that this is exactly what the Prime Minister of Canada and our Justice Minister, Sean Fraser, referenced both in the House of Commons and outside the House of Commons, that the priority would be the passage of these 2 justice bills, 14 and 16. There was no mention by Sean Fraser or Prime Minister Carney about prioritizing 9 over 14 or 9 now over 16. It's not just Conservatives, Mr. Chair, that want this priority. It's what Canadians have been asking for 10 long years. It's what stakeholders have been asking for, premiers have been asking for, mayors, law enforcement, victim advocacy groups. This is what they're asking for. We are not suggesting that we will forever not return to C9. It is only at the beginning of February. Absent our break weeks over the next several months, we are not rising for summer vacation until the 2nd or 3rd week in June. We're not asking for a full-on multi-month extension of consideration of 16. We will work as collaboratively and cooperatively to move 16 through the process, absent any other priority bill that Sean Fraser introduces. I know that he's talking about an online harms bill, Mr. Chair, which may take, again, priority from the perspective not only of our Justice Minister, but the Prime Minister. So we have ample time before we rise for our summer vacation to return to 9. Thank you.
Mr. Fortin?
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I speak, I do have a request to ensure that I've understood correctly. I'm not sure if it would be possible to receive from the clerk the text of the motion that we have that we carried last week. Yes, indeed, last week. I have this one here, but from memory, last week's said that we were to study C14 and move back to C9 as soon as we'd finished with C14. But I'd like to see the text to ensure that I'm not saying something awry and that I will really be respecting what actually happened. Now, indeed, Mr. Housefather has spoken, and I tend to be optimistic, but sometimes, something's right in your face, and you can't remain optimistic. And I said you'd have to be naive not to think that the Conservatives are going to block C9 again. They just don't want to deal with an anti-hate law. And that's somewhat sad, I must say. So, unfortunately, I will disagree with Mr. Bruck. Not all Canadians hope that we leave aside legislation to combat hate. I think that, of course, C14 is essential, C16 is essential, but C9 is as well. We are currently living in a situation, both in Quebec and across the land and even around the world, where there are a good deal of people moving around, populations changing country, moving between countries as never seen before. So there's a good deal of need to ensure that we have the tools available to ensure all these people can live peacefully together. Now, we need to organize our societies. There are situations that are affected by hate, that present situations of hate at mosques, at churches, synagogues, and elsewhere. There are people gathering to avoid allowing people to go to their places of worship. This makes no sense whatsoever. We've seen violence and people breaking windows, violence affecting children. I think that all Canadians, including Quebecers, need a clearer framework. We already have good legislation, but we need even clearer legislation to ensure that peace is respected, to ensure that people live respectfully with each other in harmony. People are counting on us to do this. Our job is to legislate. We do forget this from time to time. It is our work to draw up legislation and to do so in a constructive manner, also efficiently, serving the interests of those who elect us to office and the population in general. I do not agree with everything in C19, just as I don't agree with everything in C14, nor will I be in agreement with everything in C16 or in any other bill that we shall study. Nevertheless, it is my job to make serious efforts to work constructively to create bills that do respect my idea of what allows us to have a land in which we can live harmoniously together. So I would like to work on C9 in order to offer Canadians what they deserve and what it is our job to provide to them, being an effective legislative framework that works for them, which will, of course, respect the concerns of the Conservatives, also the concerns of the Liberals, and the concerns that I represent, concerns of blocistes, of Québécois, and pretty much everyone across the country. We will, of course, debate. That's normal. But refusing to even consider potential legislation, putting it off forever, is a refusal to carry out our work for which we have been elected. In my opinion, everyone in this Parliament is working in good faith. That's what I often say to the media. I've seen many people whom I disagree with here on the Hill over my 10 years of service, but I've never met anyone who was here on questionable grounds. Everyone is here in good faith. We all have our own point of view, our own political approach, and we defend this. That's why we're elected. We're elected to do this. But we all work in good faith. I'm sure of this. So to say today that we will once again put off our analysis of C19 once we have already put it off once again to discuss C14 rather. And indeed, I think we've moved quickly through C14 as it is. This is a very essential law which will change the lives of many people. It's just about sending people to prison. I think we should have studied it for more than 3 meetings and perhaps, spend a week on it, hearing witnesses, and then move into an in-depth analysis clause by clause. But I accepted to work on it for 3 days, even though this was not my ideal. And unfortunately, I had in the back of my mind that we might wind up in the situation we're now in, with Conservatives saying, oh no, we'll put it again for another 8 meetings, being 4 weeks. We know that the spring agenda at the House is rather, well, I hate to say it's light because we'll be working hard on everything we have, but we won't necessarily be sitting every week. After this week, we've got next week, and then we have a parliamentary break for a week, and then we'll be back for a week. And look, I haven't memorized all this, but we haven't that many weeks before us in this session. So if we accept our friend Conservatives' suggestion, 8 weeks would be off in April, if not later. I don't know why. Look, I don't want to be pessimistic, but I have the impression that at the end of the 8 weeks, we'll hear another motion asking us, let's say, to move over to amendments on the Divorce Act, let's say, or for parents who, have custody of children, child custody, but any coercive control. But anyway, we would have that bill being referred to us, and we expect it to be referred to us shortly, and many more bills will be referred to us, and we'll continue to hear that they're more important than C9, the anti-hate legislation. Yet hate is something that all Canadians have been dealing with for months now, for years now, and it's not about to stop. So I invite us to turn to C9, to consider it. We had finished it. We were into clause by clause. We had begun the clause by clause and gotten through some of the clauses. So we need perhaps a couple of hours left before we could finish that off. It seems to me that if we return to C9, this would be very beneficial. We should be able to recognize that this is an important piece of legislation, especially as it is working to counter hate, and we should be able and put ourselves in a position to offer to all Canadians a better law than what they now have. So unfortunately, as you will understand, I am against the motion put forward by our colleague, Mr. Bruck. I'm also against the amendment being proposed, against the amendment and the motion together. I would agree to our carrying out this exercise after we finish with C9, but putting C9 yet again aside for a couple of months, I think would be contrary to the mandate that we have.
Mr. Brock's next, but before I say that, look, the gist of this motion and amendment is to defer C9 until we deal with C16. I think we're all in agreement we need to deal with C14. I think our positions on this motion have been explained pretty clearly. So, I mean, we can stay here and debate all night. You're free to do that, and I don't want to stop anybody from doing that. I just want to remind people we do have witnesses in the room for the next panel, and out of respect to them, I would encourage people, if they have something to be said that hasn't already been said, do so. But otherwise, I hope we can move forward. Mr. Brock.
I think it's Mr. Baber.
I had the chair.
Mr. Baber.
I'll be quick. Canadians elected a minority parliament, and they've expected all parties to work together. And I do not understand this reaction by the government members of this committee when they received an offer from the Conservatives to work together and pass Bill C-16, which was just referred to our committee. Bill C-16, while not perfect, includes some important provisions regarding the Jordan Principle. We have cases being dismissed for delay every day of the week, serious cases at times. It catches up on child protection, something that everybody on this committee is very passionate about. We have debated Bill C-16 for a handful of days in the House of Commons on second reading before the bill was allowed to move through to this committee. And now you have an offer from the Conservative side to work together to pass Bill C-16 fairly expeditiously in the manner that we've been, similar to the manner that we've been working on C-14. So I don't understand why the Liberal government is now standing in the way of its own crime legislation and apparently filibustering Bill C-16.
Mr. Brock?
Yes, I wholeheartedly endorse the comments from Mr. Baber because that's exactly what's transpiring before us. With respect to Monsieur Fortin's comments about our limited schedule between now and our summer break, there's also a possibility, Chair, that we could look at additional sitting days throughout the week. We could prioritize this. We're willing to work with the government to make this a priority, to ensure that we have a number of witnesses as set out in the amended motion so that we can hear from all the expert subject matter throughout this country so that we can prioritize exactly what has been plaguing Canadians, what has been plaguing law enforcement. With respect to Mr. Housefather's comments about Canadians wanting to deal with C9, well, yes and no. Canadians that I have heard from, religious leaders I have heard from, religious leaders Mr. Baber has heard from, Mr. Lawton has heard from Mr. Gill's perspective, right across this country, never saw fit that this government, this Liberal government who introduced C9, would then make a deal with the Bloc Québécois to put into play the removal of a religious defense that has been available to religious leaders for over 4 decades. We've heard loud and clear with respect to hands off our freedom of expression and freedom of religion, and this is the path that this Liberal government has chosen to take to not prioritize what the Prime Minister wants them to prioritize. Perhaps they need to be talking to the Prime Minister himself or the PMO's office, because this is exactly the messaging that he delivered inside and outside the House. We're willing to work collaboratively to get the job done for Canadians.
Okay, I think we're ready to vote. Mr. Clerk? Oh, sorry, Mr. Fortin.
J'avais relevé la main, Monsieur le Président.
I put my hand up once again, Mr. Chair, and thank you for recognizing me. Simply to mention, and I had asked at the outset of my last intervention, the text, and I will now allow myself to read it. It's the decision that we made last week, and I think that we should look at it, that the committee suspend the clause-by-clause consideration of C9, which is what we have done, the law to modify the criminal code regarding hate crime and access to places of worship, consider 3 changes to the criminal code, to discuss the current bill, B16, an act to amend the criminal code, the Youth Criminal Justice Act, and the National Defence Act, bail and sentencing at its next meeting, and that the committee not to spend its 3rd meeting on Bill C14, being the current meeting, before it is finished the clause-by-clause consideration of Bill 14, and now the 3rd clause, and that at the end of this clause-by-clause consideration of Bill C14, the committee return to the clause-by-clause consideration of Bill C9. That is what our Conservative colleagues and our Liberal colleagues as well, and myself, decided together. In fact, it was a unanimous decision, and that's the decision we made last week. So I don't think that we can change our ideas week by week unless our Conservative friends explain to us what has gone on between last Sunday and today. Has some extraordinary event occurred to completely change their position, such that what we decided last Monday is no longer applicable today? I think it's merely a point of order, Mr. Chair. One must respect one's decisions. We finish C9, and on Mr. Brock's proposal to the effect that we could add days, if he could guarantee to me that there would be no filibustering and that next week we add an extra day to finish a C9, fine, but we deal with C9 right now. We don't put it off for 8 weeks or indefinitely, because we decided this last Monday that we would return to C9. Thank you, Mr.
Mr. Fortin asked what changed. Very simply, the referral of Bill C16 to the Justice Committee. That has always been a priority bill. It's one that we have spoken out very supportively of the intent of. It's something that we have witnesses lined up ready to testify on, and it is something for which there is consensus. We are eager to move forward in the spirit of collaboration. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, now we'll put it to a vote, Mr. Clerk.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. On Mr. Lawton's amendment, Madame Latanzio?
No.
Monsieur Housefather?
No.
Madame Dillon?
No.
Mr. Chang?
No.
Mr. Brock?
Justice for Canadians, yes.
Mr. Baber?
Yes.
Mr. Gill?
Yes.
Mr. Lawton?
Yes.
Mr. Fortin?
Pour les Québécois et les Canadiens,
For Quebecers and Canadians, no.
It was a yes or no vote, people, just so we're clear. Ms. Latanzio?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to bring forward an amendment. And just before I do, nothing has changed from last week, and I'm glad that Mr. Fortin has asked for the reading of the motion because C-16 had been already referred to this committee before we collectively voted unanimously to be able to proceed on C-9. So my amendment will read as follows: that at the conclusion of the clause-by-clause consideration of Bill C-14, the return to clause-by-clause consideration of Bill C-9 as agreed to on January 26, 2026, and if the committee has not completed its clause-by-clause consideration of Bill C-9 by 1 p.m. on February 9th, all remaining amendments submitted to the committee shall be deemed moved, and the chair shall put the question forthwith and successively without further debate on all remaining clauses and amendments submitted to the committee, as well as each and every question necessary to dispose of the clause-by-clause consideration of Bill C-9, and that the committee begin consideration of Bill C-16 at the next meeting following the completion of clause-by-clause of Bill C-9. And I will send immediately a copy to the clerk.
Thank you, Ms. Latanzio. Mr. Baber?
Point of order.
Just let me hear the point of order.
If I may, and this is subject to further comments that may be made with respect to whether Ms. Latanzio's motion is indeed in order, I'd like the chair to please consider that, in my view, the proposed amendment by Ms. Latanzio is not in order in that she disposes with process and privilege of these members to consider clause by clause and argue clause by clause. So further to the request to suspend, please advise if the motion is in order or out of order.
The motion,
On the same point of order.
the motion is receivable.
On the same point of order.
Mr. Lawton?
Just, I would urge in the reconsideration of the point of order, the motion or the amendment addresses a bill not in the main motion, so it is out of scope as an amendment, given the motion that, or the motion that was put forward.
Thank you, Mr. Lawton. Okay, we'll suspend now. order, please. We left off, we were waiting to circulate Ms. Latanzio's sub-amendment, which has now been done. There was a question as to whether that motion was acceptable. I ruled that it was. What do you want, the challenge or the point of order?
No, I want a point of order on a different ground with respect to Ms. Latanzio's motion.
We're dealing with this first.
No, but I'm saying that the motion is not
No,
receivable.
it's a different ground. Okay, we're dealing with the point of order.
Challenge first.
Yeah, we have to deal with one item at a time. Mr. Baber, Mr. Lawton has challenged my ruling. Mr. Clerk?
So the question is on, shall the chair's ruling be sustained? So I will start with Madame Latanzio.
Yes.
Monsieur Housefather.
Yes.
Madame Dillon.
Yes.
Mr. Chang.
Yes.
Mr. Brock.
No.
Mr. Baber.
No.
Mr. Gill.
No.
Mr. Lawton.
No.
Mr. Fortin.
Oui.
Sustained.
Thank you. Okay. Yes, Mr. Baber.
The motion proposed by Ms. Latanzio addresses a bill that is not referred to in the main motion.
Okay, just so I'm clear, I'm not
Yeah.
taking just what you said. Are you challenging the fact that this motion can be received or not? Or are you challenging it on, okay, but that's already been ruled on, it's been voted on, it's been challenged and voted on. So if you're just re-arguing the same issue, we're moving on from that.
I'm presenting a different ground.
It doesn't matter. You're a lawyer, Mr. Baber. I don't know how many times you go into a court and a judge rules, say, hold on, I have another argument, it might change your mind. That doesn't apply here either. Mr. Lawton,
Well, speak to the motion? Do I have the floor?
to the motion itself, yes,
Or to
please.
the amendment?
To the sub-amendment, yes.
This committee has, let me take a step back here. Conservatives on this committee came in the spirit of collaboration to address the issues that C14 deals with and the issues that C16 deals with. We have been clear, as have Canadians, that these are the priorities that they expect of this committee and of the House of Commons when it comes to criminal justice priorities. It has also been clear how much division and disagreement there is on Bill C9, which was why it was frustrating in the fall when our numerous attempts to prioritize bail reform were blocked and thwarted by Liberal members of Parliament. I had hoped that in the new year we would be able to have this reorientation, and I was encouraged by our ability to dedicate, it should have been more, as Monsieur Fortin said, but to dedicate 3 meetings to deal with C14. And I will say, our Conservative team is prepared to sit here all night long until C14 is finished. We believe in this issue. On the amendment that is being proposed by Ms. Latanzio, not only does this downgrade C16, the government's own bill, as being less significant, despite the fact that there is more consensus around this, it also pushes a fundamentally undemocratic demand that not only is Bill C9 dealt with on Monday, but that all debate must end by 1 o'clock, and that any division, disagreement, anything we want to address, to bring in from stakeholders, from constituents, that if we can't get that put on the record in 2 hours, Canadians do not have a right to have their voice heard. This is not just undemocratic, but it is disgraceful on a bill which I would note the Justice Minister himself said in December, in response to some of these issues that were raised about Bill C9, that he was going to spend the winter consulting with faith leaders. There has been no report given to this committee or anyone else. There has been no formal update about what has come of those consultations. I've heard from some people that have reached out to the minister hoping their voice would be heard as part of it, who have not gotten a response. I would note that in our study of Bill C9, we never as a committee had the opportunity to even study the removal of the religious defense. So to say that not only should we not be able to study that, but we shouldn't even be allowed to debate it because we're going to invoke this arbitrary cutoff point where if we can't get to something by 1 o'clock, that's it, debate over, we have to vote on all amendments. That is something that no member of Parliament can look their constituents in the eye on and tell them that they took the deliberative process of this committee seriously. We had hoped that Mr. Brock's motion to prioritize C-16 and stress that spirit of collaboration would be welcomed. There is a priority of justice legislation, evidently. The Liberals do not want to get to sentencing and intimate partner violence. They do not want to get to child protection as much as they want to get to censoring religious texts. It is clear from Ms. Latanzio's amendment where the Liberal priorities are, and that's something they'll have to own up to Canadians. But given that, and given our seriousness about dealing with criminal justice issues that Canadians expect us to deal with, I move that the committee proceed to the consideration of witness testimony of Bill C-14, the Bail and Sentencing Reform Act, the second panel of witnesses.
Say that again, Mr. Lawton.
I move that the committee proceed to the consideration of witness testimony of Bill C-14, the Bail and Sentencing Reform Act. So simply the second panel of witnesses that we have on our agenda for today.
And then what becomes of Ms. Latanzio's motion?
It's a motion to proceed to an item on the agenda is a dilatory motion.
Mr. Chair, I have a question? Point of order? Question?
There's no debate because it's a dilatory motion, but
I understand,
it's a
Mr.
point of
Chair, but
clarification to understand the motion. Okay, all right, okay.
Point of order. Nowhere in the House of Commons rules on procedure does a point of clarification exist.
Well, Mr. Lawton, that may be true, but in order for people to vote, I would hope that you would afford them the opportunity to understand what it is you're proposing so that they can vote on it. That's all. Well, if we let him make his point, we'll find out, won't we?
Because Mr. Brock chose to bring forward his motion to go away from C-14 and stop talking about it. And before the second panel, why did the Conservatives then choose to do it then? If they want to go to the second panel, they actually mysteriously interfered with the testimony.
Okay, thank you.
I'm
Okay.
confused. I would just like clarification.
Thank you, Mr. Housefather. Okay.
Mr. Chair, sorry. Mr. Chair. Oh, now you want C-14 done. Oh, thank God.
You chose to put it there. You chose to interrupt C-14.
Talking at one time. The clerk is trying to speak to me as well. I'm going to suspend for a moment. I've reviewed Mr. Lawton's motion, his dilatory motion. It is not receivable because it is procedurally incorrect. So, continue. Any further discussion?
Point of order, why, can you offer the citation of the standing orders that
Because you can't
supports
bring a
that?
dilatory motion to move to do what we're already doing, which was having witnesses. You can move to move on to some other item or some other issue, but you cannot do it. It's in the rules. Okay, so any further discussion on Ms. Latanzio's sub-amendment?
So, if I understand correctly, Mr. Chair, do I have the floor?
If it's, are you making a point of order, Mr.
Yes.
Brock? Okay, well, then
Okay.
make that clear.
Are we going to continue to show disrespect to the witnesses on the second panel?
That is not a point of order, Mr. Brock. I made it very clear about 45 minutes ago that I would like to move on and get to the witnesses because they went to a lot of trouble to be here today. If people want to sit here and continue making accusations against one another, we're not going to get to a productive discussion. The issue on the floor right now is Ms. Latanzio's sub-amendment. One person speaking at a time, please, and I'm speaking to both sides of the table when I say that. Ms. Latanzio's sub-amendment is what's before us right now. If there is any further discussion on that, raise your hand. Otherwise, we are going to proceed to a vote. Mr. Baber.
Thank you. I believe the leaders of the respective parties have met today to look for a way for the opposition and the government to work together. We've had a sensible proposal made by MP Larry Brock to find a way forward and not just complete C-14 today as intended, and I'm going to put it on the record that Conservatives are not going to leave today until we finish bail, but also proceed with the second piece of legislation that's now before the House, that's now before the committee, that deals with crime, and that's Bill C-16. As I've said, Bill C-16 is not perfect. We're very concerned about the safety valve. We're concerned about the fact that the bill actually undermines mandatory minimum sentences as opposed to figuring out a way to strengthen them. And instead of figuring out a way forward to work cooperatively on priorities that Canadians expect us to work on, the government is ramming down a motion to essentially end debate, to create a time allocation on a bill, on Bill C-9, that is not before the committee right now. My friend, Mr. Housefather, has heard from Mark Sandler, who was invited here both by the Liberals and by the Conservatives. And Mr. Sandler was sitting right there, and he said that there is nothing that Bill C-9 does, there's nothing that Bill C-9 criminalizes that is not already criminal under the criminal code. Instead, what the Liberals have done is they have U-turned 2 or 3 times on the religious defense. I suspect that there may be some disagreement even within the Liberal caucus on Bill C-9. We recall that initially the PMO denied any knowledge of the block amendment. And so instead, where we find ourselves is instead of voting discussing, debating, and then voting clause by clause.
Mr. Fortin has a point of order.
Écoutez, Monsieur le Président, j'écoute.
Look, Mr. Chair, I'm listening to Mr. Barber, and with all the respect that I have for him, the matter of the amendment put by the Bloc Québécois regarding the removal of religious defense has been discussed and voted on, and we have already adopted it, and we were then continuing the clause-by-clause consideration of C-9. So I think we're wasting our time if we are now going back over a discussion if we've already had, wondering whether we did the right thing 2 weeks ago, for one. Second, if we wish to discuss this during our discussion of C-9, well, fine. But right now we've got this motion as to whether we'll move to C-9 or, well, even to C-14. If I listen to Mr. Barber, I should think we would already be at C-9 by now. But if we want to finish C-14, then let's discuss C-9 when we're there, which will be next Monday. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Just to help clarify, and I'll give you the floor back, Mr. Baber. Look, where we are is we are waiting to hear from our last panel of witnesses on C-14. We are then going to proceed to clause by clause. We have resources until 2:15 a.m. tonight. We do not have resources available tomorrow, but we do have resources from 11 a.m. Friday till midnight. And we will be using them if necessary, pursuant to the motion that was agreed to last week. There's an amendment on the floor. There's a motion on the floor by Mr. Brock, an amendment proposed by Ms. Latanzio. If Mr. Baber or Mr. Fortin or anybody else wants to make submissions on C9, I would suggest the contextual environment for that is when we're discussing C9, not when we're debating a motion about C14, in the midst of discussion about C14. If we want, okay, I have the floor, gentlemen. If we want to have that discussion about amendments within C9, we can do so pursuant to what the committee agreed to last week. If we're going to discuss Ms. Latanzio's motion, I would encourage you to do so. I would ask you to restrict your comments to that, not other bills. Thank you.
So I take exception to that, Chair, because Ms. Latanzio's motion explicitly mentions Bill C9. However, I'd like to turn the committee's attention to the reason we're here today, and that is to get C14 done, something the Conservatives intend to call the committee to follow both in spirit and in the letter of the motion that got us here. So let's shelve debate. Let's leave it be. Let's hear from our witnesses. Let's proceed to clause by clause and finish Bill C14 tonight. That is the option that I'm proposing, and to do so, I move that the debate be now adjourned.
All right, that is a dilatory motion, Mr. Baber, so I will ask the clerk to call a vote.
Madame Latanzio?
No.
Monsieur Housefather?
No.
Madame Dillon?
No.
Mr. Wade?
No.
Mr. Brock?
Yes.
Mr. Baber?
Yes.
Mr. Gill?
Yes.
Mr. Lawton?
Yes, I vote to end the Liberal filibuster.
Mr. Fortin?
Non, parce que je...
No, because I'm quite against this current filibuster being carried out by the Conservatives. Thank you.
Chair, I call the vote on my amendment. How many speakers do we have on this?
At the moment, we have one. Mr. Brock?
Get your hands up. Get your hands up, okay? Yes, with respect.
Mr. Brock, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With respect to Ms. Latanzio's sub-amendment, I move to adjourn debate.
We just voted on that. You can't bring the same dilatory motion twice in a row. We just voted on that.
Yeah,
You can't.
I'm bringing it again.
You can't,
Why?
because it's against the rules. That's why we discussed this. I would encourage you to speak to your people behind you. All right, next speaker. I don't have anybody on the list right now. Mr. Lawton, Mr. Gill, okay.
Thank you. So you accurately set out where we are a few moments ago, Mr. Chair. We had all agreed, Conservatives, Liberals, Bloc Québécois, to deal with C14 on an incredibly expeditious timeline. Again, we had hoped to deal with it in the fall, but here we are. We had committed, and I'm actually still hopeful, less hopeful after the previous Liberal vote there a moment ago, that we would be able to dispense with C14 tonight. I've had, including from my riding, women's groups that have reached out to me very encouraged about Bill C16's referral to committee. And I had told them that I was hopeful we'd be able to get to C16 as early as Monday. And it's curious to me that the Liberals do not want that. And one of the trends that we saw in the fall was them holding their own justice reforms hostage behind Bill C-9, a bill that has been steeped in division, a bill that has been denounced in whole or in part by the United Church of Canada, by the National Council of Canadian Muslims, by the Canadian Council of Imams, by the Rabbinical Council of Toronto, by the Primate of the Anglican Church of Canada, by the Canadian Conference of Catholic Bishops. And it's to me quite disturbing that the Liberals think they know better about faith in this country and religious freedom than all of these groups representing virtually every denomination and every faith group in this country. And why that is relevant, to reiterate my previous point, is that Ms. Latanzio has put a guillotine on debate on Bill C-9 that prevents any of these voices from being considered when we meet next. And in doing so, is holding up crucial reforms to sentencing that we were eager, again, we could work across party lines in the spirit of collaboration and deal with. Now, I had been very optimistic that we would be able to hear from our second panel of witnesses, understanding that we have only had 3 meetings dedicated to Bill C-14. Evidently, the Liberals did not want to hear from our witnesses, which is why they voted against Mr. Baber's motion to adjourn debate. I think that's quite shameful, but this is just what we have to deal with. We are still committed, as we always have been, to fixing the broken Liberal bail system. Now, I understand your previous ruling about moving to something that we were supposed to be already on the agenda, but I'm taking my cues from your previous ruling, Mr. Chair, and I move to proceed to clause-by-clause consideration of Bill C-14, a separate item on the agenda.
We are on clause-by-clause of C-14.
No, we are not. We are on witness testimony.
We're on witness testimony, and then we're going to clause-by-clause. So you're moving to dispose of the witnesses and not hear from them?
No, actually, I moved to proceed to hearing from the witnesses, but you ruled that out of order. If you're willing to reconsider, I'm happy to move again that we hear right now from our witnesses on C-14.
So you've now thrown 2 or 3 things out there. Which is it?
Well, Chair, with respect, I previously moved that we proceed to hearing from witnesses. You ruled that out of order. If you are not willing to accept...
I ruled it procedurally out of order, Mr. Lawton. Okay. That's correct, yes.
Okay.
So now what are you moving now?
If you will not allow that, I move that we proceed to clause-by-clause consideration of Bill C-14.
Okay, so that would require us to not hear from the witnesses.
Chair,
I'm asking for clarification.
Well, no, I would love to hear from witnesses, but
I'm asking what the effect of your motion is, Mr. Lawton. It's a very simple question.
The effect would be that, but I say that with reluctance because I would love to hear from the witnesses.
So we're clear, so people know what they're about to vote on.
Yes, but I would prefer to hear from the witnesses.
So your motion is that we don't hear from these 2 witnesses and we move immediately clause by clause on C-14.
Chair, you are being very, very playful with your words, and I think it's to serve a political purpose, with respect.
Mr. Lawton, do not challenge my motives or in my integrity.
Well, I'm saying that you are trying to inject motive in my motion.
I'm asking for clarification of your motion so that everybody is clear on what they're voting on.
Yeah. I, with reluctance, given your previous ruling, move to proceed to clause-by-clause consideration, which would require ending witness testimony on C-14.
Thank you. That was a very easy way to get to that point, Mr. Lawton.
Mr. Chair, can we suspend a couple of minutes?
Yes. had just finished clarifying Mr. Lawton's motion. Upon reviewing it, my ruling is that it is not receivable. So we're back to Ms. Latanzio's sub-amendment.
Challenge.
That's your right. Okay. Ruling's being challenged. Mr. Clerk?
Yes. Madame Latanzio?
Yes, I support the chair's decision.
Monsieur Householder?
Oui.
Madame Dillon?
Oui.
Mr. Wade?
Oui.
Mr. Chang, sorry. Sorry about that.
No problem. Oui.
Mr. Brock?
Yes to sustain. It should be no to challenge.
Mr. Bamber?
No.
Mr. Gill?
No.
Mr. Lawton?
No.
Mr. Fortin?
Oui.
Decision is sustained.
Okay, so we're back to Ms. Latanzio's sub-amendment.
Point of order.
Mr. Lawton, yeah, go ahead.
Is it not an amendment from Ms. Latanzio?
Sorry, what did I say?
You said sub-amendment, okay.
Okay, sorry.
No, it's an amendment.
We're back to Ms. Latanzio's
Amendment to my
amendment
motion?
to Mr. Brock's motion.
Okay.
We had voted on Mr. Lawton's sub-amendment, and now we're back on Ms. Latanzio's amendment, correct? So, Mr. Gill, I believe you have the floor.
So, thank you, Chair. First of all, it is important that we get to the work on fixing the liberal broken bail system. And we are here to address C14, and the panelists are also here. We must listen to them as well. It is very important, in my opinion. We are here to offer collaboration and cooperation. And what I am going to say is, we heard from businesses, owners, local politicians, and law enforcement that bail system is broken. It's a critical issue to the safety of our communities. Canadians have been clear that they want us parliamentarians to work together to fix the bail system. And the Liberals have created a system that sees our streets flooded with repeat offenders released on bails hours after arrest, only to reoffend. I have been hearing from my constituents that they are scared. They are worried for their safety. They are begging for us here in Ottawa to make their streets safe, to ensure that repeat offenders are behind bars, not out on the street or not out on the bail. C14, we should go clause by clause and address all those things that matter most to Canadians, and especially in Brampton and in my riding of Brampton West. While we are on the conservative side of the House, believe that C14 is also flawed, but we agree that it is an important over the current catch and release system of C75. That is why we want to committee to move on this important bill like our constituents are asking us to do. I will suggest that we must proceed to clause by clause. This is very important bill, and that's why we were here today. This is an important matter that we are discussing. C14, as long as we will complete this, we can send it to the third reading, and then it can go to the Senate, and communities will feel some confidence at least. And I will strongly suggest that we should go on clause by clause.
Thank you, Mr. Gill. That's the end of the speakers list. So,
No. Mr. Lawton.
okay,
Mr.
Mr.
Chair,
Lawton,
can you
Ms.
please put
Latanzio,
me-
Mr. Brock.
Yeah.
Thank you. I, again, cannot stress enough that we should be finding opportunities for collaboration and consensus wherever we can. And Minister Fraser was here last week. I had hoped that he would come, and I hope he still will at some point for his mandate and priorities appearance that this committee agreed to in September. I note with great interest the Liberal deference to a motion we passed last week on Bill C-14, but they have not been as keen to uphold the other motions we passed months ago to have the Minister of Public Safety here, the Minister of Justice here. But Minister Fraser last week talked about what he views as a very aggressive crime-fighting agenda from the Liberal government. And of the 3 bills that he has introduced as justice bills, C-14, C-16, and C-9, 2 of which Conservatives have been very eager and willing to work with the government on since the day that they were tabled. It was only because, the reason we're in this situation is because the very first justice bill that the Liberal government put forward was Bill C-9, a bill that we heard testimony from a range of groups on, from civil liberties activists, from labor groups, and in doing so, we heard a lot of really frustrating concerns about the bill that were not just coming from people of faith, were coming from people who value the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Again, not voices the Liberals typically want to hear. But why this is important is because Bill C-9 got even more divisive and more toxic in the committee stage when it was amended with an amendment from Monsieur Fortin and supported by my Liberal colleagues. And that was to remove long-standing religious protection. So that is why Conservatives have taken the position we have on Bill C-9. That's why we've done the work we have, and I spent much of our winter recess engaging with communities who were not consulted as part of Bill C-9. We're not consulted, we're not allowed to hear, to testify before committee, had not even been invited to weigh in on the religious defense aspect because it was introduced as an amendment. My office took the liberty of asking for people to submit unofficial briefs, which when we are dealing with C-9, I was going to continue to cite because these are people that should have had their perspectives heard as part of the original consultation and didn't. But why I bring this up is to stress the point that it is absolutely negligent and undemocratic to try to condense all further discussion about Bill C-9 to 2 hours on Monday morning. All discussion. That is what Ms. Latanzio's amendment would do. It would say that and by the way, I don't know the exact number, but there are numerous amendments from all parties, Conservative, Liberal, and Bloc. Amendments that have been put on notice that we cannot discuss the contents of because of parliamentary privilege, but amendments that each of them raises important legal questions, important political questions, important questions that we as a committee must, in doing our job, consider. And to say that all of that has to be done in 2 hours, and if we don't get to it, then automatically it goes to a vote without ever having the chance to discuss it, without ever having the chance to speak to the Department of Justice officials who have been very patient through this whole process and who have a lot of very important insights to share. So this is why we do not believe that it is fair for the Liberals or reasonable for the Liberals to hold Bill C-9 hostage behind bills that we are eager to work with them on and, as evidenced by what we've done on C-14, are willing to do. And I still hold out hope. It is 6:45 p.m. right now. Chair, you told us that we have resources until 2:15 a.m. I have seen the amendments. I think that there is a lot of common ground between parties. I still hold out hope that we could have C-14 completed tonight and sent back to the House. That is my sincere hope. This poisonous amendment from Ms. Latanzio is yet again attempting to hold our work on C-14 hostage behind something that we cannot support on C-9. So I am willing to have this discussion. I'm willing to debate this amendment and the motion at hand as amended or as not amended. What I will ask for unanimous consent on from this committee is that we continue this discussion in good faith on Ms. Latanzio's amendment and Mr. Brock's motion at the conclusion of clause-by-clause consideration of C-14, which would allow us to, tonight, in a matter of hours, send a bail bill back to the House of Commons for third reading. I am seeking consent that we prioritize that now, whether that is witnesses or clause by clause. I would hope that we could do witnesses first, but I am seeking unanimous consent from the committee on this. We'll continue this motion after clause by clause on Bill C-14 is concluded.
Thank you, Mr. Lawton. Do we have unanimous consent?
No.
Thank you. Okay. Is that the end of your submissions, Mr. Lawton?
That was hesitant. Can I?
Is that the end of your submission, Mr. Lawton?
No. I'll just point out for the record that once again, Liberals have obstructed fixing the bail system right now.
No, they haven't.
Now I'm finished.
Well, I have a long list of Conservative speakers, starting with, Mr. Latanzio and then Mr. Brock.
Mr. Chair, thank you. We have been at this for maybe close to 2 hours. Can I indulge and ask the clerk, Mr. Chair, how many witnesses from the opposition have spoken? Speakers, I'm sorry. How many speakers from the opposition have spoken to my amendment up until this point? I'm just curious. And how many times have they taken, for example, the floor to be able to speak to an amendment that was brought forward by may I remind the committee here, by a motion by Member Brock while we were in the middle of listening to witnesses? We could have easily continued listening to witnesses this evening and carried on what we set out to do, which was to study clause by clause on Bill C-14. And what are we doing? We are arguing over a timetable of Bill C-9 as to when we are going to hear and conclude the study of Bill C-9. We took a unanimous decision last week to be able to continue the study of C-9. And here we are reversing course. And not only that, we take advantage of introducing this motion in the middle of having witnesses here, and they've been very patient, and I feel for you, when we could have done this perhaps at the end of the meeting. But no, we need to be able to do this now. This is classic obstruction and filibustering. And they have the gall to be able to say, we want to pass C-14. The actions don't reflect what you're saying. So, Mr. Chair, can I just have a readout of how many people have spoken on this sub-amendment and how many times they've taken the floor to be able to speak on this sub-amendment?
Yeah, look, I mean, there's 4 members from the Conservative Party. I'm not sure how many times.
4 of us have spoken. Okay.
4 of them
times. Over and over and over and over. This is not complicated. It's either you're for this or you're against this. Let's carry on. If your intentions are to be able to get C-14 done, Mr. Chair, let's do it. Let's vote on this. You vote in favor, you vote against it, let's carry on. It's classic filibustering. It's classic obstruction right here. There you go. So I call the vote.
Thank you, Ms. Latanzi. Okay, Mr. Brock.
Still on the speakers list.
Mr. Brock,
Okay.
Mr. Brock, you have the floor.
Thank you. All I can say is, wow. Wow. I'm not done. Not even close to being done, okay? Mark your clocks because I'm not even close to being done. Wow from a parliamentary secretary who's virtue signaling, trying to suggest that we are here to filibuster C-14. When the parliamentary secretary herself decided to censor conservatives from sharing stories gathered right across this country since we adjourned
Point of order,
just
Mr.
before
Chair.
Christmas.
Point of order.
Just a moment, Mr.
I
Brock.
take exception. What is this censor?
Fair comment. Look, we've discussed this in the past, and I'm going to say this to both sides.
That's not a point of order.
Okay, Mr. Brock, I'm trying to maintain a level of civility here, and I think you respect the fact that I do try to do that. I'm asking all members of this committee to speak in a manner that shows respect to your colleagues on both sides of the tables.
Okay, then
Because I don't want to get into a situation where I have to rule on something somebody said that might have, been offside. So just keep that in mind. That's all I'm asking.
So I don't want to offend the sensitivity of my Liberal colleagues. So I'll move away from the word censorship. But she certainly wants to restrict my parliamentary privileges, Mr. Babers, Mr. Gills, Mr. Lawton's, by unilaterally deciding that as parliamentary secretary, and I guess by extension, speaking on behalf of the Minister of Justice, who promised the House that he was going to be meeting with stakeholders over Christmas. We've heard that several stakeholders have reached out to his office asking for a response, and he doesn't have the decency to respond. Nor have we heard anything from his office or through Ms. Latanzio as to who he met with. How many individuals did he meet with? What were their concerns? What were their suggestions? And what did he telegraph? But Ms. Latanzio, as parliamentary secretary, has decided she wants to breach parliamentary privilege. She wants to put a limit on our democratic rights as members of parliament. We all represent constituencies, some larger than others. I have heard loud and clear from stakeholders in the Great Riding of Brantford, Brant South, Six Nations. I've taken meetings. I've answered emails. I've responded to phone calls. I've made presentations at churches, at community groups, and there is absolute outrage out there that this government, not on their own initiative. Now, I appreciate Mr. Housefather's passions, and I'm sure as a very strong advocate, he made his position known to not only Ms. Latanzio, but to Mr. Fraser, his concerns about the events that we heard through Monsieur Fortin, about that radical Islam preacher in Montreal, which my belief was the genesis of the creation of their amendment. I'm sure Mr. Housefather shared those concerns, and I have no doubt advocated to some degree for its removal. But C9, as introduced in the House at first reading, as debated at second reading, as studied over the course, and I don't know how many days, Mr. Chair, we heard witnesses, but several, at least a half a dozen days, from witnesses chosen by the Conservative Party, witnesses chosen by the Liberal Party, witnesses chosen by the Bloc Québécois. And I'll say this again, I've repeated this comment at least 3 times, and this might be the 4th time. Apart from Monsieur Fortin's advocacy, the focus of all of his interventions was to gain a perspective as to whether or not individual witnesses from across this country supported the removal of the religious exemption. Not one member of the Conservative Party pursued that avenue. Not one member of the Liberal Party, maybe with the exception of Mr. Housefather. And if Mr. Housefather raised it during one of his questions, you know, I'll stand corrected. But it certainly was not, Mr. Chair, a persuasive theme that was introduced by any member of the Liberal team, save and except the advocacy of Monsieur Fortin. We get to the point where clause by clause is about to start. And various parties, all 3 parties, put forth their suggested amendments. There was no amendment that supported Monsieur Fortin's amendment to remove that exemption from the Conservative Party. And I might add, of great significance, not one amendment by the Liberal government to support Mr. Fortin's amendment to remove that defense. And perhaps with the exception of Mr. Housefather, I would dare say not one member of the Liberal front bench, including their Justice Minister, including the Prime Minister, including the backbench, not one member spoke in favor of supporting the Bloc amendment. And I want Canadians to really appreciate that narrative, because that narrative is the absolute truth. It is all on record for anyone who sees fit to review the comments I've made to verify those comments as being said in the House of Commons, or even outside the House. I'm a ferocious reader when it comes to Canadian politics. Sometimes my staff get quite angry with me because I might be reading something at 5 o'clock in the morning and I feel the need to share that. So sometimes I'm disturbing the sleep of my staff, but that's just who I am. And I've warned all my staffers in the interview process, you have to accept the idiosyncrasies of your boss, because sometimes an idea might come to me at 3 o'clock in the morning and I need to reach out to a staff member. That's just who I am. But during the course of all of my review of various political articles from all the major publications that are out there and the media, not once did I review anything remotely coming from the Liberal Party of Canada, specifically the members on the Justice Committee who telegraphed any support for Monsieur Fortin's amendment. So we were optimistic as Conservative members that we were going to work collaboratively with the Liberal government, and I agree with Mr. Baybar's assessment that there is nothing in C9. In fact, part of my speeches that I made on C9, I clarified C9 as being completely redundant. Absolutely redundant. Does this give the police services that magic elixir to finally deal with the hatred that has been spewing on our streets literally on a daily basis? No. This never was an issue of a lack of tools. This was a lack of will. A will being dictated either by management of police services and or in conjunction with their municipal leaders and partners. And in fact, I think on the last occasion I gave an example. I didn't identify the city, but I'll repeat it again, just blatant examples of criminality directed towards Jewish people who simply wanted to enjoy their faith, to congregate with their peers, and to celebrate whatever celebration on the Jewish calendar that existed when that event took place. And what they were subjected to in the presence of police was appalling. So really, Mr. Chair, it's no small wonder, and again, this is another theme that I often speak about in my interventions in the House and at committee, it's no small wonder that the Canadian public has completely lost faith, not only in our federal institutions, they've lost faith with police services. And I recently returned from a trip in Surrey and spoke to media out there. I spoke to victims of extortion. And this is, in my view, not only a local, but it is a provincial and national crisis. And again, the theme is we don't trust the police. The police are telling us, just pay. Whatever the amount is that they're trying to extort from you, just pay. Or maybe hide in your basement. Or hide in a locked room, or develop and create a safe room. Horrible advice. Absolutely despicable advice, where someone should enjoy the sanctity of their castle peacefully, knowing that they're not going to be facing an extortion crisis or someone shooting into their residence or shooting into their businesses, threatening to kill them. This is what life is like on the streets in Surrey, and it's a breakdown, again, in policing. So, again, full circle. So where are we at now? We're at this point where the government, and I don't know why, nor has there been any explanation offered by the Prime Minister or any member of this committee on the Liberal side, or our Justice Minister, Sean Fraser, as to why he saw fit to secretively reach out to the Bloc Québécois and broker a deal to support the Bloc's amendment to remove a 4-decade law and defense in the criminal code in exchange for buying support for the passage of the rest of the bill. And the media certainly caught on to it, because I read that particular weekend about this secretive backroom deal. And the only thing I could surmise from that, given the history that I have shared with this committee today and on other days, is there must have been some fear on behalf of the government that C9 was in jeopardy of passing. Why else would they make an absolute political decision running completely contrary to anything that they did by way of communication or what they did in terms of interviewing witnesses at this committee? And I think it was Mr. Lawton or Mr. Baybar that raised the point. Had we known, Mr. Chair, that this would have been an issue, perhaps there would have been a refocusing of questioning from my Conservative colleagues. Because, you know, quite frankly, we need to hear evidence from subject matter experts on this issue. And I don't think we necessarily got the best evidence for any member of this committee, maybe with the exception of Monsieur Fortin, to make that reasonable conclusion that there was evidence to support his position. So we were critical of the government's approach to prioritizing C9 as the first piece of criminal legislation introduced by this so-called new Liberal government led by Mark Carney. We knew that crime was a major issue in the last election, Mr. Chair, because all the parties were talking about it. How could they not talk about it when I can dare say I can't wake up, sometimes I said 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning, and look at my news feed, and I cannot read another heartbreaking story of some other repeat violent criminal promising the court, I'll comply with all of these conditions. I don't care how restrictive the conditions are, Your Honor. I'll agree to electronic monitoring if necessary. I'll stay away from victims. I'll stay away from certain places. I'll refrain from the use, possession of firearms, a whole litany of conditions. knowing full well, again, this harkens back on the some 20 years of crowning in the province of Ontario. They'll say just about anything, including anything, to secure their passage out of jail. And one story after another, literally minutes, sometimes hours, sometimes days, they've completely abandoned that promise they made to the courts, sometimes putting sureties at risk. Sometimes these sureties might be close friends, maybe family members, putting the whole process at risk just so they can continue what they know best, and that is breaking the law, without any concern about consequences, because why would they be concerned about consequences when in the last 10 years, this Liberal government has created a climate of non-compliance and zero consequence.
Mr. Chair,
It is
point of-
telegraphed.
Sorry, Mr. Brock, point of, yes, Ms. Latanzio.
Mr. Chair, I just, in reading and rereading the amendment, I would invite the member to reread it also. It's very clear, we want to continue on the study of clause by clause of Bill C-14, and all that amendment does is set the timetable and reaffirm what we've already decided last week. Now, my colleague is just going all over, and there's no relevance, basically, to the amendment, Mr. Chair.
Point of order. On the,
Point of order on the point of order.
well, it's on the point of order.
Mr. Lawton, sorry.
Ms. Latanzio is, I presume, deliberately misrepresenting what was agreed to last week. There was no limitation of debate. The actual desire by the Liberals to censor and restrict debate was not agreed to by anyone. So that is a misrepresentation of the motion at hand.
I didn't hear her say that. Mr. Brock, you have the floor.
Do we have are there other Conservative members?
Mr. Brock,
that
you
have
have
been
the floor.
Yeah, I'm asking the chair a question.
And
Are there
and
other?
you have the floor. You've got the floor to make submissions.
And I'm going to make submissions, Chair. I'm just asking if other Conservative members have indicated their willingness to intervene on this issue.
They have.
Okay, thank you. All right, I can continue to wax on, but I want to get to the point because I guess Ms. Latanzio doesn't appreciate relevancy, and I was going to circle back to relevancy literally within, I don't know, maybe another half an hour from now. But I can cut to the chase, and if necessary, I can go back and I can finish the history that I wanted to share with this committee. So I'm prepared to move a sub-amendment to Ms. Latanzio's amendment to read that at the conclusion of clause-by-clause consideration of Bill C-14, the committee immediately proceed to the consideration of Bill C-16, which was the preamble to my motion. Ms. Latanzio's amendment was to return to clause-by-clause consideration of Bill C-9 as agreed to on January 26, 2026, and delete the following. And if the committee has not completed its clause-by-clause consideration of Bill C-9 by 1 p.m. on February the 9th, all remaining amendments submitted to the committee shall be deemed moved, and the chair shall put the question forthwith and successfully without further debate on all remaining clauses and amendments submitted to the committee, as well as each and every question necessary to dispose of the clause-by-clause consideration of Bill C-9. That entire passage be deleted, and the rest of the motion continue, and that the committee begin consideration of Bill C-16 at the next meeting following the completion of clause by clause on Bill C-9. That is the sub-amendment that I'm moving at this time.
Thanks, Mr. Brock. Do you have that in writing?
I can get it in writing.
Okay, so let's suspend for a few minutes. We'll
Thank
get it in
you.
writing. Order. When we suspended, Mr. Brock had just put forward his sub-amendment to Ms. Latanzio's amendment, which I believe has now been circulated and received by all, and you've all had an opportunity to read it. So is there any discussion on Mr. Brock's sub-amendment? Mr. Brock? Guess not. I guess we can just... All right. If there's no discussion, we can go right to a vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So on the sub-amendment,
On the sub-amendment.
Madame Latanzio,
Yes.
Monsieur Hosfather,
Yes.
Madame Dillon,
Yes.
Mr. Chang,
Yes.
Mr. Brock.
What are we voting on?
What are we voting
On
on?
the sub-amendment, on your sub-amendment?
On our
My
They
sub-amendment.
say yes. So
You said yes?
yeah.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, Mr. Barber, Mr. Gill, Mr. Lawton,
Yes.
Mr. Fortin.
We.
Wait for the mic.
Okay. Well, we still have to vote on the amendment and the motion. We have to go back. We have to, no, we have to go back to the amendment.
Motion as amended. Yeah,
The amendment.
as amended.
Now we're going back to the Ms. Latanzio's amendment as amended by Mr. Brock's sub-amendment.
We voted on my sub-amendment.
To your amendment. Yeah.
The sub-amendment, it was voted for. Wouldn't we
So
just
now
go
we
to the
go back
main
to the
motion
main
with the
motion.
sub-amendment as included?
We voted on the sub-amendment. Now we're voting on the amendment as amended by the sub-amendment. That's
Okay.
procedurally the correct way to
Okay.
do it. Yeah.
Yeah, I would just vote yes.
Yes.
It gives us a timetable. Okay.
Mr. Mr.
It's the
Barber?
same wording again that we're voting to accept. We just accepted.
Okay, let's be crystal clear here. Ms. Latanzio introduced an amendment to Mr. Brock's motion. Mr. Brock then introduced a sub-amendment to her amendment. We just voted on the sub-amendment. Now we're going to vote on the amendment as amended by Mr. Brock's sub-amendment. That's where we are. Mr. Lawton.
I'd like to speak to the amendment. No, we dispensed with the sub-amendment, and now we are on the amendment. Yes.
We're back on the amendment as
Yes.
amended. Mr. Lawton, you have the
amended.
floor.
Thank you. So I want to make a couple of things clear, which is that this whole exercise that the Liberals have subjected this committee to has been entirely unnecessary. They can laugh
Point of
about it,
order.
just as they.
Point of order.
Mr. Housefather?
Yes, this was a motion by Mr. Brock that interrupted witness testimony. The Liberals haven't
That's not a
subjected
point of
us to
order.
anything. Well,
Thank
we
you,
just
Mr.
agreed on
Housefather.
something. You could stop and we could vote and go ahead, but now you have to again.
Okay, both sides. We're not having debate across the table. Anybody who wants to make submissions, you do it through me, please. Thank you, Mr. Housefather. Mr. Lawton, you have the floor.
Again, the further Liberal interruptions in what we're trying to do here. The exercise is unnecessary because we have been trying to this whole night, and I remain an optimist. I haven't been in Ottawa long enough to have that stripped from me, apparently, but I remain an optimist that we can deal with Bill C-14 in its entirety tonight. The issue at hand, and this is where we're quite frustrated with our Liberal colleagues, that they have not been taking a very easy opportunity that we have offered now more times than I can count to prioritize a bill for which there is a lot more consensus among Canadians against some of the witnesses among some of the witnesses we've heard from today, and deal with C-16 as soon as Monday. That still remains the preference, not just of Conservative members of this committee, but of Canadians who have been asking for the Liberal government to finally respond to some of these calls. And you
Relevance.
know,
Mr. Chair, point of order.
Yes, Mr. Housefather.
Relevance. We just adopted, based on a sub-amendment by a Conservative member, a motion that says what sequence we're going in. there is no debate related to the clause anymore about the order. It was just adopted. And the relevance of this is not there. We've had 2.5 hours where they've made this point. They've just accepted a sub-amendment that puts C9 back on Monday, and this is not in there. So it is not relevant anymore what Mr. Lawton is saying. He's just further filibustering and delaying the meeting based on a motion his own party put forward.
Thank you, Mr. Lawton.
Mr.
Housefather has a point, so try to keep it within the context of the discussion, please.
The point of the motion as amended is about the priorities of this committee and the priorities of legislation. So my comments are entirely keeping with that. I am stating, and I don't know if there's anyone behind me on the speaking list, I'm fully prepared to go to a vote in a matter of moments here. I'm just stating for the record here, because I think it is important that we have been trying to ensure that bail and sentencing reform are this committee's priorities. And that has been the olive branch that we've been extending to the Liberals for many months. It's certainly the olive branch we've been extending and has been swatted away by the Liberals at every stage in this particular meeting. The most egregious part of the sub-amendment, I'm glad we dispensed with that, was limiting the time that we could debate C9. But I still think it is incredibly concerning that the Liberals are prioritizing this bill without the minister having informed Canadians as to any of the consultations he's purportedly taken, that bill is still in their mind more pressing than a bill that deals with mandatory minimum penalties, a bill that deals with intimate partner violence, a bill that deals with protecting women and children, which should be a priority that all of us, and I truly believe all of us do share, but it should be a higher priority than a bill that takes aim at religious freedom. So with that being said, I appreciate the Liberal willingness to remove the limitation on debate, but I still have to question why they are so hell-bent on moving forward a bill that has provisions they found so objectionable. But the priority for us is and always will remain fixing the broken Liberal bail system. And I'm glad that we can finally get back to C14. So I thank the Liberals for that.
Thank you. Okay, I'm calling the vote on the amendment.
So, on the amendment as amended, Madame Latenzio?
Yes.
Mr. Housefather?
Oui.
Yes.
Oui.
No.
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 Mr. Lawton?
No.
Mr. Fortin?
Oui. Carries. Thank you. Motion carried.
So on the main motion.
Okay, so I'm going to call the vote on the main motion now.
Okay. So on the motion as amended, Madame Latenzio?
Yes.
Mr. Housefather?
Yes.
Madame Dillon?
Yes.
Mr. Chang?
Yes.
Mr. Brock?
Okay.
Yeah, hold on.
What are we voting for? Can I get that clarified, please?
On the motion as amended?
Read the motion as amended so they understand.
Okay. Okay. So I will read the motion as amended. And bear with me, there are some changes. So I will read it in English to begin with and in French after. Oui?
Oui.
Just pour être sûr. OK, parfait. So the motion as amended would be that at the conclusion of the clause-by-clause consideration of Bill C-14, the committee returned to clause-by-clause consideration of Bill C-9 as agreed to on January 26, 2026, and that the committee begin consideration of Bill C-16 at the next meeting following the completion of clause-by-clause on Bill C-9.
Thank you.
That's the motion as amended.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I don't think we need to start over again. Everybody understands what they voted. Okay, so we were at Mr. Brock, I
Parce que
believe.
Monsieur Fortin has something now. Okay, we'll continue.
C'est parce qu'il y a un problème de traduction. Là, c'est rare, je l'écoute traduit, j'écoute souvent plancher, mais là, la traduction disait autre chose que ce que
Yeah,
j'ai.
hold on, Mr. Fortin, the translation's not working.
Je disais seulement.
The interpretation said something that, look, I was just saying that there may have been an error, with all the respect I have for the interpreters, because what I heard in French is contrary to what I have written here in French. But what I have here at the end, that the committee undertake the Bill C-16 at the meeting after it finishes consideration of Bill C-9, clause by clause. That's what we're voting on, yes, thank you.
Just so we're clear, everybody, why don't we start the vote over again so there's no misunderstanding? I don't want anybody uncertain at the conclusion of this. Okay, clerk.
So on the motion as amended again, Madame Latanzio? Yes. Mr. Housefather?
Yes.
Madame Dillon?
Oui.
Mr. Chang?
Oui.
Mr. Brock?
No.
Mr. Bamber?
No.
Mr. Gill?
No.
Mr. Lawton?
No.
Mr. Fortin?
Oui.
Carries.
Motion carried. Okay. Back to the witnesses, yeah. The next line in my script says that we're starting the second hour of the meeting. I'll skip that part. So, seriously, I want to ask the committee members to not speak unless they have the floor, for starters, but I want to thank our witnesses, and I can't stress enough how grateful we are for your patience in sitting here waiting to testify, because we know it's important to us and we know it's important to you that you're here. So please accept appreciation on behalf of the entire committee. On that, so we have our witnesses are from the International Downtown Association of Canada. We have Paul McKinnon, who's the chairperson, and from the Retail Council of Canada, we have Matt Poirier, who's the vice president and federal government relations. So, gentlemen, thank you again. And Mr. Poirier, I'll start with you. You have up to 5 minutes.
Great. Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to represent the Retail Council of Canada, the voice of retail in this country. We represent over 54,000 storefronts of all sizes, from national chains to independent merchants. As an industry, we are the largest private sector employer in Canada, providing jobs to more than 2.3 million Canadians. That is 1 in every working Canadians. We also contribute over $80 billion annually to Canada's GDP. So simply put, when retail is healthy, the Canadian economy is healthy. But right now, our sector is facing a crisis that is unique in the Canadian landscape. If you ask any retailer in this country what their #1 issue is, they won't say inflation or supply chains, which are pretty big problems at the moment. They will tell you it is retail crime. This is no longer just the cost of doing business. It is a full-blown national emergency for our sector. The data from Statistics Canada backs us up. Last year, while the overall crime severity index fell by 4% and property crimes dropped generally, police reported shoplifting rose by 14%. It has increased now for 4 consecutive years. Retail is the glaring statistical exception in Canada's crime landscape. Our industry estimates that the total impact of this crime is nearing the $9 billion mark annually. But the real story isn't just the value of goods stolen. It is the diversion of capital. Every dollar a retailer is forced to spend on security guards or a locking case is a dollar not being spent on productivity improvements. Those types of investments that would benefit the economy and Canadians alike. We are essentially forcing our businesses to invest in defense rather than growth. This results in a massive hidden tax on every Canadian consumer. How big is that $9 billion hit to consumers from retail crime? It works out to $580 per household, and more still when the rising cost of additional security measures is added. The perpetrators also, I'll add, aren't Robin Hoods. They're hurting their neighbors economically, as well as store owners, with increasing violence, brazenness, and gang activity. We are here today because we want to move past from describing the problem to implementing its solutions. Bill C-14, in our view, is a common sense first step. First, C-14 addresses the revolving door. The expanded reverse onus provisions for repeat violent offenders directly target the prolific criminals responsible for a massive percentage of these incidents. When a retailer sees the same face back in their store stealing 48 hours after an arrest, it demoralizes the staff and undermines public confidence. This bill gives the courts the tools to stop that cycle. Second, it targets the business of crime. By making organized retail theft an explicit aggravating factor in sentencing, this legislation finally acknowledges that we aren't dealing with petty shoplifting. We are dealing with sophisticated criminal networks that sell stolen property for profit. C-14 ensures the punishment actually fits the organized nature of the offense. Third and finally, it prioritizes worker safety. With a surge in retail violence since the pandemic, our 2.3 million workers need to know the law is on their side. The focus on deterrence for repeat offenders sends a clear message. The safety of the person behind the counter is a national priority. Now, looking beyond this bill, we see C-14 as the foundation for a broader national strategy. To truly turn the tide, we will eventually need to complement this legislation with a national reporting portal to track organized rings across provincial lines and modernize information sharing between retailers and police forces. Of course, ensuring our justice system and police forces are adequately funded to tackle these big challenges is vital. Bill C-14 is the catalyst we've been waiting for. It is the solution retailers and the communities they serve need. We urge this committee to support its swift passage. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. McKinnon.
Well, good evening, and thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to all the members of the committee for the opportunity to appear before you today. So my name is Paul McKinnon. I am the chair of the International Downtown Association of Canada, and I'm also the CEO of the Downtown Halifax Business Commission. IDA Canada is a national coalition of more than 500 business improvement associations, or BIAs. As such, we collectively represent hundreds of thousands of landlords and business owners, large and small, in downtowns and main streets across the country. Our organization's clear mandate is to advocate on behalf of our members, but our broader goal is to ensure that our downtowns remain centers of commercial activity and innovation, and also cultural hubs enjoyed by all citizens. Canada's downtowns reflect our national character. They are the showroom of our cities. For that reason, IDA Canada believes it is important to speak to this committee today about an issue that is increasingly affecting downtowns and urban cores across the country, and that is crime. While crime is certainly not exclusive to downtowns, its impacts are most visible and felt most acutely on our main streets, not just in large cities, but increasingly in small towns, and increasingly from coast to coast, from Vancouver, British Columbia, to Thunder Bay, Ontario, to my hometown of Bridgewater, Nova Scotia. Downtowns are shared public spaces, places where people work, live, shop, and gather, to celebrate, to mourn, or to peacefully protest. But when public safety deteriorates in these settings, the trust that sustains these communities erodes. The consequences of this erosion are increasingly visible in downtowns across Canada. I'm sure you've seen it in your own communities, especially this past 5 years or so. All of my colleagues across the country tell similar stories. Beyond increasing social disorder, homelessness, addiction, visible drug use, we see an escalation in brazen daytime shoplifting, a crime that victimizes business owners and terrorizes frontline staff, often young women. This crime is perpetrated again and again by the same individuals, some driven by need, but oftentimes organized and seemingly with impunity. Frustrated local police report that arrests are ineffective, and businesses grow increasingly frustrated by a catch-and-release system. It's a downward spiral. Businesses reduce operating hours, foot traffic declines, Canadians feel unsafe coming back to the office, commercial assessments decrease, and this further limits municipal budgets and services that are frequently already stretched very thin. And the media notice this as well. Two recent headlines, no doubt worded to increase clicks, were particularly disturbing to many of us. Don't go downtown, inside Canada's small-town homeless catastrophe, said the Globe and Mail on December 12th. Canadian downtowns being economically gutted by street disorder, wrote the National Post on January the 9th. Public opinion data reinforces these concerns. In Canada's three largest urban centres, Toronto, Vancouver, Montreal, residents increasingly believe that crime is worsening. In downtown Toronto, 76% of residents believe crime has increased in the past year, representing a significant increase over 2024. In Metro Vancouver, more than 7 in 10 residents believe crime and violence have worsened, and nearly 8 in 10 express concern about the state of their downtown core. And in Montreal, only 3% of residents believe that the city has become safer since 2020. But this is not just a large city issue. We hear exactly the same thing from our members in smaller communities. While perception of crime may not completely align with crime statistics,
A poor perception of safety will kill our downtowns, regardless of what we do with regards to promotion, events, and beautification. These surveys all point to a broader national trend, declining confidence in the safety of Canada's downtowns and urban centres. When communities across provinces, governance structures, and policing models report similar patterns, it becomes clear that this challenge cannot be addressed by municipalities or provinces alone. Federal leadership is essential. Without action to address systemic issues within the justice system, the social and economic contributions of downtowns and main streets will continue to erode. Now, our members are taking action locally within their own communities. Local BIAs invest in safety initiatives, collaborate with police and social service agencies, and we work closely with municipalities to support vulnerable populations. However, there are clear limits to what we can achieve when systemic change is required. This is why this committee's work is so important. IDA Canada supports bipartisan legislative efforts, including Bill C-14, as an opportunity to restore balance, strengthening public safety and confidence in urban centres while maintaining the integrity of Canada's justice system. For downtowns across the country, the measures under consideration are consequential. They will help determine whether our streets remain places of opportunity and engagement or increasingly become places that people want to avoid. We encourage this committee to consider the national implications of this issue and to act decisively. The future of Canada's downtowns and the communities and economies that they sustain do depend on it. Thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you both very much. Okay, we'll start the 6-minute round with Mr. Baber.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I will not be looking to credit my time as I make a few brief comments about tonight's event for our staff and my own staff. First, I'm very, very pleased that earlier today, my constituency assistant, Martina Rossini, was awarded the Long Service Award. She's been with the House of Commons for 6 years. She previously served in the Whip's office, and she is simply the best constituency assistant one could ever have. I get emails about her at least every other week, thanking her for her service to our constituents. And on the record, I'm incredibly grateful to Martina for all she does for my office, for the people of York Centre, and for all Canadians. And even though she did not obtain an award tonight, I would like to recognize my Chief of Staff, Bethuza Baskaraja, who's, I believe, in the room today. She has only been serving the House of Commons for about 10 months, since I was only elected about 10 months ago. But she has been working with me for the last 14 years. And that is just simply a remarkable accomplishment. She first came with me to, first worked at my law firm, then worked at Queen's Park, then worked on my life in between Queen's Park and Parliament Hill, and has now joined me in Ottawa. So I'm very, very grateful to Bethuza for the 14 years that she has been with me, and I couldn't be happier and prouder. And also to welcome our newest associate, Jonathan Lesarge, who just joined our office and has been making wonderful contributions already. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for your patience. We got to joke earlier around that, we ran out of coffee. We're worried that we're not going to hear from you today, but I'm glad that you're here. First of all, a very quick question to Mr. McKinnon. Mr. McKinnon, I'm a huge fan of downtown Toronto. I represent a riding in North Toronto, and I'm blessed to still go downtown quite often. Downtown where all the lights are bright, downtown waiting for you tonight, downtown you're going to be all right, right? That's, I think, how it goes. I am very concerned by the decay experienced in downtown Toronto. Every other block, you see a lot of vacancy, a lot of retail vacancy. People no longer feel safe on the TTC going downtown. Folks come out at Union Station, they see a lot of homelessness. And frankly, the experience of going downtown to a Leaf game or a Raptor game or just for dinner on Queen Street with your loved one on a Saturday night is not the same anymore. Other than bail, and I hope that my colleagues will indulge your presence a little bit, is there anything else the federal level of government can do for downtown Toronto in particular, or generally?
Yes, great points. Thank you for the question. I mean, downtown Toronto is always and often a litmus test for other issues that are going to be coming to other downtowns. So we work a lot, very closely with our colleagues in Toronto. And Toronto's blessed to have 85, I think now, business improvement associations and 6 large ones in the core who do great work. But it's a real concern, and it's a trend that we're seeing across the country. And there's a lot of commingling of things, homeless encampments, crime, social issues, addiction issues. When we, as a group, came to Ottawa last fall and met with a number of MPs and senators, one of our big focus areas was broadly public safety. And what we really encompassed in that was kind of the the stick approach, which was bail reform, C-14, and better and more effective law enforcement, especially for repeat offenders. So that's one part of the equation. I think the other part of the equation is we're also advocating for more effective deployment of funds around mental health services, for addiction, for homeless issues as well, because there is a lot of cross-pollination. I think a good example that we often hear, it's probably more anecdotal than evidence-based, is you've got people that maybe are shoplifting initially from a sense of need because they're homeless or they've got addiction issues or whatever. But because of the catch and release system, suddenly you've got people that are able to shoplift with impunity. What we're hearing, especially from Western Canadian colleagues, is those are the perfect people to be employed by much more organized crime to do retail theft for them. And that's what we're seeing escalating. So it is a small number of individuals, but we're also very concerned about how it seems to be becoming much more organized, and it's coming across the country.
Yes, in fact, and to Mr. Poirier on this, I look at Bill C-14. There's very little mention of organized crime. And my riding borders the Yorkdale Mall and borders the Centerport Mall that's been subjected to brazen daytime robberies of jewelry stores. It's unthinkable. And regretfully, the only thing Bill C-14 does is it directs the judge to put his or her mind to the principle of deterrence and denunciation on sentencing, but no change in terms of actual time. No sentences have been amended by Bill C-14 other than contempt of court. And I'm wondering from Mr. Poirier, while you're somewhat supportive of the bill, would you wish to have seen longer sentences for organized crime prescribed in the bill?
Certainly. I mean, I think the three of us all mentioned the word brazenness, and that's the biggest challenge that we're seeing, is that this is not getting better, particularly when we're talking about retail crime. So, how we're viewing C-14 is that finally we're here and there's a good bones structure to it, but we need to add a bit more to it. And we do have some specific recommendations that we have shared with the committee for consideration, and that does indeed revolve around sentencing. So, consecutive sentencing versus concurrent, that would be a huge help. Whether you want to treat that as an aggravating factor in terms of when they're considering sentencing, but what we're calling it is the discount effect, right? So in retail crime, the particular nature of it is that you don't just steal once, you steal multiple times. Well, the more you steal, and if you can serve those sentences for those crimes concurrently, it sort of gets thrown into a blender, and then, every instance of theft that you commit, you actually get less of a sentence for. So, we would love to see a bit more teeth around that area, particularly on sentencing. Certainly aggregating the value of theft too. So right now, if you steal under $5,000, all the organized crime rings that we're seeing for retail theft are gaming the system, knowing what the law is, right? So they're recruiting youth, vulnerable youth, to commit these crimes because they'll face less of a punishment as a youth offender. We're seeing them organize how they're stealing and where to make sure that they're under the $5,000 threshold. Well, let's start adding it all together. Whether I steal something from one retailer and go to the next, they're treated in a vacuum in the legal system, but I've stolen all those things in that one day. So, there's some changes there that we would love to see, certainly.
Thank you, Mr. Bauer. Thank you. Ms. Dillon, over to you.
And thank you to both of our witnesses for being here to testify about this bail reform bill. And I would also like to say to you that we were supposed to start, well, you were supposed to start testifying maybe around 3 hours ago. So I apologize on the behalf of the Conservatives for their filibuster. You and other witnesses have come and testified over and over that there is a dire urgency for this bill to be passed, that there is a certain even desperation because communities, businesses, vulnerable people, everybody is being affected. And over, witnesses have said it's not perfect, that's fine, but at least it's a start. So I would like to start with asking Mr. Poirier, and I don't know if Mr. McKinnon would like to jump in, and also to thank you for patiently waiting, again, I reiterate, and for having used your valuable time to come and testify today before us. What do you think of the delay tactics of the Conservatives that you are presently seeing? Would you not like to see this bill quickly passed?
In our remarks, what we did say is that we hope that Parliament passes this as soon as possible. So reiterate that comment, certainly.
Thank you. And you, Mr. McKinnon?
Yes, so I think there's kind of two things happening. One is there's business confidence and the actual real costs, that businesses are suffering. And I think a general sense from businesses, they don't necessarily always parse which level of government is responsible for which pieces of law and enforcement. They're frustrated, I think, overall with the system and the catch and release that they're experiencing. So there's the business confidence piece, which we see in monitoring is going down. And I think the other piece is just with the general public is, downtowns are like people. Their reputations can be ruined very quickly. They take a long time to recover. And so, in our business, we're used to saying, come downtown, it's perfect. It's very hard for us now to make a pivot to say, things aren't perfect. We're hearing this from our customers. And so I think we really see the urgency in acting now and providing confidence to business owners and also getting the message to the public that, there's going to be a change in the way things are enforced downtown. So I would agree there is some urgency to moving this along.
Wonderful, thank you. And Mr. Poirier, retail workers are often on the front lines of these thefts, and in a way, they're right there in the middle of danger. What does Bill C-14 signify to these businesses and these workers about Parliament taking their concerns seriously, their safety seriously? They're just trying to earn a living. Somebody's trying to run a business. So if you can please elaborate on that.
Certainly. Worker morale is a big issue in retail right now. And you can look at it from a workplace safety issue alone, where if you're having all these instances of brazen theft, armed robbery, they're trained, rightly so, to not engage, to stay back. Well, that has the unfortunate effect of angering customers in the store that then redirect it at the retail workers. And it's just creating this very nasty and toxic environment for them to work in. So as you would understand, morale is suffering as a result of this. So I referenced it in my remarks, and I'll say it again, what this bill does, and certainly if it translates into retail crime being prosecuted and punished more severely, it will help. It will send a better signal than what they're getting right now, whereas where you see repeat offenders coming back into the store and, here we go again. That's sort of the feeling that they have, right? I'll also add maybe quickly that retail crime is sort of unique in the instance where it falls on the spectrum of crime generally, right? So people often think, oh, it's shoplifting, it's harmless stuff. Well, it isn't. And resources from police forces on down are allocated accordingly. So they see it a lot more because it's happening more, right?
Thank you so much. And Mr. McKinnon, your members have emphasized the need for practical and workable solutions. How does Bill C-14, in your opinion, address downtown safety by focusing on repeat offending rather than attempting to solve every issue all at once?
Right. I think, and again, I think passing, an imperfect bill, quickly is much better than kind of waiting for perfection. There is no perfect bill. I think we've heard that quote a couple times today. So there definitely is some urgency to it. And I'd like to echo some of the comments that we get, from our own police force. That they're feeling a lot of frustration. In a lot of cases, I mean, they're feeling the brunt of it. So they typically are the ones that get blamed by the businesses. But when we have town hall meetings with the police, they explain that they're being told by prosecutors in the courts, stop wasting my time bringing these people in, these repeat offenders. So there's a lot of frustration within the system. So anything that kind of clear that frustration and empower the police, because I think they do want to, they're seeing the impact that it's having on the community. They do want to do much more about it. So I think this bill really helps empower them to do much more.
I thank you so much for coming today and the time you've spent with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Fortin.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. McKinnon and Mr. Poirier, for your great patience. I don't want you to think that your testimony is anything but very useful to us. It's very helpful to us, and we are all very grateful to be able to hear you. I will put my question to Mr. Poirier from the Retail Council of Canada. Mr. Poirier, tell me, in your opinion, do the members of the Retail Council of Canada believe, generally speaking, in the virtues of rehabilitation? Yes, indeed. Moreover, we work very closely with police officers, with communities as well, to try to rehabilitate and to prevent, quite frankly, youth winding up in these situations. So their rehabilitation is very important, and that is part of the solution, we feel. But what we're seeing is a real problem actually in the stores. So, of course, this has to be treated upstream, but all the work that we carry out as an organization includes prevention and working with other organizations to rehabilitate, with a focus on youth in, often in situations in which they're taken advantage of. And we find this very worrisome, and we're working on it. I would say that many retailers feel this is of the highest importance. If I understand you correctly, the problem, the delinquency, the violence in retail establishments is mostly due to youth. Do you have a proportion? Would you say half youth, half adults? It depends. It can be youth. Criminality doesn't respect age groups. What we see is things organized by criminal syndicates, and they tend to recruit youth. They'll make more use of youth, young people, because, before the courts, they won't be punished as severely if they're caught. Have you yourself any knowledge of situations or organizations of a criminal nature that are hiring young people? Could you tell me more about it? Yes, indeed. This is happening across Canada, and that's why we are very happy with this bill, seeing in it measures that indeed focus on people who are, directing these criminal activities. We could add as well more measures to give even more capacity to focus on catching the people who are taking advantage of our youth. That's what we suggest. Have the most frequent events that your members observe, is it shoplifting, I suppose, or is it more violent activity carried out by these delinquents, these offenders? Well, what we see is, small thefts, but that have a violent factor to them, that are dangerous, and they're on the rise. That's what we're worried about, because, of course, there are a number of ways to manage, retail theft, but once it gets dangerous, once you have people with weapons, it becomes much more complex. We can't manage it. This becomes something that police officers are needed for. we know that experts have come to testify before us to say that young people who have committed, theft and so on, putting them in prisons can sometimes have a very negative effect. It separates them from their families. They lose their jobs. They lose their homes. Rather than being rehabilitated, it would seem that this causes more harm than one would expect. And do you think, I understand that you're not a criminologist, but an expert in criminology, but as a representative of the Retail Council of Canada, what would you say if I were to suggest that we should detain and imprison violent offenders, but not necessarily putting them with nonviolent offenders or those who have had less violent actions, in order to better encourage rehabilitation? What do you think? Look, we're looking at C-14, and we see that more power is being given to the system such that it will be able to make better decisions on these matters. It's important that police officers have these tools, that the legal system have these tools. That's what counts to us. As I said earlier, we work with organizations which, that are concerned about this. We see that youth are often trapped by criminal organizations. And we think we should focus on the people who manage these organizational gangs, these rings. I think that makes good sense. Thank you very much, Mr. Poirier. And I finish by saying that behind me, Mr. Acacia has been working with me for 5 years. He did not go get his medal earlier. Thank you, Michel.
In the second round for 5 minutes, starting with 5 minutes, Mr. Lawton.
Merci, Monsieur Poirier. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Poirier,
for being here. I had the great privilege of speaking to a group of high school civic students at St. Joseph's High School in my riding a couple of weeks ago. And unlike my Liberal colleagues, I'm not sure they were as excited to have a member of Parliament have a member of Parliament come talk to them. But as is important to relate, I was trying to get them to understand some of the political implications of things that exist in the world around us. And I had asked them, how many of them feel safe walking around downtown St. Thomas? And it was not only that the answer was no, but it was a punchline. They just laughed because it's just been so far from that in their experience. And this is something we've seen degrade over the last 10 years, where people do not feel safe walking down streets that they have walked down for decades. We have not just mental illness and homelessness and addiction problems that are part of this, but open, brazen criminality. And we spoke about this a little bit with the earlier witnesses, but I was hoping you could speak to this first, you, Mr. McKinnon, on just exactly what the toll is on businesses, because this is not just an issue that affects customers. When customers stop going downtown, there are whole stretches of communities, large and small, that are very deeply affected.
Yeah, so it's, no surprise. Most of our, I shouldn't say most of our members, but a lot of our members and those most affected are traditionally small business owners. They run restaurants and they run shops. They're owner operated. They're in the business every day, so they see life on the streets on a regular basis. And there's no question there's been this bit of a dividing line, kind of pre-pandemic and post-pandemic, and a lot of things have happened over a number of years. And so I think business owners, when they think about tariffs or supply chains or other inflationary pressures, those are just so far beyond anything that they can deal with. That causes a lot of anxiety, of course, but they probably aren't thinking that there's much that they can do about that or that their local police force can do about that. But shoplifting is something different. I think there is an expectation that if they're seeing the same person coming in week after week and stealing from them and seemingly with no consequences, that's something that's frustrating to them. It's costing them money. It's making them angry, and they can't really understand from a common sense perspective how that could possibly be allowed, in a country that runs on law and order. So I think it's one of those, there's so many different things that small business owners can't control, but the things that they can control, they really want to. And I think this is something that why this has really risen to the top. I think the other piece of this is that as we look at crime stats, and we've been trying to do a much better job, each of us in our local downtowns and across the country in collecting crime stats, is that we see this big jump across multiple types of crimes, kind of 2021 forward. But a lot of them have kind of remained stable, so they're higher than they used to be, but they're stable. whereas shoplifting in particular and theft under $5,000, that seems to continue to escalate, and it's a real, it's just a societal concern, and I think.
I only have limited time,
okay,
so
yeah, you're right.
I appreciate
I didn't
your
realize I was
answer
eating into
there.
your time. I thought I was just
I appreciate that. So when you talk about the effect of the catch and release bail policies in particular, I know that a lot of your members would have probably been quite frustrated, and the police that they're calling are quite frustrated because the police know that they have to be responding to these over and over and over again, and it is a very small number of people in any municipality that are typically responsible for an overwhelming majority of the crime. Do businesses get to a point where they just stop reporting it? They stop filing the insurance claim for the broken window. They have to just eat the cost of shoplifting because there is no other recourse available to them?
Absolutely, and it's something we try to always hammer home is that resources come following statistics. They chase stats. So we tell our businesses, yes, you know what, if your window was broken overnight, there's probably no chance that the person that did it is going to be held to account. But please still make that call because that helps accurately reflect the statistics. But that is a real challenge. Is businesses are too frustrated. They don't think anything's going to happen, so they don't report it as well. So the stats are probably underreported.
Yeah, and just as far as the priorities go, this will sound like an odd question, but it's fitting into a larger context here. Have any of your members ever told you that they think one of their top priorities is policing religious text or religious expression in Canada?
I don't think I've ever had a comment about that.
I thought so, because you're dealing with people that are on the front lines, having their windows smashed in, their inventory taken away, and that's a real priority. So I'm glad we're dealing with this now. Just one final question I'll ask you, if I could, Mr. McKinnon. Where do you think the holdup has been? Because these calls have not been new from your members and from you.
That's a good question. I don't know. I know that we've over the past number of years been coming to Ottawa and having these meetings, and so it really became suddenly. I mean, it's become a much more important topic for our association, or much more recently over the past couple of years, and it did seem to gain real momentum, really with all the MPs that we're meeting with across different party lines, really last year. So we felt there was great strides that were made, particularly over the past 12 months. But what was driving that? I think we were just so happy to see something that we cared about also seem to be being cared about and addressed as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lawton. Over to you, Mr. Chang.
Okay. Thank you to the witnesses for your presence and for your patience while we wait for the Conservatives to finish their filibuster. So, Mr. Poirier, can you please share with the committee a specific incident where repeat offending or bail conditions directly affected a retail worker or store?
A retail what, sorry?
A retail worker or store.
Certainly. I have just such an example. In Winnipeg, there was a retailer who saw their store and their workers affected by someone that was stealing and who had 120 previous thefts in 12 months hit their store. That person was never jailed, and they were only ever given a promise to appear in court later. So the demoralization effect that someone who stole 120 times in 1 year, you can just imagine, right? And to Mr. McKinnon's point earlier, it's reached a point where retailers, because of where they fall on the pecking order of criminality, have stopped reporting these issues. Even though the stats still show that it's increasing specifically for retail crime, it is, again, probably underreported that much so because there's a frustration in the industry that, there's only so much the police can do given their resources and the allocation of officers for these things. So we've been doing our job to work with them to build up that capacity. But again, it's, you start with the tools and then you have to follow it up with the resources as well. So that's what we're calling for. We're really happy what we're seeing in this bill, but it's the first step. The money needs really to follow.
Thank you. And what has been the mental health impact on retail employees frequently exposed to crime or disorder?
It's tremendous. Like I said, morale is at all-time lows in the industry. As from the employer perspective, when you're dealing with labor shortages to begin with, this doesn't help, right? Think of, I'll use Ottawa here as an example, right? Just in the Byward market, a lot of chain restaurants have decided to close up shop. And one of the issues is the criminality but it's finding people to work in those areas. Who would want to, right? So that is the big challenge. Morale takes a hit, then retention takes a hit, and then recruitment takes a hit. And it's just a vicious cycle that we need to break.
Thank you. Which specific provisions in Bill C-14 are most likely to produce measurable reductions in retail crime, and how should Parliament evaluate success?
Well, certainly the reverse onus provision is a welcome change. Just making it harder to get bail so these people aren't back in store right away, or putting the onus on them to prove why they shouldn't be, especially in the example I gave where someone was caught stealing 120 times within 1 year. That's a top one. What we're particularly happy to see in the bill is the specific mention of organized retail theft as an aggravating factor in sentencing. We love to see that, about time, but I think we can add to that to make it, like I was saying to Monsieur Fortin, to target the bill towards the ringleaders of the organized criminal networks and away from the vulnerable youth or people with mental health issues that are being recruited into these networks.
Thank you. And what additional support or coordination does RCC believe are necessary for Bill C-14 to truly improve retail safety?
So what we would like to see beyond C-14 is a national reporting portal. So right now you have police forces across the country. They have data. They feed it into various systems, but it doesn't really cross borders. It doesn't even cross within police departments sometimes. So we have a very big issue reporting and finding out. So if the crime gravitates from Windsor, Ontario to Toronto or over into Montreal, it's hard to track all that. So we think the creation of a national reporting portal where it's not just police forces, but also people like retailers can feed into it and then access information from that. Frankly, it'll give better data for the government and for law enforcement. And that's a low-hanging fruit thing it's just a coordination problem, right? And we have the technology now, too, to be able to make this dynamic and live to actually help try and prevent crimes from happening. So that's not in C-14. That's a public safety jurisdiction, but certainly that's something that we've been talking about for a while and we would love to see as a next step.
Thank you, Mr. Cheng.
Thank you.
Mr. Fortin for 2.5 minutes.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You were just mentioning, Mr. Poirier, a registry that would be of information, well, something that the police officers have been requesting for some time now, and this is one of the things that we hope to be able to help set up. But I'm surprised to hear you speak of it, because I didn't think that the Retail Council of Canada would be interested in this rather technical matter. But I did hear you say that you, too, might access it. So I'd like you to explain to me such access, what you have in mind, what would be helpful for your members, what would they do, how would they access this registry, and what would they do with the information in it. Of course, there are limits on, privacy protection, protection of privacy, the type of regulations and rules that we respect, absolutely. But there are many of our members and people in retail institutions which try to prevent crime. They work with police officers, very often in one town that doesn't know anything about what's happening in the next town, and there's a lack of data that they might use, national data that they could use within their businesses to better understand what the trends are, for example. There are a number of things, indeed, which they could use. And all right, but is this about prevention, about, preventing access for anyone in the registry, they're being unable to go into a retail store? Well, it wouldn't be that drastic, you see. It would just be a matter of knowing how crime is evolving, what the trends are. This could help us immensely. this, of course, could also be used by police officers when they pick someone up. They could say, oh, yes, there are other crimes they've committed in the past, other offenses, and especially when they come before a judge. They could build up cases more easily with this information. I understand you. Thank you very much, Mr. Poirier, for your testimony, and thank you as well, Mr. McKinnon. I haven't put any questions to you. I'm sorry about that, but it's not because what you were telling us hasn't been interesting to me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Fortin. Mr. Gill, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks to both of you. Thank you for your patience, and we Conservative value your time and your feedback on this major bill, which is C-14. And this is the pattern from Liberals. When they cannot accomplish or collaborate, they like to blame opposition. And I will straight come to the question, which probably Canadians want to hear and get resolved, because we want this Bill C-14 to be passed as soon as possible. So we all know that crime is at surge, and the businesses and residents are paying the price. So report on extortion have increased dramatically in recent years, and in my riding of Brampton West, it has become a frightening reality for families and business owners. From your perspective, Mr. Poirier, does BC-14 sufficiently address extortion and protect victims from repeat intimidation, or does it leave gaps that still put business owners and Canadians at risk?
I think certainly C-14, especially the elements that pertain to retail crime, are a market improvement over what we have now. And like I've mentioned, the issues around, well, specifically identifying organized retail crime, which is a big problem, especially in the Greater Toronto area. To target that level of criminality is certainly welcome as an aggravating factor, right? So that will improve things. Additionally, the reverse onus will just make it harder to get bail, which will help with the morale issues of retailers seeing the same repeat offenders keep coming through their doors within sometimes days, right? So on that scale alone, it's certainly a very positive development in our view. And I think there's still room to fine-tune it and to have even more impact, not to have another bill, but within C-14, right? So certainly the suggestions and the proposed language that I've shared with the committee could be valuable in the clause by clause, but that's, how we view it. We can just enhance it without sort of betraying what this bill is envisioning and sort of balancing it, right? And just more focusing it on the real bad guys and not the vulnerable people.
And in your opinion, does Bill C-14 gives Canadian real assurance that extortion will be effectively addressed?
I'm not an expert on the extortion angle of it. It certainly is a concern in retail, but less so. I think they're more preoccupied with the brazenness, and certainly makes a part of it. But I could safely say that retailers would welcome any measures that would help cut down on that as well.
And I would like to ask Mr. McKinnon, Mr. McKinnon, do you believe that removing the principle of restraint in favor of prioritizing public safety would meaningfully help revitalize downtown areas across Canada?
Absolutely. I mean, it's as much a perception issue as an issue of reality. And so, a lot of the perception around downtowns being unsafe comes from other issues, not just crime. It's social disorder, it's homeless encampments. I mean, that all kind of creates a sense of things not being safe. But we do know that, when we're talking about, retail crime or theft, I mean, those are actual crimes. There is something that we can kind of do about that. And so we think it's really important. There's downtowns in our country that are already being thought of as being unsafe. It's certainly not all of them at this point in time. And so I think moving quickly is really important, because that really is that really is the ball game. If people don't feel safe, they won't come downtown, and that's going to have spin-off economic impacts. That'll be felt across the entire country.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Gill. Okay, we're going to stop there. Although I do have one question for you, Mr. McKinnon. Are churches, synagogues, mosques typically members of BIAs?
The membership varies a little bit. Certainly, they are in my organization. So if you're essentially, if you're a non-residential use within the catchment area of a BIA, typically you are a member. So I would say most of us would consider all those faith institutions to be members.
All right, thank you. Okay, so we're going to stop there. I just want to say thank you again on behalf of the entire committee for your patience and for your evidence and for joining us here today. So I will suspend the meeting, ladies and gentlemen, then we'll come back and go to clause by clause. Welcome back, everyone. I want to welcome our officials that are going to help us with clause by clause, and I want to start by saying thank you, thank you, thank you. You've been incredibly patient. I know you've been waiting out in the corridor for quite a time now, waiting to join us, so we're incredibly grateful. So we are joined again by Matthew Taylor, Senior General Counsel, Director General, Criminal Law Policy Section, Samantha Reynolds, Acting Senior Counsel, Youth Criminal Justice Division, Peter Gerbach, Counsel, Criminal Law Policy Section, Leah Burt, Counsel, Criminal Law Policy Section, and Lizanne Wheeler, Counsel, Youth Criminal Justice Division. Before we begin, I would like to provide members of the committee with a few comments on how committees proceed with clause-by-clause consideration of a bill. As the name indicates, this is an examination of all the clauses in the order in which they appear in the bill. I will call each clause successively, and each clause is subject to debate and a vote. Guys, do you mind keeping it down back there, please? Thanks. If there are amendments to the clause in question, I will recognize the member proposing it who may explain it. The amendment will be then open for debate. When no further members wish to intervene, the amendment will be voted on. Amendments would be considered in the order in which they appear in the package each member received from the clerk. If there are amendments that are consequential to each other, they will be voted on together. Amendments have been given a number in the top right corner to indicate which party submitted them. There's no need for a seconder to move an amendment. Once moved, you will need unanimous consent to withdraw it. During debate on an amendment, members are permitted to move sub-amendments. These sub-amendments do not require the approval of the mover of the amendment. Only one sub-amendment may be considered at a time, and that sub-amendment cannot be amended. When a sub-amendment is moved to an amendment, it is voted on first, then another sub-amendment may be moved, or the committee may consider the main amendment and vote on it. Once again, if any amendments or sub-amendments from the floor must be shared in writing in both official languages. Thank you all very much. Let's get on to C14. So, with that, I will, and I will move to our agenda. Okay, so pursuant to Standing Order 75-1, consideration of Clause 1, short title, is postponed. I now call Clause 2. Shall Clause 2 carry? Yes. Yes. Shall call Clause 3 carry? Yes. Shall Clause 4 carry? Yes. Shall Clause 5 carry? Yes. Shall Clause 6 carry? Yes. Okay, so there's a new Clause 6.1, which is CPC 1, but CPC 1, CPC 2.1, and CPC 2.2 are very similar, and I'm going to, I believe there's been some discussions on which of those three you're going to move forward with. Mr. Baber.
I believe you'll find consent from MP Brock and MP Lawton to withdraw CPC 2 and 2.1, and we'll proceed with, withdrawn. So CPC 1, sorry.
CPC 1 and CPC 2.1.
Correct.
Okay.
And we'll move on with CPC 2.2.
So 2.1 is.
But what's 2? What's CPC 2? What's 2?
No, 2 is completely different.
Sorry, so
Consecutive sentences for repeat
Yeah.
trafficking.
I'm sorry, Mr. Maloney.
CPC 2 does not deal with transit workers.
No, CPC 1, CPC 2.1, and CPC 2.2 are similar.
Correct.
We're not dealing with
Not
CPC
CPC 2.
So my question is, which of those three do you want to proceed with?
2.2.
2.2. Okay, so CPC 1 and CPC 2.1 are withdrawn then?
Correct.
Okay.
Monsieur le Président, juste un point.
Hold on.
Mr. Chair, a point of order.
It just got filed.
One at a time, please. Mr. Fortin.
Yes, I would just like to know CPC 2.2 that we shall be voting on. Is it the motion that we received just now by email? Because I don't have it in my bundle.
Was it emailed?
Ben, je dis pas que je suis contre. I maybe agree, but I just want to know which one it is.
I'm advised that it was emailed. So if you want, people want to take a moment just to look at it, we can suspend for a couple.
Chair, on the references of Mr. Baber's new one, like on the page, are you saying it's new clause 6.1 C14? It doesn't say 2.2 on it.
It's 13870955.
Okay, and
So I'm going to try and make things easier, if I may, for members of the committee. I apologize. We just notice a slight omission. If I could just direct your attention, if you're looking for a paper copy, then I suggest you look at Mr. Lawton's amendment 2.1. So the only difference between Mr. Lawton's amendment and my amendment is that he has public transit employee means an individual who works for an organization that provides passenger transportation service. And I expanded by saying means an individual who works for or is contracted to work for a transportation service.
2.1?
We're doing away with 2.1 because 2.2 also captures not just employed, but also contracted for.
Thanks.
Happens.
While we were suspended, we all received a hard copy of CPC 2.2, which was just submitted. As I understand things, CPC 1 and CPC 2.1 are being withdrawn. So before us, we have CPC 2.2 to consider and to vote on. Is there any discussion on CPC 2.2? Mr. Bauer.
Thank you, Chair. I'm blessed to represent a riding in North Toronto. Toronto is home to the Toronto Transit Commission. In the last couple of years, we've seen a remarkable uptick of violence on the TTC. Specifically, assaults are up 160% in the last decade, and all violent crime is up about 127%. We've heard from Michael Atlas the other day, who's legal counsel for the TTC, who said that assaults against transit workers are at record highs. This is obviously slowing down the system. This is creating victims where we wish there were no victims. The people of the TTC work very hard in all transit systems across our country. And so the Transit Association has been asking for this amendment, that it be an aggravating factor on sentencing when an assault is perpetuated against a transit worker, that the court would consider it as an aggravating circumstance. There has been a little bit of discussion in terms of the best definition to go with, and I submit that the 2.2 amendment is drafted nicely in that it defines an employee, it defines the transit system, and it also expends protection for contractors as opposed to just people that are employed. So, for instance, often transit systems use cleaners, they use security for personnel, and so protection should be afforded to them as well. I think that this is necessary, and I'd be very grateful to. And I should also mention that MP Brock and MP Lawton had a very similar, if not almost an identical amendment, both in line and spirit. Thank you.
Mr. Housefather?
Just to say that we also agree with protecting transit workers, and certainly I'll be supporting it.
Okay, thank you. All right, nobody else? So CPC 2.2, Carrie?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Okay. That takes us to CPC 2. Shall CPC 2? Okay, Mr. Brock?
CPC 2 adds a new clause, which would be 6.1 in the bill. It would add a new consecutive sentence rule for repeat human trafficking offenses. Specifically, it would add a new criminal code section, 279.031, to immediately follow 279.03. Specifically, what it would be doing is someone is being sentenced for a second or subsequent offense under section 279.01, 279.011, 279.02, or 279.03, which constitute, if you look at the criminal code, constitutes a number of ways of human trafficking can take place, including trafficking of minors. The sentence must be served consecutively to any other sentence imposed for an offense arising out of the same event or series of events. Leaving aside what I anticipate to be Liberal concerns about stacking consecutive life sentences, leaving aside that life sentences for human trafficking are next to impossible to establish. There is, and I'll look to the government officials if they could point out one decision of binding authority in this country that sets that bar high of life sentence for a human trafficker. I remember when I was a young lawyer, when I was upset with a decision by one of my local judges about the lack of a significant penalty. I had naively argued for a maximum penalty as a young Crown. And I remember this very seasoned judge telling me, Mr. Brock, I appreciate your passion, but maximum penalties short of murder are generally confined to the worst type of offender committing a predicate offense under the worst set of circumstances, and I've yet to find that worst type of offender. So we know that human trafficking is an absolute scourge on society, that it is prevalent, particularly in Ontario and my riding, and in particular in my riding. All my local hotels that are adjacent to the major thoroughfare of Highway 403 have a number of hotels, and there isn't a day that does not go by that my local police service, if not the Ontario Provincial Police, if not the Six Nations Police Service, are conducting surveillance on trafficking that is happening in those hotels. Happens every single day. I know trafficking of Indigenous women and girls has been a plague on Canadian society for far too long. They are disproportionately impacted. We as parliamentarians ought to be taking a very serious position when it comes to consecutive sentences for human trafficking. Anything less, in my view, is a derogation of our responsibility of keeping victims and Canadians safe. So I suppose the amendment itself can be tweaked because in my understanding, and officials correct me if I'm wrong, the imposition of a life sentence depends on aggravating factors. It depends on age, amongst other factors. So let me ask you these two questions. Am I correct in terms of the imposition of a life sentence for unique aggravating factors under the human trafficking regime? And secondly, are you able to rebut my comments that there is not a dearth, if any, case law out there that would establish any particular judge in any province or territory at any particular level, including appellate courts, that have ruled or upheld a life sentence for trafficking. Anyone?
I'll start with thank you for the question, Mr. Brock. On the first point, you are correct. The maximum penalty of life is in the more aggravated circumstances.
Il n'y a pas d'interprétation, comme dit.
Unfortunately.
Try that again, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Brock.
Is
Does the interpretation work now?
that working, Mr. Fortin?
Samash?
Yeah, okay, all right, go ahead.
I'll start again. Thank you for the question. So, Mr. Brock, you are correct that the maximum penalty of life is in the more aggravated circumstances for human trafficking, and it's 14 years in the circumstances where the aggravating circumstances are not established. As to the second question, I would point you to the Supreme Court's decision in Friesen that talks about maximum penalties as not necessarily being reserved for exceptional cases, but where, as the court describes it, where they're warranted. Your more practical question is, are life sentences being imposed in human trafficking cases? I don't believe that, I cannot recall a decision where that is the case, so I would have to confirm that, but I don't believe so.
So those are my comments, Mr. Chair, to support my amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Brock. Anybody else? No? Okay, so.
Mr. Chair,
Sorry,
I just
Melissa
have
Tanzio.
Yeah, I just have two questions for the officials. If they can tell me what, in cases of human trafficking, what are the mandatory minimums in terms of that particular offense, and what would be the consequences of stacking the mandatory minimum penalties?
Yeah. Thank you for those questions. I might, if I might just offer one really minor procedural point before answering your questions. We noticed in the clause numbering that this is also numbered as clause 6.1, and the previous CPC amendment was also identified as 6.1, so I don't know if you have to adjust that if both motions are adopted. To answer your questions on the MMPs, the MMPs for the main human trafficking offense are 5 years in the aggravating circumstances for adult victims, 5 years in the aggravating circumstances, 4 years in any other case. In respect of child trafficking, so that's 279.011, it's 6 years in the aggravating circumstances and 5 years in any other case. Then there are also MMPs for the material benefit offense. That's 279.02, where it is linked to child trafficking, and that is a 2-year MMP. And then the documents offense is 279.03, and that's a 1-year MMP where it involves child trafficking. And the stacking issue that you've asked about, Ms. Latanzio, is important in this context because the concern that had been identified with a similar amendment that was passed by Parliament through a private member's bill but never brought into force was that if it was brought into force, mandatory minimum penalties would be stacked back to back to back, and that would create potential charter concerns under Section 12. And so it is the presence of the mandatory minimum penalties that creates the stacking risk more so than the maximum penalties.
Thank you.
Clarification, Mr. Taylor, did C5 impact mandatory minimum penalties on the class of human trafficking?
No, not to my knowledge. There were no amendments in C5 for those MMPs.
Okay. And to your knowledge, has any appellate court at the provincial, territorial level or the Supreme Court of Canada rule on the constitutionality of MMPs on trafficking?
Not to my knowledge, not at the appellate level. And I don't think at the trial level either, but I would have to confirm that. Certainly not at the appellate level.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no more hands, I will ask, shall CPC 2 carry?
Yes.
Okay, required vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On, sorry, CPC 2, Madame Latenzio? No. Mr. Housefather?
No.
Madame Dillon?
No.
Mr. Chang?
No.
Mr. Brock?
Yes.
Mr. Baber?
Yes.
Mr. Gill?
Yes.
Mr. Lawton?
Yes.
Mr. Fortin?
No. Okay, amendment defeated. Okay, so clause 7 carry?
Yes.
Shall clause 8 carry?
Yes.
Okay. Clause 9 takes us to BQ1. Mr. Fortin, do you want to speak to that?
Yeah. Sorry for that. Simplement, Monsieur le Président.
Simply put, Mr. Chair, the lines that we request to have deleted are regarding theft of motor vehicles, which are, of course, a true scourge that we need to address. However, we feel that imposing consecutive penalties for such theft is excessive and will only aggravate the situation and make it far more difficult to rehabilitate offenders. For this reason, we put forward deleting lines 3 to 7 at page 3, 333.11. Section 333.11.
No? Okay. Shall BQ1 carry? No. Okay. Defeated. Okay, BQ2. Mr. Fortin. Yeah.
So, c'est la même chose.
The same matter here, Mr. Chair. Section 333.113 is once again with regard to the theft of motor vehicles, even though we certainly agree that this is a scourge that must be eliminated and that criminal penalties should exist for it. Consecutive penalties seems to be unreasonable to us. And when it comes to the proportional use of penalties, we think it should be left to the courts to use their discretion to adapt penalties to the cases that they have before them. So we do think that the theft of motor vehicles should be managed by the courts.
Else? No? Okay. Shall BQ2 carry? No. Okay. Defeated. Takes us to BQ3. Mr. Fortin.
I believe I should have paid the pizza. Nous retirons BQ3, Monsieur le Président.
We withdraw BQ3, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay, so. Okay, so clause 9 carry. Oh. So clause 9.
I'm sorry.
Okay. It's getting late, so look, if somebody needs to hesitate or something said twice, don't be reluctant to ask. So clause, that's quite all right, Mr. Brock. Clause 9 carry, that's a yes? Okay. Shall clause 10 carry? Yes. Yes, okay, thank you. All right, now we get to clause 11, which takes us, okay, yeah, this was BQ4. Give me a second. Great, thank you. Mr. Fortin, this is, since this is your proposed amendment, BQ3,
The same reasoning as at BQ3. Once again, here it seemed to us that we should leave matters up to the discretion of justices and judges and not impose a consecutive sentence.
to say was, if you move this amendment, the following rule will apply. So if you delete Clause 11, here's the rule that you need to consider. As the House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 4th edition, states in Section 16.78, an amendment that attempts to delete an entire clause is out of order, since voting against the adoption of the clause in question would have the same effect. In other words, Mr. Fortin, the amendment is out of order, but that doesn't prevent you from voting on Clause 11 when we get to it. Okay, all right, so we'll move on, thank you.
We're at 11.
Yeah, we're at 11, so now we're voting on Clause 11, so shall Clause 11 pass down here, yeah, okay. Shall Clause 11 carry, yeah?
Yes.
Thank you, okay, all right. Which just takes us to 11.1, which is G1. Now, G1 refers to subsection 524.6.2 of the Criminal Code, which is created by G5. This makes G1 dependent on the adoption of G5. Now, the same thing applies for G1, G3, and G4. So as I understand it, G1, 3, and 4 are proposing amendments based on G5 having been successful. In other words, I think we need to stand these down until we deal with G5. So that's one, sorry, G1, G4, and G3, which would take us then to
Then speak to G5. Do you want me to deal with G5 at this point, or because we can't, 1 to 4 is dependent on 5?
That might be the easiest course of action, but it would require unanimous consent from the committee members to deal with G5 and then proceed.
That's fine.
Okay, all right, so go ahead, Ms. Lattanzio.
Okay, so Section 524 of the Criminal Code enables the court to address all of an accused person's outstanding charges together, allowing for a single comprehensive bail decision and order which amplifies enforcement and compliance with bail conditions. Clause 29 would expand Section 524 bail cancellation process so that it also applies to those who have been charged with any offense rather than just an indictable offense while out on bail. So Clause 29 would also change the onus from a reverse onus to the onus that would apply under Section 515 rather than having a reverse onus apply to the entire section of the 524 process.
Thank you. Anybody else? Mr. Baber?
I'd like to seek clarification. I like the first part of your submission, didn't like the second part of your submission. So if I understand you correctly, this streamlines the bail process because it allows the magistrate or the judge to consider all of the offenses pending before the court for purposes of bail.
Correct.
Now that makes complete sense to me. But what you're saying is that as a result of that, the onus that would be attracted to such hearing would be not the reverse onus because of the lesser offenses before the court, rather than considering the fact that you have to meet a reverse onus offense, reverse onus burden because at least of some of the offenses involved.
Maybe what I'm going to do is I'm going to pose that, maybe we should pose that question to the officials. That's what I would do.
Mr. Gerbeck, you're nodding your head, yeah.
Thank you for the question. The C14, there was an inadvertent error which removed the onus or the reverse onus that was originally in the criminal code. So what this amendment seeks to do is to reintroduce the reverse onus for any new indictable offense committed while on bail.
It's a no-brainer.
Okay.
And to be clear, and it would also expand the first part. That remains in place.
Are you done, Mr. Weber?
We're not going to run into charter issues here, in that because we're coupling non-reverse onus offenses with reverse onus offenses, we should not, right?
What I can say is that the original onus that applies in the criminal code would be reinstated. To my knowledge, I'm not aware of any charter issues related to that.
It was the reverse onus.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Brock?
I appreciate Ms. Latanzio's explanation. Mr. Gerbach's, your explanation is, I mean no disrespect to Ms. Latanzio, is far more easier to understand. Let me put this into perspective. Tell me if I'm wrong. In practical terms, when a 524 issue comes up in the course of a bail hearing, routinely I used to ask for a 524 arrest, firstly, and secondly, I would put on the record I'm seeking the cancellation of all previous releases that would be applicable to that jurisdiction. If I had resources and time, and I knew that there was outstanding charges in other jurisdictions, I would have them transferred in if I had the ability to delay the hearing of that bail hearing. So, am I correct that if we agree to the passage of this government amendment, that is not going to change the status quo that I just described to you? It then triggers a reverse onus provision on the accused immediately once I declare a 524 opposition. That still remains the case?
One moment. Yes, that is my understanding. That would remain in place.
Thank you.
You good? There, you good?
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Lawton?
Mr. Groh, I just want to make sure I understand correctly. So you said this was an error in the way C-14 was drafted. Who noticed that error? Did it come from your department, or did it come from someone at the ministry side of things?
It was in the process of drafting that the error was noticed.
Okay. Thank you.
If 5 passes.
Then we go back to G1.
Okay.
Yeah, then we just go back to the order we're in, yeah. Yeah. Back to the future. Okay, cell G5, Carrie.
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, so that takes us back to G1, which is also, I'll turn to Ms. Latanzio.
Yes. Hold on a
Okay.
minute. Sorry, let me go back. Okay. This motion is a technical change that is consequential to G5, as stated previously, which would amend Clause 29 of Bill C-14. This change is needed to ensure that there is a correct cross-reference to subsection 524.6.2. The change would ensure that someone who is summoned to attend for fingerprinting is aware of the bail consequences of not complying with the summons.
All right, thank you, Ms. Latanzio. Anybody
We're just
else?
cleaning up the language in the law, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Housefather?
So just to clarify, that basically that means that if you breach, you're telling the person that if they breach their bail conditions, it could lead to detention, like essentially, right?
That is correct. It's effectively putting them on notice.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Housefather. All right, Mr. Brock.
Sorry.
Apologies necessary.
The purpose of this amendment is to direct judges and JPs to make that announcement. during the course of a ruling. Is that what I'm hearing?
No, so this would be an amendment or a cross-reference for an appearance for fingerprinting. And it would ensure that an accused who receives a summons to attend for fingerprinting is aware that they could have their bail revoked under Section 524 and could be detained if they fail to comply with the summons.
So this would be a requirement of the police service then, the arresting officer?
It would amend.
Fingerprinting is not done at the courthouse, right? It's done at the police station?
Correct.
So this would be an additional onus on police officers?
My understanding is it would just be an update to advise them, so in the form.
Well, on a form? An oral direction or on the form itself?
It would be on the summons itself.
Okay.
So it's updating it would update the language that's in the summons.
Shall G1 carry?
Yes.
Yes, okay, great. Shall clause 12 carry?
Yes.
Okay, so now we're in new clause 12.1, which takes us to CPC 3, right? Okay, so we're at CPC 3. Yeah, this is an observation that I made in the course of preparing for this. There's some similarities between this and CPC 9 and 10. The major difference that I'd like to highlight is CPC 3 defines major offense. If for some reason CPC 3 doesn't carry, then major offense isn't defined, and you have CPC 9 and 10. I just want to flag that for you, okay? All right, Mr. Brock.
Yes.
The floor is yours.
So the intent, colleagues, behind this inclusion is to try to bridge the language and the intent behind Arpan Khanna's Private Members Bill, Jail Not Bail 242. And the language in Jail Not Bail was to create an automatic detention for circumstances involving those charged with major offenses or those that have a record within the preceding so many years of a major offense. So CPC 3, and I appreciate the chair's clarification that whether or not this passes or not is going to have implications on other parts of our amendments, creates just a definition of what a major offense is. And a major offense is an offense other than a Section 469 offense, and a 469 offense is offenses that create a presumption of detention the moment someone is under arrest, murder, treason, and that person does not have the ability to conduct a bail hearing at the provincial court level, but rather has to proceed at the superior court level should that person wish to conduct a hearing. So it triggers a presumption of detention. We want the same application of that triggering to happen for those charged or had been previously convicted of major offenses. So major offenses are defined by punishable by life, convictions of 10 years or more than 5 years if it involves violence and someone was harmed or could have been harmed. As the chair has pointed out, this definition is then used by later CPC amendments 6 and 7 to trigger different specific bail rules.
Thank you, Mr. Brock. Anybody else? Mr. Fortin.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. To ensure I understand our Conservative colleagues' intention, and to some extent it's valid, I understand that, but from our side at the Bloc Québécois, we would hope to leave it to the courts to decide. An automatic detention, a mandatory detention, is quite contrary to what we feel to be necessary in matters of the administration of justice. The offenders whatever the level of severity of their crime, come before a judge who shall decide whether there is or is not good reason to create or, to insist on remand or to make decisions about the sentencing. There are some mandatory minimal penalties that do make sense in the criminal code, but here creating this mandatory detention, mandatory remand for this crime, any crime, it really withdraws from the courts and from justices their ability to make these decisions on a case-by-case basis. So unfortunately, despite our respect for our colleagues, we will vote against.
And I thank Monsieur Fortin for his intervention, but I want to be abundantly clear. Nowhere in my explanation, nowhere behind the intent of this amendment does it speak to automatic detention. There is no such thing in the criminal code as automatic detention. We are not seeking automatic detention. My explanation of what happens under Section 469 is that there is a presumption of detention, but it does not preclude an offender from making a bail application. It just can't be done at the lower level, the provincial level, because there is no jurisdiction for a 469 offense. The hearing itself must be conducted in Superior Court. The rationale behind this is as I've indicated numerous times at committee and in the House, we have a significant problem with serious violent offenders. Serious violent offenders that often fall within this category of potentially facing imprisonment of 10 years or more than 5 years if it involves violence and someone was harmed or could have been harmed. A further rationale is the problem that we have in the lower courts. The court system right now across Canada is still playing catch-up because of the significant delays and problems that we had during the pandemic and the government's, the justice system's response to the pandemic. We have a problem with lack of resources, lack of courtrooms, lack of judges, lack of JPs. So what I have been gaining by way of evidence on my town hall tours across this country, anecdotally talking to police services, talking to Crowns, talking to Defense Counsel, is because of the significant delays in the justice system, that there are JPs who are actually putting time limits on the ability for contested bail hearings to occur. As strange as that may sound to you, it's counterproductive. It denies the prosecutor the opportunity of making a fulsome argument. There's examples in Canada where contested bail hearings, 524 bail hearings that we have discussed, have been limited to 30 minutes. And I've had situations where it takes me 30 minutes, if not longer, simply to read out occurrence reports, outstanding charges, dissecting a criminal record. So what we want to do, and the whole focus has been, and I think the government would agree with me, is that the public and policing and the premiers and mayors are concerned not about the vast majority of individuals charged with criminal offenses, the first-timers, the second-timers, the third-timers, who found themselves in the wrong place at the wrong time, making the bad decisions, getting caught up with peers. They go through the system, they learn from the system, they get rehabilitated from the system. We're not talking about that class of individuals. We're talking about that small class of violent repeat offenders, and we've heard witnesses, particularly policing, indicate at this committee they know exactly who these rounders are. They know them by name. They know their criminal past. They know where they live. They know it's simply a matter of time before they commit further offenses again. So again, the intent behind this was to ensure that we had a process that separated those violent repeat offenders, taken them out of the general provincial stream, which is overtaxed, overburdened, placed them in the Superior Court stream. The only way we could do that, apart from amending Section 469 to include a major offense, is to create a separate category of major offense considerations to give that same impact, that the moment an accused is charged and meets the definition of major offense, there's a presumption of detention, not automatic, which would be contrary to the Charter, and that their bail hearing, should he or she decide to take place, would take place in a different forum, not the provincial forum. That's the intent behind the amendment.
Okay, seeing no other hands, shall CP3 carry? Yes. Okay, recorded vote.
On CPC3, Mr. Chair, Madame Latanzio?
No.
Mr. Householder?
No.
Madame Dillon?
No.
Mr. Chang?
No.
Mr. Brock?
Yes.
Mr. Baber?
Yes. Abhijit?
Mr. Gill?
Yes.
Mr. Lawton?
Yes.
Mr. Fortin?
Non.
Defeated.
Okay, CPC3 defeated. Shall clause 13 carry?
Yes.
Larry?
Yes.
Okay, clause 13 carries. Clause 14 takes us to CPC 4. Now, hold on, this is Mr. Brock's, but before I do that, if CPC 4 is adopted, G2 cannot be moved due to a line conflict. House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 4th edition, states in section 16.71, amendments must be proposed following the order of the text to be amended. Once a line of a clause has been amended by the committee, it cannot be further amended by a subsequent amendment as a given line may be amended only once. Mr. Brock?
Okay. This I would state is probably the most significant amendment being tendered by the Conservative Party of Canada. It has been the mantra of our party. It has been the position of our party, as I've indicated numerous times, including today, that the origin of catch and release, arrest, release, arrest, release, can all be traced back to the principle of restraint, which was introduced by Justin Trudeau and the Liberal government through Bill C-75 in 2019. Justin Trudeau, his then justice ministers, other various ministers, other MPs, backbench MPs, all toted the line that all we did was codify exactly what the Supreme Court of Canada asked us to do in the decision known as Antic. I have read Antic probably in my professional capacity, probably a half dozen times, probably another half dozen times as a parliamentarian, and nowhere in the Antic decision by the Supreme Court of Canada did it direct the federal government at that time to do anything by way of amending 493.1 of the Criminal Code. They did that on their own, and the false, negative, wrong message that Justin Trudeau and his ministers provided this country was, again, we didn't do anything other than what the court asked us to do. Leaving that aside, the principle of restraint in its core summarizes that courts, including judges and justices of the peace, who hear bail hearings every single day of the year, because the criminal justice system does not take a break for any statutory holidays. It runs every single day of the year. And since the year 2019, those judges, those JPs, have been directed by this Liberal government with a failed Liberal policy to mandate the release of the accused at the earliest opportunity on the least restrictive conditions. I have spoken anecdotally with a number of current and retired judges and JPs. All have told me that their ability to exercise the appropriate discretion under Section 515 sub 10 as it relates to the grounds of detention, the primary, secondary, and tertiary grounds, were completely offset by the principle of restraint. What this particular amendment does is it takes the language, the positioning that the Conservative Party of Canada has literally taken since 2019, but specifically since I became a parliamentarian in 2021, and certainly after the election of our leader, Pierre Poilievre. We have been laser focused in terms of articulating our position and asking the government to repeal that portion of Bill C-75 and essentially replace it with what I have heard from stakeholders, to replace that principle of restraint with the principle of community protection and safety for victims. So what this does, it replaces Clause 14 with a new Section 493.1 that makes public safety and security the primary consideration when applying under 515 sub 1, 515 sub 2 to decide release, detention, and conditions. Also instructs that this applies when those bail principles are being applied via 498, 499, 503, and 515, which are different release pathways that have been referenced. This particular amendment is taken directly from our Pancana, our colleague from Woodstock, in his private member's bill titled Jail Not Bail Act. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Brock. Ms. Latanzio?
I'd like to.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Lawton, I didn't. We'll go Mr. Lawton and then Ms. Latanzio.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to Mr. Brock and also our colleague who's not on this committee, Mr. Canna, for their leadership on this, because when I have had conversations with members of law enforcement and other community stakeholders on criminal justice issues, they have drawn a direct line between the principle of restraint put in the criminal code through Bill C-75 and the revolving door bail system. Whatever the intention may have been, and I will not impute motive here, but whatever the intention may have been, judges and justices of the peace have interpreted this section in a manner that, as plain as the text is in the section, directs them to release offenders at the earliest possible opportunity and under the least onerous conditions. And we had in our study of bail generally, before this bill was referred to committee, numerous stories from law enforcement officials about how the principle of restraint was driving them towards having to rearrest the same people over and over because judges were taking their cues from this and not from the Antic decision and actually releasing them. So this was something that, of all of the things that we can find common ground on, and as we've seen in the course of our discussion so far, we're sailing through this, but this is a sticking point in that adding a mere clarification to the principle of restraint does not acknowledge the really significant issues that stakeholders and witnesses to this very committee have identified about it. And I would say that the act of removing certain offenses from being subject to the principle of restraint is an admission by the government in Bill C-9 that the principle of restraint is an inherently lenient provision, or a provision that inherently and necessarily directs judges towards leniency. Otherwise, why would you need to remove certain offenses from its capture? So I will be very enthusiastically supporting Mr. Brock's amendment. I will be urging, and am urging right now, all members of this committee, if we truly want Bill C-14 to live up to the rhetoric, we cannot just accept, no, that's not what the principle of restraint means from the Justice Minister. We actually need to have some concrete language that tells communities across the country that the primary consideration should always be towards public safety. Thank you.
Ms. Latanzio.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If the principle of restraint were, my question is to the officials. If the principle of restraint were repealed, can we clarify that it would still continue to apply because of common law? Can we get that on the record? Even if it were repealed, it exists in common law.
What I can advise is that the principle of restraint would continue to apply at common law, even if it were repealed from the criminal code. And that is because the Supreme Court has interpreted the Charter as requiring restraint at the bail stage, since restrictions are imposed on the liberty of individuals who are still presumed innocent, and that is in the Supreme Court decision of Zora.
Okay. And therefore, the conflict between the statutory principle of public safety and protection and the common law principle of restraint would also lead to significant confusion and likely result in litigation and delays, would it not?
What I would say is that the secondary ground of detention in the criminal code, so under 515 sub 10, provides that detention is necessary for the protection or safety of the public, including victims or witnesses. This could lead to potential confusion in the criminal code.
Okay. So for these reasons, I'm going to oppose this motion, and I would urge members to oppose it and instead vote in favor of Clause 14 of the bill, which would direct courts on how to apply the principle of restraint in order to ensure the protection of the public.
And then Mr. Lawton.
First year law school, I remember the professor asked, what do you think prevails, common law or statute? And the answer is very clear. It's statute that prevails over the common law. If we were to adopt Mr. Brock's amendment, then the principle of restraint would be overridden. Now, I know what the officials are going to say in response, which is you may have a charter issue here in that the Supreme Court may have interpreted the principle of restraint as subsumed in the charter. Well, fine, but then you can't have it both ways, because we already see in the existing section 493.11 sub C that you get away from the principle of restraint, that you oust the principle of restraint for certain offenses. That leads me to believe that you still believe that you see room in trying to oust the principle of restraint, and then you're probably going to leave it to the courts to figure out whether you pass constitutional muster or you don't. But that means that the suggestion made by our liberal friends that somehow we'll be overriding the Constitution if we repeal the principle of restraint is incorrect. This is just a basic legal argument that I just made. I see Matthew Taylor nodding his head. I know that this was technical, but I'd like to get clarification that what I just stated is correct. We can oust the principle of restraint by statute. We don't know where this would land on charter issues. And in any event, the legislation in its present form already circumvents the principle of restraint for certain offenses. So then let the courts decide whether Mr. Brock's amendment is constitutional or not, given that the Liberals are essentially doing the same thing.
Thank you for the questions and the comments. I might approach it a bit differently and hope that it helps you all in your deliberations. You're certainly right that statutory language that clearly ousts the common law will take precedence over the common law. Like if Parliament passes legislation that intends to change a rule of common law, it can do so. I might draw your attention, though, to the principle of restraint in 493.1, and in particular the last part of that provision. And it's all the comments made by Mr. Brock earlier, all very true and accurate in terms of least onerous conditions appropriate in the circumstances. But it's important to remember the very end of that. It also says, while taking into account the grounds referred to in subsection 498.1.1 or 515.10. And so I would say to you that the principle of restraint is not a principle that is in opposition to public safety or to the other grounds for which detention might be appropriate, being flight risk or confidence in the administration of justice. And as was discussed last week at committee, the grounds are clear. If there is a need to detain for public safety, that is what the criminal code mandates. So the principle of restraint doesn't say, notwithstanding the existence of that ground, you should release. Quite the opposite. The principle of restraint says, in appropriate circumstances, release should be favored where there isn't a ground for detention and where the risks posed by the accused can't be managed safely in the community.
Mr. Taylor, going back to Ms. Latanzio's question, her question to the panel was, even if the Conservative amendment was to be adopted and the principle of restraint was to be ousted, let's say with Mr. Brock's amendment, would it still survive by virtue of common law? And I submit to you respectfully that the answer to that question is no. It would not. You might suggest that it might still survive if there was charter litigation that sought to uphold the principle of restraint. Am I right so far?
Absolutely. The Constitution, the Charter jurisprudence would continue to operate. If I can just add one.
I apologize, Mr.
Sure.
Taylor. I'm going to separate my question.
Yeah.
I want to be very, very clear on this. Part number one, before we get to the Constitution, we're not going to have the common law apply if it is ousted by statute. On that, we have consensus. But you're going to say that here the common law is the charter, and the principle and repeal of the principle of restraint might be inconsistent with the charter. And so I say to you, okay, fair enough. But then that cuts both ways in terms of paragraph 14, 493.11 sub 1 sub C as currently drafted seeks to oust the principle of restraint for certain offenses. So what I'm saying to my liberal colleagues and what I'm saying to the officials here is the argument that somehow the Conservative amendment would be ultra-virus, would not be consistent with the charter, is not a fair argument, because then you could say that the Liberal section as drafted now for certain offenses would also not comply with the charter. Mr. Taylor, as one professional to another, I believe that I'm making a fair suggestion.
Yeah, I think I'd offer two things in response to that. The first is that the entire bail framework in the criminal code is structured in a way that is based on restraint. So you would have heard testimony last week about how the latter principle operates, and you go from the least restrictive to the more restrictive conditions. That is, in effect, a reflection of the principle of restraint. The notion of an accused being released without conditions if they don't pose a flight risk, if they don't pose a public safety risk, if its release wouldn't involve confidence in the administration of justice. So I think the entire system is premised on restraint. I would go back to, just to reiterate what I said earlier, that the principle of restraint need not be viewed in opposition to public safety considerations or detention. And so if you look at it in that way, some of the other amendments that are included in Bill C-14 are not inconsistent with the principle of restraint. They're very much consistent with the principle.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Look, again, I suggest to my Liberal colleagues that Parliament is supreme, and we have an ability to prescribe bail subject to various constitutional limits. We have heard again and again from almost every witness that appeared before this committee that the principle of restraint is very problematic. And notwithstanding the officials' advice, the reality in our courts is that the principal consideration is given to the principle of restraint. And we know this because of actually the bill itself. When you look at subsection 1, you say for great uncertainty, section 493.1 does not require the accused to be released. Well, thank you for clarifying that there is no requirement for release. But Clause C, as drafted by the government, is very clear as to how this Liberal government interprets the principle of restraint. Here's what you say. A justice or a judge, as the case may be, shall not give primary consideration to the release of the accused at the earliest reasonable opportunity if the accused is one to whom the following subsections apply. In other words, you read the principle of restraint to mean that unless we're dealing with one of the sections that you're trying to catch, a justice or a judge shall give primary consideration to the release of the accused. Your own legislation has tipped your understanding of what the principle of restraint is, which is a justice or a judge shall give primary consideration to the release of the accused at the earliest opportunity. That's what I gather from your own language. And what Mr. Brock is saying is that this is exactly what causes the revolving door in our bail system. And this is precisely what the Conservative amendment, what Mr. Brock's amendment, is trying to end. And I'm asking my Liberal colleagues to stop with the wrongful suggestion that somehow this would not oust a common law and the principle of restraint will still apply. No, it would not. And if we believe that somehow the Charter would be engaged here and Charter rights would be infringed, then I would say to you that your very own legislation as drafted would also infringe the Charter. The question is the weighing exercise. The question is what a court would do when the Supreme Court would do when faced with this reality of a revolving door bail system and crime and chaos on our streets. So let's end this saga. Let's not revisit this in 2 years, in 4 years, in 6 years. Let's save a lot of lives. Let's end the practice of what you call a justice or judge shall give primary consideration to the release of the accused for everything that does not follow within the narrow scope of the exceptions that Bill C-14 creates. Thank you.
Mr. Lawton.
Thank you. I I believe this will be for you, Mr. Taylor. I just want to confirm. So you adopt the same view that Minister Fraser has shared with the committee, that the principle of restraint in the criminal code is merely a codification of something that would exist if 493.1 were not there, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So in that sense, do you believe that adding the clarification that Clause 14 does will make any material change in the application of the principle of restraint?
Yeah, I mean, I think you would have heard last week as well that there is an acknowledgement that the codification of the principle of restraint has resulted in certain cases of individuals being released on bail where perhaps that may not have been appropriate. We have heard anecdotally from the conversations we've had with our provincial partners that this is happening in certain cases. So the objective with the proposed amendments around these clarifications is to try and help course correct those to address those situations.
So the view then is that the judges have been getting it wrong, and that this will be a nudge that will help them understand what the law is supposed to be interpreted as.
So, I mean, I'm not in the courtroom in those cases. I can only report on the kinds of conversations that we've had with some of our colleagues where those concerns have been expressed. And so, yes, the idea is again to try to provide greater guidance to those responsible, whether that be prosecutors, justices of the peace, or judges, when they are making submissions on bail and determining whether bail is appropriate, to have regard to certain principles, certain rules, certain concepts.
Okay, so no more speakers on the list. So that takes us to shall CPC 4 carry?
Yes.
Yeah. That requires a response when I ask that question, just so everybody knows. Yeah, yeah. Okay, recorded vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On CPC 4, Madame Latanzio?
No.
Mr. Householder?
No.
Madame Dillon?
No.
Mr. Chang?
No.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Baber?
Yes.
Mr. Gill?
Yes.
Mr. Lawton?
Yes.
Mr. Fortin?
No.
Defeated.
CPC 4 defeated. I'm going to suspend it for a few moments just so people can stretch their legs and we'll come back. Yeah. All right, we're on G2. Can we get the room quiet, please? Thank you. All right, yeah, we're on G2, so that Ms. Latanzio.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this change is also consequential to the change proposed in G5. So this motion would make a consequential amendment to Clause 14 by adding Section 524, reverse onus, to the list of reverse onus provisions captured under the proposed paragraph of 493.11, 11, 2C of the bill. Clause 14 includes an amendment to direct the courts not to give primary consideration to the release of an accused person who is subject to a reverse onus. The change would also ensure that all existing reverse onus provisions being proposed in the bill are captured under this clause.
Anybody else? No? Okay. So G2 carry.
Can I,
sorry,
can I just,
I was getting,
Yeah,
excited
it's okay.
there for a moment. Sorry.
It's fine.
If I keep my head
I'm
down,
sick.
I can't see anybody.
It's okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Hausfather.
No, sorry, just 2 seconds.
You're not finished,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, so I'm just seeking unanimous consent, Mr. Chair, from members to apply the vote on G2 to G3, 4, and 6 to 11.
Okay, did everybody hear that?
No, they didn't. No.
Ms. Latan?
You did? Okay.
Say it again, just to be sure.
All right, so I'm seeking unanimous consent from members to apply the vote that we just passed on G2 to be applied to G3 and 4 and from 6 to 11.
No? Okay. Okay, no unanimous consent. Okay. Okay, so anybody else on G2 then? Seeing none, okay, so G2 carry.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, shall Clause 14 carry? As amended, yeah, sorry. On division, okay. Shall Clause 15 carry? Okay, so we've got new clause 15.5. This is CPC 5. I've looked at this provision and given some consideration to it, and I'm going to rule it out of scope.
We would like to challenge that. It came about during witness testimony we heard on this committee on the bill, so.
Okay, you're entitled.
Chair, with respect to scope, I appreciate that there's a nexus with immigration, but nonetheless, it's a bail condition. This is a bail study. This is a bail bill, and it's not unusual for courts to give some due consideration to immigration status in criminal court. And just because there's an immigration element in this, that's no reason to consider that out of scope.
Thank you, Mr. Barber. That's a carefully crafted legal argument. I've made my decision based on a procedural argument, so my ruling doesn't change. Okay, we'll go to a vote. We have a challenge, yeah.
On the question, shall the chair's ruling be sustained? Madame Latanzio? Mr. Hausfather?
Yes.
Madame Dillon?
Yes.
Mr. Chang?
Yes.
Mr. Brock?
No.
Mr. Baber?
No.
Mr. Lawton? Mr. Gill, sorry.
No.
Mr. Lawton?
No.
Mr. Fortin?
Oui.
Sustain.
Sustained, so that takes us to G3. Ms. Latanzio.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So once again, the motion is a technical change that is consequential to G5, which would amend Clause 29 of Bill C-14. The change is needed to ensure that there is correct cross-reference to subsection 524.6.2. These changes would ensure that the bail consequences of not attending court or not complying with conditions would be set out on the accused's appearance notice or undertaking. These consequences would include a reverse onus and possibly detention under Section 524.
Thank you.
Just clarification, if I may. This applies to the summons itself, like to the form? And this will be prescribed on a form that goes out to the accused?
That is correct.
Okay.
Anybody else? No? Okay. Shall G3 carry?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Shall Clause 16 carry? Yes. Shall Clause 17 carry?
Yes.
Okay. Shall 18, 19, and 20 carry? Yes. Did I hear yes over here too? Yes. Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. New Clause 20.1 takes us to G4, which is Ms. Latanzio.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this motion is again a technical change that is consequential to G5, which would amend Clause 29 of Bill C-14. This change is needed to ensure that there is correct cross-reference to subsection 524.6.2. The change would ensure that the bail consequences of not complying with the summons would be set out on the summons that is issued to the accused, requiring them to attend court or to attend at another location for identification purposes, including photographing and fingerprints.
Thank you. Anybody else? No? Okay. Shall G4 carry? Yes. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Shall Clause 21-22 carry?
Yes.
Okay. Takes us to Clause 23, which, let me catch up here. Takes us to CPC 6, which is Mr. Lawton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is an amendment I'm very pleased to be putting forward, although sadly I regret that it's necessary. I hope that surety reform would have been a part of the original bill, but this amendment simply says that a judge, justice, or court shall not name a person as a surety, so shall not allow someone to vouch for someone as part of their bail if that person was convicted of an indictable offense within 10 years before the day on which the release order is made. So simply put, this is an amendment that will prevent people who have been convicted of serious crimes from acting as sureties for others in hopes that they will not commit crimes or otherwise violate their bail condition. In an ideal world, you wouldn't want anyone who's ever been convicted of a serious crime to be a surety for another, but we've put a pretty reasonable measure here that was taken from the work that our colleague Arpan Khanna did on the Jail Not Bail Act. This was something that we heard previously before this committee called for by women's advocates, and even earlier this evening we actually heard from Mr. Campbell of the Toronto Police Association about how preventing convicted criminals from acting as sureties would be an important step in strengthening the bail system and hopefully strengthening bail compliance. So this is something I would also like to cite the input from the police chief, Mark Roskamp, who's the St. Thomas, Ontario police chief and who has been a witness before this committee, who has also spoken about this. So it's in that spirit that I bring this amendment forward.
Mr. Brock.
Yeah, just to the officials. I was rather shocked to learn that we had to bring this particular amendment because naively and I guess wrongly, I just naturally assumed that there was some law, some rule that existed that precluded sureties with a record that included indictable offenses from qualifying as a surety. Again, hearkening back to my practice days, if I knew that a surety had a criminal record, I would bring that to the attention of the presiding justice. The justice himself or herself would simply disqualify that person. So apart from the criminal code, is there any other law, policy, anything that binds judges across this country from qualifying a surety currently without this amendment with a criminal record?
I can advise that in the criminal code there's nothing that binds. I would point out for your consideration section 515.1, which states that before being named a surety, a person has to submit the declaration, and in that declaration they would list past convictions. In terms of at the provincial and territorial level, it would be an issue of practice. Some jurisdictions, for example, outline procedures by which a surety would come before the court. I would also note that in other jurisdictions, they're developing protocols. So to answer your question,
So
nothing
then-
binding.
Then at an official level, representing the Department of Justice for Canada, this amendment is supportable by your standards to provide uniformity?
I certainly would do that, Mr. Brock. It would provide that consistent application. I mean, whether that's something that Parliament wishes to adopt is for Parliament to adopt.
Okay.
Good.
Yep.
Okay, so CP6, Carrie?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Thank you. CPC 7, okay. CP7 is Mr. Brock again.
CPC 7 creates a reverse onus detention rule for certain major offenses, while on release, and a prior major offense situation. Was this, given the defeat of my earlier amendment with respect to creating a definition section for a major offense, does this impact the ability to debate and vote on this?
No, I just think it means there's an absence of a definition from the earlier proposed amendment, that's all.
Okay. So it changes, it has a new 515 sub 6 sub D. What it will do is if the accused is charged with a major offense while already on a release order and has a conviction for a major offense in the last 10 years, then the person must be detained unless they show cause why detention isn't justified, and they must clearly demonstrate a proposed release plan that addresses the risks listed in 515 sub 10.
Sure, I'm looking at CPC 7. It does not seem to be what Mr. Brock is reading out. CPC 7 is the third offense.
Okay, hang on.
I think you're looking at the wrong number, maybe, or maybe I am, but one of us is.
Page 15 there.
Thank you.
I think it's not.
My working instructions are incorrect, so I apologize, colleagues. What it indicates is that Clause 23 be amended by adding after line 32 on page 9 the following, that it is an offense in the commission of which violence was allegedly used and that would constitute the accused's third or subsequent indictable offense in the commission of which violence was used.
No other comments? Okay, so CPC 7, Carrie? Yes, carry. CPC 7 carries. Okay, so we're now on to CPC 7.1, which is Mr. Lawton. Does everybody have a hard copy of that? Because I received it. So, okay, all right, it's been distributed. Okay, perfect. Okay. Mr. Lawton?
Thank you. This one is fairly self-evident. I think we do need to understand, and the Criminal Code already considers the interactions between it and the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act. What this would do is add under add on after line 36 on page 9, that we are amending subsection 515(6) of the Criminal Code, or rather of the Act, by adding after paragraph A, that if someone is charged insofar as detention is concerned with an indictable offense other than an offense listed in section 469, and if the accused is a foreign national within the meaning of subsection 2.1 of the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, a conviction would make them inadmissible to Canada under section 34, 35, 36, or 37 of that Act.
Thank you, Mr. Lawton. Anybody else? Mr. Housefather?
So, Mr. Chair, I tend to be sympathetic to this amendment, but we also just got it at the last minute, and it's very hard to assess. And it's not Mr. Lawton's fault. It came out in testimony that just happened on Monday, where, again, I tended to agree with the witness, but I also am concerned because I haven't had a chance to validate whether there'd be charter issues here. So can I just understand from the officials, maybe Mr. Taylor, is there a charter concern with doing it this way? Is there a different way that it could be done, what is being intended, and what would the end effect be of adopting 7.1, let's say without amending it, but as it is?
Yeah, I mean, we are also do our best to answer that question, and have not had a lot of time to reflect on it as well. I mean, you will all know that a reverse onus is departure from charter protected rights to reasonable bail, and not to be detained without just cause. So we're automatically into a space where charter rights come into play. That said, the Supreme Court has upheld reverse onuses in certain circumstances. And I would say that, and I'd point you to a departmental resource that is publicly available, Charterpedia. It contains a lot of useful information on this provision, 11E, right to reasonable bail. I think it's important in your deliberations on this to reflect on the purpose behind the proposed amendment, and if that purpose is linked to furthering the objectives of the bail system. And again, you know, when we think about the objectives of the bail system, it is to manage risk posed by accused persons, having regard to the grounds for detention, those being to manage flight risk for public safety reasons, or to promote confidence in the administration of justice. So I think it would be important to understand the purpose behind the proposed amendment and whether the purpose of that amendment is linked to those enumerated grounds for detention, and where that link can be more closely established. I think that is where, based on the jurisprudence, an amendment of this nature would be less likely to run afoul of charter protected rights.
Can I ask, okay, so I mean, I am a lawyer, and that was very deep legalese that maybe some of my colleagues understood a little bit better than I did. But what I understand is that there's a charter risk, but I want to understand, is it because you're lumping an entire category of people into one class without, for example, making a distinction between refugees who might be here, who would be perhaps different than somebody who's on a student visa, or somebody who's on a work permit, or somebody who's simply a visitor to Canada?
And sorry for my last answer if it was.
No, I just think you can dumb it down a little bit for us. That would be great.
I mean, I think that is a fair comment, and I think one has to ask themselves whether the mere fact of somebody being a foreign national charged with a specific type of offense is necessarily evidence to demonstrate that individual, in all cases, poses a flight risk, a public safety concern, or that their release would undermine confidence in the administration of justice.
Can I ask one more question? So let me take an example of a foreign national being a student from the United States, or a group of tourists from the United States that cause a public disturbance in Montreal for being drunk and disorderly, because they went to the strip clubs on St. Catherine Street and got drunk afterwards and whatever. But they're Americans, and they could easily go back to the United States theoretically across the border. How would that impact? Like, if we adopted this, does that rise to the class? Does that rise to the class of offense that would fall here? And is I'm just trying to see at what level do you hit?
Yeah. Thanks for the example. Two points I would say. The first is that as I understand the motion, it is limited in its class of offending or alleged offending to indictable offenses. So it would have to be more serious offenses.
It's more serious than drunken disorderly. Let's say assault. Let's say they got into a bar fight.
Sure. So were it an indictable offense, then yes, this would apply. I'd point out as well, there's an existing provision in the bail scheme that creates a reverse onus in relation to people who are not ordinarily resident in Canada. And the ordinarily resident in Canada reverse onus is more clearly aligned to flight risk. And so to your example, Mr. Housefather, somebody who is here visiting and who is not a resident, who doesn't live in Canada, that reverse onus in that circumstance would trigger. To your point, because you are concerned about potential flight risk.
Maybe Mr. Loudon has some question. So you're saying that there actually is a provision already that relates to foreign nationals, although it would be basically hinging on flight risk? There is a different. Can you refer me to what section of the criminal code that is, or where it is?
Yeah, thanks. It's 515.6.
515.6?
Paragraph A.1. It's not foreign nationals, and it's people who are not ordinarily resident in Canada. So it could be a Canadian citizen or a permanent resident, but who doesn't live here, doesn't live in Canada. And again, the policy rationale there is the link to flight risk, because they don't have a connection in terms of residence to Canada, whereas a foreign national maybe a long-term resident in Canada and maybe not necessarily have a connection to another country.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Housefather. Mr. Lawton.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just want to, on the timeline, I'm sympathetic to Mr. Housefather's concerns. I think this actually speaks to the importance of having witness testimony. It was on Monday with Dr. Sundberg that this gap in the bail system came up, and we very quickly tried to work with the drafters, who were very grateful were as swift as they were, but it does mean we lacked a couple of days of being able to review this. But I will read from Dr. Sundberg's brief on this to speak to the question Mr. Taylor raised of intent. This proposal reinforces fairness and legitimacy. Canada welcomes millions of immigrants and temporary residents who comply with the law and contribute to society. A narrow reverse onus provision tied to IRPA sections 34 to 37 affirms a clear principle. Canada is open and fair, but it will respond firmly and lawfully when a small subset allegedly abuses that openness to engage in serious criminality, organized crime, or security-related conduct. And I just want to be very clear about what sections we are applying this to from IRPA. Section 34 is security, which includes terrorism. Section 35 is human or international rights violations. Section 36 is serious criminality, and I think that's important. It's not about drunken disorderly or speeding tickets. And 37 is organized criminality. We do know, especially in the context of extortion, which has been ravaging, Mr. Gill's community of Brampton, Surrey, a lot of the organized crime entities behind it are comprised of people who are in some cases, large numbers, foreign nationals. And flight risk is a big component. So we are proposing a reverse onus provision be extended to a very narrow subset of people who do not have a status in Canada, so that we can detain them and actually uphold the fundamentals of the justice system. But I would just point out that the amendment as framed specifically narrows it to those 4 sections of the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act to ensure that it's not being used to create a broader class that is as indiscriminate as one might be concerned about.
Thank you. Mr. Fortin.
Thank you, Chair. I would have some questions for our witnesses. I am curious about this. What would the impact of this decision be, or what might it be, on the Immigration and Refugee Act? Correct me if I'm wrong. Here, we're talking about the case of an accused, someone who is accused, not found guilty of an indictable offense, who is also a foreign national under the Immigration Act. A guilty finding would then lead to territorial inadmissibility. So, if the person is a foreign national and they're not found guilty and they're detained, the question I have in mind is, I mean, obviously, if the person is found guilty, it makes sense that they would become inadmissible under Section 10. But if, in the meantime, if they're preemptively detained or preventatively detained, would it have an effect on their immigration application? That's my first question. And would it have any impact on their family? Because often these people come into the country with a spouse, children. They're foreign nationals under the Act, but they may have a presence in Canada that goes back a year or two. So I'm just curious about what the impact would be if this amendment carries. What would the effect be under IRPA? Could anyone explain this to me? Unfortunately, I would say we can't. I'm not an expert in immigration law, and I'm not sure whether there would be an impact or not on a person who is accused of a crime. I'm not sure whether there would be an impact on their immigration application.
Et j'imagine que personne.
And I imagine that none of the other witnesses know? I could try to find an answer for you and share it with the committee.
Mr. Fortin, are you finished, Mr. Fortin?
Pardon me?
Are you finished?
Well, just a minute, Mr. Chair. Roman?
Yeah, I'm not sure if Mr. Fortin correctly interpreted the amendment before us. We're not talking about the effect of a criminal conviction on immigration status or admissibility to Canada. What Mr. Lawton is doing in this amendment is he's saying reverse onus would apply if, under these 4 sections of the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, when convicted, folks would be inadmissible to Canada. So the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act already makes them inadmissible upon conviction if it's organized crime or terrorism or something very serious. And what the amendment is saying is if we're dealing with one of those, then reverse onus should apply on bail.
Vous permettez, Monsieur le Président, que je réponde à M. Barber ou qu'on fasse la discussion, même si je comprends que...
Would I be able to respond to Mr. Barber? The question I'm wondering is, look, the person has not been found guilty. In the example, the person has not been found guilty. They've simply been accused of a crime. They might be found guilty, and then we have no problem. Well, no problem, but if the person is found innocent and they've already been detained, could this have an impact on the person's life or the lives of their family or that person's immigration application or the immigration applications of their children? I'm just curious about what we're doing that and the impact it could have on these people. Perhaps my concern is baseless, but that's what I was trying to find out. And the answer was, we don't know. And for that reason, I still have concerns.
Thank you, Mr. Fortin. Mr. Lawton?
Okay. Sure, I'll just say in response to Monsieur Fortin's questions that this does not amend anything in the immigration process. And as it stands right now, someone who is a foreign national who is charged with one of these offenses could be detained already. There is nothing stopping under the current law from them being arrested, detained, or given bail, and then convicted or found to be not guilty, and that immigration process would play out. The only thing we are changing, I would say to Monsieur Fortin, is that there is a reverse onus on bail for people in that subset. So because that is the only thing we're changing, there would be no effect whatsoever, on their immigration status given what we're doing here. So all we're doing is expanding a category of offenses that's already designated and ensuring that the reverse onus applies. It doesn't even change whether someone would be eligible for bail or not. It just shifts that burden. So this is not touching the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act for a reason.
Do you have a question, Mr. Barber?
Comment.
Okay.
Thank you, Andrew, and sorry, thank you, Mr. Lawton, and I hope that Monsieur Fortin is satisfied. Just, I'd like to point out that in the proposed, in the legislation as currently drafted, paragraph 9 adds a provision at the end. I don't have my Roman numerals right, but the very last section in the existing section already has an expansion to the list of reverse onus offenses, offenses that are contrary to the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act. So if you look at page 9 of the bill, 9 so paragraph 515 sub 6 sub A is amended, and you go to the last section, which is X1 and V, so I don't know, I think that's 19. Reverse onus would apply to an offense under sections 117, 118 of the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act. So all we're doing here is we're just adding a couple more in an attempt to expand a little bit to what Bill C-14 is already doing. Well, we need to have a look, I guess. Let's go look. Well, I appreciate your enthusiasm, Mr. Housefather.
Can I make a suggestion here, ladies and gentlemen, rather than having a back and forth across the table? Why don't we suspend for a couple of minutes, sort out what the meaning is and what these sections are that are referenced in there are referring to, and then we can come back and have a more informed discussion and perhaps have a vote. So I'll suspend for a few minutes.
And may I propose that we continue? Maybe we can just stand it down for a second, look up the answer, because we're almost there.
Yeah, I'm going to suspend, Mr. Barber.
Okay.
at the point we were suspended, nobody really had the floor, frankly. So let's reinforce that rule. So I'll start with Mr. Baber.
Thank you. So we went to the Immigration Refugee Protection Act, and we clarified that Section 117 applies to human smuggling and trafficking. So basically, the point I was making is Bill C-14 in its present form already imports certain provisions of the Immigration Refugee Protection Act for purposes of making such offenses reverse onus offenses. And what Mr. Lawton is proposing with his amendment is that we expand that further by making some other very serious offenses under the Immigration Refugee Protection Act also reverse onus offenses. Terrorism, organized crime, stuff like that. Treason. So I think that this makes a lot of sense. We're already doing that. To start, let's do just a little better.
Ms. Latanzio?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I would have a question, very quick question for the officials. In considering this amendment, this motion, would there be any charter risks?
Yeah, I thank you for the question. I do think there are charter risks, and I probably wasn't as explicit in my response earlier on that point. Again, because I think what we know with existing reverse onuses that have been upheld is that they have been linked to furthering the purposes of the bail system. And as I said, the bail system and just cause for detention is anchored in those three grounds for detention. Evidence would be necessary to demonstrate that foreign nationals accused of committing certain offenses, that there is a clear nexus between that fact and flight risk and public safety and confidence in the administration of justice. Absent that evidence, the risks become quite more attenuated. And if I can maybe add one other point for awareness, if I understand the motion correctly, a number of the grounds of inadmissibility talk about, and they were discussed already, security, organized crime. There are existing reverse onuses that address that behavior in a different way, where a person is charged with those specific offenses. Somebody who is charged with a terrorism offense is subject to a reverse onus. You already have that availability, and much like I explained to Mr. Housefather, the situation of the person who is not ordinarily resident in Canada.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Latanzio. Mr. Lawton?
Just very briefly, are there charter issues with other parts of the legislation that have been raised by stakeholders, civil liberties advocates, as potential areas where any tightening of bail restrictions would leave legislation vulnerable to a charter challenge?
Yeah, I mean, I think, as I said last week when I was here with Minister Fraser, the charter statement does provide a fairly detailed explanation of the intersection of the proposed amendments with charter rights. Certainly, like any changes to the bail system, those are going to be looked at closely. We have listened to the testimony. People have expressed concerns about potential charter risks.
Okay, so there are other charter issues in the legislation, as with anything that deals with bail. So I just want to make sure people don't see that as being a point to not advance something because there could be concerns raised. So.
I have Mr. Housefather next. Thank you.
Sorry, one more question. Obviously, there's charter risks, in pretty much any legislation, and you take those risks from a very low level to a medium level to a high level. In this case, I think I'm understanding better what you're articulating, but where you have in previous iterations or in other parts of the bill created, or we have in the past and now in this bill created a reverse onus, they are related to the type of offense that someone was committing, correct? So basically, the class of offenders would be all of the people in the universe that potentially, because they're charged, they're not convicted, potentially committed an offense. And the issue here is, it's not everybody in the universe that potentially committed an offense. It's a class of people, such as all women or all men or all people 18 and under. Here we've taken a class of people who are all the people who are not Canadian citizens or permanent residents or whatever we call it, and made it by class of people instead of by offense. And some of the offenses that we're including in the realm of the Immigration Refugee Protection Act, we haven't yet had a chance to carefully review the sections that are mentioned in this amendment. There are other people in that universe that might commit that offense who may be Canadian citizens and permanent residents, and they would not be subject to the reverse onus, having committed the same offense as the person who is not a Canadian citizen or permanent resident, and that's where there's a charter issue, correct?
Yeah, I think that's a very useful way of describing it, Mr. Housefather. It would be like saying individuals from a particular part of Canada who have committed certain offenses are subject to a reverse onus, but individuals from another part of Canada are not subject to a reverse onus with the same offense.
We don't speak it just at will here, Mr. Bauer. We have a speaking order, and if you want to get on that list, I will put you on that list. In the meantime, Mr. Housefather has the floor.
That's what I just wanted to understand. I mean, not that I believe that necessarily that people who are not Canadian citizens or permanent residents should have absolutely the same rights as Canadian citizens and permanent residents in every instance, but I just wanted to understand where you felt the risk was, and now I think I better understand it.
Thank you. Mr. Bauer.
None of this is politics for me. None of this is politics. Okay? This is a professional discussion, and I take exception to what is happening in this committee right now. First of all, residency and citizenship is a very important consideration at bail because we're looking at flight risk. So the distinction that Mr. Taylor is making with respect to class of people being Canadian citizens or not Canadian citizens, that differentiation is made at bail court very, very often already. So that's to your point, Mr. Housefather. But I am more concerned, I see Mr. Taylor is nodding in agreement. Thank you. Because he knows what's coming next. And I very much take exception to your answer to Ms. Latanzio's question. She asked if there's a charter concern with respect to what Mr. Lawton is bringing forward, and you said yes. But your concern relates to the general concern in the bill, which is reverse onus offenses. All of the reverse onus offenses that you're expanding here are subject to the same constitutional concern. That has to be clearly understood. Except that when we're talking about the seriousness of offenses and the ability to survive charter scrutiny, what Mr. Lawton is proposing is a more serious class of offenses. In fact, the most serious class of offenses, treason and organized crime, in that those are more likely to survive charter scrutiny as anything else in this bill. And that's a differentiation that Mr. Taylor did not make. And all of this is obviously subject to charter concerns. But this one, if anything, this one would be less in my respectful submission. And I ask that we remain intellectually consistent and honest about how we would apply the law here as we analyze this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Bauer. I just want to remind all members here that our witnesses are here to assist us. When they're asked questions, they answer questions to the best of their ability. I don't think it's necessary. If people have different perspectives, they're entitled to share them, but I would do it in a respectful manner. And I'll leave that at that. Does anybody else have any discussion on this? No. Okay. Shall CPC 7.1 carry?
Yes.
Recorded vote.
On CPC 7.1, Mr. Chair, Madame Latanzio? Mr. Housefather?
Regretfully, no.
Madame Dillon?
No.
Mr. Chang?
No.
Mr. Brock?
Yes.
Mr. Baber?
Yes.
Mr. Gill?
Yes.
Mr. Lawton?
Yes.
Mr. Fortin?
No.
7.1 does not carry. Okay. CPC 8, which is another, this is Mr. Lawton. Over to you.
Thank you very much. I will not belabor this. I realize it's getting very late. I'll just make a fundamental point here. When we are talking about bail and bail decisions, we have to acknowledge what's been spoken to by our witnesses and what we've all observed, which is that there is tremendous inconsistency even in sometimes interpreting the same laws. One area where we see this is in requirements that non-Canadian citizens or non-permanent residents must surrender their passports. This is a fairly standard, one would assume, bail condition, but it is shockingly not all that standard or uniform in terms of application. So my amendment here is very simply that if someone who is not a Canadian citizen or a permanent resident within the meaning of the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act is released, that the judge shall add to the order a condition that the accused deposit all their passports. This is to ensure that we do not have, as we've seen in several cases, in particular regarding extortion, people skipping out on bail and leaving the country and evading justice because they are foreign nationals and have a place to go to. This is ensuring that passport retention is a standard part when someone of that nature is released on bail.
Thank you, Mr. Brock.
I start by saying I would be absolutely shocked if any member, regardless of party affiliation, would be opposed to this particular clause. When you're dealing with a non-Canadian citizen or permanent resident, the primary ground is engaged. And the primary ground for detention under 515 sub 10 is whether or not there's any evidence to establish that the accused would not show up for court. And generally, evidence would easily be adduced if the person, A, were a Canadian citizen, ordinarily domiciled in the jurisdiction by which the bail hearing takes place, if the person had a residence, if the person had a job, if the person had other connections to the community, then it would be very easy to discharge that onus, whether it be a Crown onus or a reverse onus. When you're dealing with a non-Canadian citizen or a permanent resident, and I would put that in the same class as a drifter who just happens to find himself, say, in the Ottawa jurisdiction, and he's ordinarily domiciled in BC, and they're hitching their way across this country, and the person is not released by a police service, is held for bail, makes application, absolutely the primary grounds as to whether or not this person would show up for court would be engaged. So it's only logical that we impose a reasonable condition where primary grounds are at stake. We do not want any individuals facing criminal charges in this country to pack their bags and flee this country to avoid criminal responsibility. One way to safely guarantee that this person is going to remain in Canada, not necessarily guarantee their attendance in court, but to remain in this country, is to remove their passport. So I circle back. I would be absolutely shocked, dismayed, and concerned if there was any member of this Justice Committee who would not be in full support of this amendment.
Mr. Bauer.
15-second comment. Every time you leave bail court, the judge or the justice of the peace leans over, and what do they say? Don't you be leaving Ontario? Sorry, if you're in the province of Ontario, they say, don't you leave Ontario. Don't you leave your given province. What this amendment does is it gives teeth to one of the most important conditions that bail magistrates impose every day. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, so CPC 8. Oh, sorry, Mr. Fortin, go ahead.
Désolé. Monsieur le Président.
Sorry, Chair. I'm reading this amendment, CPC 8. And it very much resembles CPC 5, an amendment which you ruled out of scope. I'm trying to figure out why the same rationale does not apply to both amendments. I also I'm troubled by a few other things. In the criminal code, it says the justice can ask for the person to surrender passports. That's already in 5013F. And now they don't want it just to be a possibility. They want it to be settled law. It would make it so the person would have to surrender their passport. So in my view, this takes away judicial discretion. Judges should be able to make this ruling on a case-by-case basis. I'm not entirely opposed, but if CPC 5 is out of scope, I think CPC 8 should be as well. And if CPC 8 is admissible, I don't understand why CPC 5 wouldn't have been.
To your first point, Mr. Fortin, there's CPC 5 was ruled inadmissible or out of scope because it was not amending a provision that was dealt with in this bill. This one is slightly different. So, is anybody else on the speaking list?
Et sinon, ben, comme je le dis, j'ai un problème avec le fait.
And then I just have a problem with the fact that, well, I understand that it could be important in certain cases to have the person surrender their passport, but that's already a part of the criminal code. The only thing is, right now, we allow the courts to decide. Now, we would be tying the hands of the courts. It wouldn't be a case-by-case decision. It would be an obligation, and I'm not entirely in agreement with that. I think we ought to trust the courts, even if, historically, they haven't always made the right decision. In general, I think our courts are quite reliable. And I appreciate having a justice system that looks at the specific characteristics of each case.
Thank you, Mr. Fortin. Mr. Lawton?
This amendment deals with people who have been charged, who have already been granted bail, and are not Canadian citizens or permanent residents. It simply ensures that we have uniformity and are protecting the integrity of the bail system and the integrity of the justice system by requiring passports be surrendered. This is something that I think most Canadians would probably be shocked to learn isn't in the law as it is. This is something that should be very easy, and to Mr. Brock's point earlier, I expect will be. So I have no further submission, although the laughter I just heard from one of my Liberal colleagues suggests that may not be accurate, but I baffled as to why. Thank you.
I heard laughing in the room, Mr. Lawton. I don't know what you can attribute to anything in particular. I don't think that's necessarily fair, but okay, anybody else on this? No, okay. Shall CPC 8 pass? Carry?
Yes.
No, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On CPC 8, Madame Natanzio?
No.
Mr. Householder?
No.
Madame Dillon?
No.
Mr. Chang?
No.
Mr. Brock?
Yes.
Mr. Baber?
Yes.
Mr. Gill?
Yes.
Mr. Lawton?
Yes.
Mr. Fortin?
No.
Defeated.
Okay. CPC 8 does not carry. CPC 9, Mr. Brock.
What this particular amendment does is it rewrites the just cause on the tertiary ground factor list in 515 sub 10 sub C. It specifically replaces 515 sub 10 sub C sub Roman numeral 4. It expands the list of what can count towards the term just cause on the tertiary ground. Right now, just cause is not properly defined in the criminal code. This will now to explicitly include A, to ensure safety and security of the public, B, preventing physical or psychological harm to victims, including child victims and their families, preventing interference with the administration of justice, and maintaining confidence in the administration of justice. Wherever possible, I think it's incumbent upon us at the Justice Committee to strive to improve legislation, to definitely improve the language in the criminal code is always deemed to be a good thing. We don't want multiple interpretations of any provisions in the criminal code. I'd love to take a look at our criminal justice system as a black versus white without looking at the color gray. And to do that, we require clarity, we require certainty, and where necessary to expand on what could be interpreted differently depending on an accused interpretation or a Crown's interpretation or a judge's interpretation of what just cause actually means. It's silent. It's been silent for a number of years. I invite my justice officials to correct me otherwise, but I don't believe there's been any case law, I stand corrected, but any case law that exists in this country that provides any sort of guidance as to what the term just cause actually means. So where we can provide clarity, certainty, and consistency can always be seen as a positive forward step. I invite justice officials to weigh in if necessary.
If he said if necessary, not,
I mean, I'll just start while my colleague is pulling something up. I will just reiterate some of my previous points around the grounds for detention as being seen as examples of just cause by the courts, flight risk, public safety, and confidence in the administration of justice. Mr. Gerbeck, anything?
No, that's echoed in the Supreme Court's decision in Antic as well. That's what I was looking up.
Just for clarity, the question I posed for consideration, has the term just cause been defined by any court in any province or territory?
I don't know if I can answer that. I think that the concept of just cause is open to interpretation, to your point, Mr. Brock, and so the courts have interpreted just cause as including those concepts that I've outlined in my previous answer, but it could include more.
Right? Okay.
thank you, Mr. Brock. Mr. Housefather?
So if I understand correctly, gentlemen, 51510B already includes what is set out in B and small italic 1. And the addition would be to add the elements that are in small italic 2, because I'm reading it and essentially it's identical up till that point. Are the factors currently that are listed in small italic 2, whether or not they're listed in that section, factors that need to be considered regardless already?
They are, although I would note the expression for major offenses would not be captured under 515 sub 10. So under the secondary grounds.
But for major offenses, right, major offenses is not defined in the criminal code. Are there other locations in the criminal code that refer to major offenses?
I don't believe so, no.
So this is based on a definition that failed in an earlier amendment. So the reference now will be unusual in the criminal code because now this would be the only reference to major offenses.
I believe so, yes.
So I think it would be inconsistent. Okay, thank you.
Okay, no one else? Shall CPC 9 carry?
Yes.
No. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On CPC 9, Madame Letanzio? Mr. Housefather?
No.
Madame Dillon?
No.
Nope.
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Gill?
Yes.
Mr. Lawton?
Yes.
Mr. Fortin?
No.
CPC, shall clause 23 carry? On division, okay. New clause 23.1 takes us to CPC 10. I just want to remind people it's 11:25 right now. We have resources until 2:15 this morning. And then we have resources available to us starting at 11 a.m. on Friday.
Repeat that, sorry. Chair?
We have resources for just under 3 hours tonight, till 2:15, correct? Yeah. And then we have resources available to us again, starting at 11 a.m. on Friday, from 11 a.m. until midnight, which is my way of encouraging everybody to try to get us out of here before 2:15. So, okay, Mr. Brock, over to you for CPC 10.
Okay, I'm just going to double check, make sure that my working notes are consistent with the actual amendment itself. Bear with me. What page is 10 on? 18?
Yeah.
Yep, so new clause 23.1 will be known as mandatory detention for certain repeat major offense circumstances. This will be included into a new amendment under 515.11.1. What it does, it creates a rule that the justice must order detention, no discretion, where the accused is charged with a major offense. And both of these are true. A, that the current alleged major offense was committed while the accused was at large on release for another major offense. And B, the accused was convicted of a major offense within the previous 10 years before being charged with the current offense.
Mr. Housefather.
Defined and is not found anywhere else in the criminal code. I don't think anybody looking at these provisions would know what the major offense was in any of the sections, so I'm going to be voting against it.
Thank you. Anybody else? No? Okay. Shall CPC 10 carry?
Yes.
No.
No? Okay.
Mr. Chair, thank you. On the CPC 10, Madame Latanzio?
No.
Mr. Housefather?
No.
Madame Dillon?
No.
Mr. Chang? No. Mr. Brock?
Yes.
Mr. Baber?
Yes.
Mr. Gill?
Yes.
Mr. Lawton?
Yes.
Mr. Fortin?
No.
Okay. CPC 10 defeated. Shall clause 24 carry? Yes. Shall clause 25, 26, 27, 28 carry?
Yes.
Okay. Clause 29 takes us to BQ5, which I'll turn the floor over to Mr. Fortin.
Oh, okay.
BQ5.
CPC 10.1.
This is up first.
Come in. Yeah, hold on one second, Mr. Fortin. No, okay, so no, we're at BQ5.
OK. BQ5 est retiré, Monsieur le Président.
We withdraw BQ5.
Okay, thank you. Okay, where am I? Yeah, okay, so now we're at,
Clause 29.
yeah, G5 has already been dealt with. So we're at, shall clause 29 carry? Shall clause 29 carry? We didn't vote on the clause.
Yes.
Okay. I'm a yes from this side of the table, too? I believe we're waiting for you guys to decide whether you're supporting clause 29.
Oh, that's fine.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Okay.
You
Who
didn't
need-
your opposition.
Okay, so silence denotes consent. Can I do that going forward? Okay, turn off the mics. All right. All right. Okay. Okay, so clause 30, which takes us to BQ6. Mr. Fortin.
BQ6 est retiré, Monsieur le Président.
We withdraw BQ6, Mr. Chair.
Withdrawn, okay. Okay, shall clause 30 carry? Shall 31, 32, 33, 34 carry? Okay, so clause, I'm not even looking up. I don't hear anything. I'm taking that as a yes. Okay, new clause 34.1 takes us to government 6. Yeah, which is Ms. Latanzio.
Hang on a minute. Okay, so this motion is again a technical change that is consequential to G5, which would amend Clause 29 of Bill C-14. This change is needed to ensure that there are correct cross-reference to subsections 524, 6.1, and 6.2. The change would ensure that the bail decisions to release or detain an accused under Section 524 are reviewable by the courts of appeal across the country.
Okay, seeing no hands, shall G6 carry? Yes. Okay. Okay, shall clause 35, 36, 37 carry?
Yes.
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 Okay. Okay, so now we're on to clause 38, which is BQ7. Mr. Fortin.
Retire BQ7, Monsieur le Président.
We withdraw BQ7, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay, what takes us to BQ8?
BQ8 est retiré.
BQ8 is withdrawn.
Okay, okay. All right, moving right along. Shall clause 38, 39, 40, 41, and 42 carry? Okay.
There's a CPC 10.1.
Okay,
Point
sorry,
of order.
this is where
Okay,
CPC
sorry.
10.1 comes in. Okay, so,
It's new clause 39.1.
okay, so let's go 38, 39, 39 carry. Everybody agrees with that. So shall that's clause 40 is where CPC 10.1 comes in.
Before, right before.
Just before, yeah. Okay, so that is Mr. Faber. This is CPC 10.1,
Yeah,
clause 39.1.
39.1. Okay, thanks.
Mr. Baber, you've got the floor.
Okay.
Thank you. I believe a hard copy was circulated at the commencement of the hearing. Basically, what this amendment does is it directs judges not to consider the fact that the accused, that the accused who's just been convicted of an offense could have some sort of an effect on their immigration status and therefore give them a more lenient sentence. So we've seen a number of situations in recent years where courts decide to impose a more lenient sentence so as to not to cause prejudice to a person who's just been convicted of offense vis-a-vis their immigration file. Conservatives believe that citizenship is, Canadian citizenship is a unique gift. And those that are not Canadian citizens should not enjoy a more lenient sentence because they're not citizens and are potentially working the immigration process. I think that this very much makes sense.
Thank you, Mr. Baber. Anybody else? Mr. Fortin?
J'aurais peut-être une question pour nos...
I have a question for our experts. Could Mr. Taylor or another witness answer this? Has the Supreme Court not spoken out about this? About whether this amendment... Would this amendment not violate a previous Supreme Court ruling?
So the Supreme Court has discussed this issue in FAM, RV FAM, PHAM, where the court discussed the ability of sentencing courts to consider what they refer to as collateral consequences as part of sentencing. And the immigration consequences on an offender of a sentence is considered a collateral consequence, just like the impacts on a person's employment may be considered a collateral consequence as part of the sentencing stage in the criminal justice system. The courts have been clear that sentencing courts can consider collateral consequences like immigration consequences, but only insofar as that consideration doesn't change what would otherwise be a fit sentence. So if a court concludes that a fit sentence is 3 years, and they take into consideration the immigration consequences, for example, and they say, I'm taking those into consideration, and I'm going to instead impose 18 months imprisonment, that would be inappropriate and inconsistent with the guidance of the court. However, if it is a difference of a week, a couple of days, where it's still within a range of proportionate sentences, that is something the courts have said is permissible.
Donc, libellé tel qu'il l'est.
So, worded as it is now, this amendment would violate the principles set out in the RV Pham ruling, correct? Yes, I believe so. If this amendment carried, that it would be impossible for courts to consider impacts on immigration status for someone found guilty. Thank you. Chair, another point that I would like to raise before the committee is that our Conservative colleague, Ms. Rempel-Garner, tabled Bill C-220, which is currently being debated. I'm not sure what stage it's at exactly, but it deals with this very topic. Considering the fact that this amendment would violate a Supreme Court ruling, and given that we are likely to study a different bill that deals with the very same question, I will be voting against this amendment.
Thank you. Mr. Baber?
No, it would not violate any Supreme Court ruling. I'm really perplexed by what I'm hearing here. What Mr. Taylor discussed are the permissible frameworks that the Supreme Court established for the application of this section, which is collateral considerations. Now, what Mr. Taylor said, and he's nodding in agreement, is that a court would be entitled to consider collateral considerations like an immigration status and would be able to reduce the sentence if the sentence would otherwise be fit, irrespective of the collateral consideration. And he gave an example of an outrageous sentence that would not be permissible. He could have also said something like, well, if 3 years would be a fit sentence, and the court considered the immigration file and gave 2 years, and 2 years would be appropriate under the circumstances irrespective of the immigration file, then that would be supportable. That would be permissible. Right? Correct, Mr. Taylor?
I think...
Sorry. Okay. So, but that doesn't mean...
Sorry, do you want an answer to the question?
No, I don't. But that doesn't mean that the application of the collateral consideration is somehow charter protected. We talk about the principle of sentencing every day of the week, and we talk about them in this bill as well. For instance, we direct the courts to consider the principles of deterrence and denunciation. This is despite the fact, Mr. Fontaine, that courts may have other considerations. In other words, and this is what I want to question. This is what I want like an answer to. Yes, it may be a current principle of sentencing, but it doesn't mean that this principle of sentencing, collateral considerations, are constitutionally protected. Correct, Mr. Taylor?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know whether there is appellate jurisprudence that considers the constitutional dimensions of that, but to your, if I can maybe just reiterate something I said earlier in response to one of your questions, Parliament is entitled to enact laws that can alter the common law. And so, as I indicated in my response to Mr. Fortin, were this motion to be adopted and the bill passed, then that would be Parliament setting a new sentencing rule that courts would not be permitted to consider the immigration consequences of the sentence.
Thank you. In other words, it may be inconsistent with the current, and if I may, to my bloc colleague, because I don't think that my bloc colleague, whose attention I don't seem to have right now, has properly understood what Mr. Taylor was saying. And I don't think that Mr. Taylor made it clear that the proposal here does not violate the Charter. And I would appreciate if the official, again,
Mr. Chair.
would be a little bit more
Mr.
fair in what is being tendered.
Mr. Baber, we have a point of order.
I we're asking questions to officials. Officials are answering, and then we're somehow trying to clarify or interpret what the answers are with another colleague. I'm not too sure if that's procedurally correct, Mr. Chair, but I'd like for you to address this.
Yeah, I think it's a fair point. I tried to address this earlier, Mr. Baber. These 5 witnesses are here to assist us. They're lawyers. They work for the Government of Canada. They're here to answer our questions. They're not here to be challenged or argued with. If you have a different opinion, I would encourage you to ask them a question. If you don't like the answer, you can deal with that later in submissions. This is not a courtroom. There's no jury. Please, I would ask that you show some respect to the witnesses. We all have differences of opinion. We're entitled to them.
Disrespect to the witness.
Okay, you've challenged Mr. Taylor a number of times
I am
now. I'm just, Mr. Going forward, Mr. Baber, I just want people to be reminded of that. That's all I'm saying.
I heard Mr. Fontaine interpreting on the basis of what Mr. Taylor said that somehow this amendment may be ultra-virus, may not be in line with the Charter. And if that is what Mr. Taylor suggested, I wanted to clarify that that is not the case and that is not what he suggested for the benefit of my bloc colleague.
And that's fair to ask him a question for clarification, but you put the question to him and then told him you didn't want an answer. So, if you want to clarify it, let him answer the question.
I did let him answer the question. I believe that I was correct. And so I would like to ask
Well, you didn't, because I said, do you want an answer? And you said no. Mr. Housefather, do you have a point of order or just, no? Okay, so Mr. Baber, you still have the floor.
Here's what I'm going to say. Again, I sought elected office. I sought to come here in my capacity as a professional. And this is why I'm sitting at this table right now. I don't care for the politics. I don't care for the fact that we sat here for hours accusing each other of who's filibustering what bill. I want professional honesty from everyone involved. And I'm entitled to insist on that, Mr.
You're
Chair.
entitled to professional honesty, but suggesting you're not getting it is what I'm taking issue with. So I would ask you just to assume, because we are getting professional honesty, that we refrain from suggesting we're not, particularly towards the witnesses. Okay, does anybody else want to address CPC 10.1? Mr. Housefather?
Yeah, I understand all of this. I just want to give Mr. Taylor, Mr. Taylor, I'm so sorry because you seem to be the object of some scrutiny. FAM, if I recall, focused on common law sentencing principles, right? It didn't focus on charter. So I think all that we're trying to understand is, but it doesn't mean that there weren't charter adjacent principles that might have been conveyed in FAM. So do you have charter concerns related to, or is the answer just you don't know because you don't know if the Court of Appeal has opined on the charter-related concerns about whether or not, certainly Parliament from a common law perspective can change the common law and statute and pass a statute saying this. But I think what you were trying to say before, and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, so I'd like you to just have a chance to answer, is you were never disputing that Parliament could change the common law principles by statute. What I think you were saying is you don't believe that a court has yet opined on the question, or that you don't know if a court of appeal has opined on the question of whether there was also charter issues that might be involved with respect to the collateral, issues that I think it was the appeals court reversed the Superior Court on in FAM, correct?
Yeah, and thanks for the question. And it is late, and if my answers haven't been clear, I do apologize for that, Mr. Baber. In my answer in respect of FAM, I don't believe I discussed the charter at all. And I think in my clarification to Mr. Baber, I said as much. I mean, sentencing is an individualized process. Where sentencing runs into charter risk is where specific outcomes are mandated, where judicial discretion is curtailed. As I understand this principle, this amendment, it would simply direct courts that they would not be able to take into consideration a certain thing when arriving at a fit sentence. They will still be required, though, to impose a fit sentence. So for that reason, I don't think it runs into the same kinds of charter concerns as other types of sentencing provisions.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Mr. Housefather. Anybody else want on the speaking list?
I just want to thank
Is that a yes,
Taylor.
Mr. Baber? Because if it is, I would prefer you to address me, and then I can give you the floor. Mr. Baber.
I thank Mr. Taylor for his clarification and professionalism. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Baber. Okay. Seeing no other hands, shall CPC 10.1 carry?
Yes, no.
Recorded vote.
CPC 10.1, CPC 10.1. Madame Latendio? No. Mr. Housefather?
No.
Madame Dillon?
No.
Mr. Chang?
No. No.
Mr. Brock?
Yes.
Mr. Baber?
Yes.
Mr. Gill?
Yes.
Mr. Lawton?
Yes.
Monsieur Fortin?
Non.
Yeas pour 4-4, nays contre 5-5.
Thank you. Okay, so CPC 10.1 defeated. Shall clause 40 carry? Sorry, clause 40, 41, and 42?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Clause 43 takes us to CPC 11, which is Mr. Brock.
Thank you, Chair. Before I provide any justification, I'm going to turn to the officials. Officials, you've got CPC 11 before you, the content. Correct me if I'm wrong, but a substantial number of those offenses as listed in that amendment carry mandatory minimum penalties. Is that accurate? Yes. Okay. Specifically, I've got an idea as to which ones do not carry a mandatory minimum penalty. Can you identify those for us, please?
Yes, I can. So you want the offenses that don't carry?
Do not carry a mandatory minimum penalty.
II.01, subsection 85.1 does not carry an MMP.
85.1?
Subsection 85.2. Subsection 95.1.
Yep.
Under Section 99, and this would apply to both Section 99 and Section 100, they do carry MMPs where the trafficking or possession for purposes of trafficking involve a firearm, prohibited device, parts, ammunition. There's no MMP when the offenses involve any other prohibited restricted weapon. Subsection 102.1 only carries an MMP for the indictable offense. The next, all of the human trafficking offenses carry MMPs. Sorry, which?
That material benefit only with kids?
That's correct. Sorry, the material benefit offense, so that's 279.02, only carries an MMP when the victim is under the age of 18.
And the same with 03.
And the same with 03. Section 344, robbery, only carries an MMP when it involves a restricted or prohibited firearm or a connection to organized crime. And then the next two, sections 355.2 and 355.4, do not carry MMPs.
So, thank you for that clarification. Colleagues, clearly, one of the limitations of the imposition of a conditional sentence is where that offense has a mandatory minimum penalty. So a number of the offenses as listed, the heart of this particular amendment is to preclude the availability of conditional sentences. So bearing in mind that list that was provided by the official, I would like to narrow my amendment to only include those offenses that could proceed by way of summary conviction, or those offenses that currently do not have mandatory minimum penalties. And one final question to the officials: the offenses that you indicated do not have mandatory minimum penalties, is that as a result or partly as a result of the passage of C5 in the 44th Parliament?
Just a moment.
So partly, Mr. Brock. So, and I say partly for the following reason. So, for example, 95, the MMPs in Section 95 were found unconstitutional by the Supreme Court in Noor. Bill C5, so they were inoperative, they were on the books. Bill C5 removed them. We talked about the trafficking ones already. They weren't touched by C5. The robbery, there was one MMP removed there that dealt with long guns. I think it was a 4-year MMP? There was one MMP that was removed, but there had been 3, there are now 2.
Mr.
Yeah.
Chair, I have a point of order.
Ms. Latanzio?
Understanding that the member is, Mr. Brock is amending his motion or amendment? Is that what I'm understanding? And only including the ones that were cited by the officials? Am I
She's
getting that?
absolutely correct.
Yeah, I think
Mr. Chair.
I
Is that
think what I
in
heard
order?
him say is he withdrawing the provisions in here that don't have mandatory minimums.
So is that in order? It is?
Well, if it
Yeah,
wasn't,
let me suspend for a second.
Let me just,
Yeah.
let me just clarify that.
if it wasn't, Patricia, if it was.
All right, we're resuming. Mr. Brock, that's fine. I mean, you'd asked the officials a question. You hadn't actually formally moved it yet, so if you want to move it, you're free to move it the way you want to move it.
So,
Yeah.
yes, and again, I'm going to turn to the officials again to help me as I move this particular motion. The focus of my amendment to this amendment is to only capture those penalties, those charges, that if preceded by summary conviction or by indictment that does not have any aggravating features that provide for an MMP, or the standalone offenses that do not have MMP, those are the only charges that I want to include in this particular amendment as those which would not, if passed, which would not allow a judge to impose a conditional sentence. Is that understandable?
Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry, can I ask a question, just to clarify? So I believe in response to Mr. Brock's first question, some of the sections had mandatory minimums, but only certain occasions. Does that mean it's only those certain occasions that you want to be included in this amendment?
The occasions that do not mandate MMPs.
Are out?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Okay?
Yeah, okay. Okay, our analysts want to suspend just to make sure we have this clear. Thanks. Okay, we'll suspend for a moment. Okay, so do we have, all right, let's get going here, people. I know we're getting a little giddy, it's getting late. Okay, Mr. Brock, do we have clarification then?
So
Okay, room, people in the room, please.
there were two options, Mr. Chair, available to me to amend this particular amendment. One was far more technical and complicated, and I sincerely thank the officials for helping me or guide me through that potential option. I think in the circumstances, bearing in mind what I anticipate to be the position of the Liberal government with respect to this amendment, I think the easiest way of getting to a vote is to simply amend this particular amendment at the very end with a catch-all phrase that says, where these offenses are not otherwise punishable by a mandatory minimum penalty, which I repeat is in of itself a disqualifier for any consideration of a conditional sentence.
Thank you, Mr. Brock. Anybody else? No, okay. Shall CPC 11, as amended with the wording Mr. Brock just put on the record, carry?
Yes. No. Recorded vote, please.
Recorded vote, quick.
CPC 11, CPC 11. Madame Latanzio?
No.
Mr. Housefather?
No.
Madame Dillon?
No.
Mr. Chang?
No.
Mr. Brock?
Yes.
Mr.
Yes.
Baber, my apologies. Mr. Gill?
Yes.
Mr. Lawton?
Yes.
Monsieur Fortin?
No.
Yes pour 4-4, nays contre 5-5.
All right. So CPC 11 does not carry, which takes us to BQ 9. Mr. Fortin?
Tirez BQ 9, monsieur.
We will be withdrawing BQ 9, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Okay, so shall clause 43, 44, 45, and 46 carry?
Yes.
That's what I like to hear. Okay. Clause 47 takes us to G7. Ms. Latanzio.
Yeah. This motion is again a technical change that is consequential to G5, which we amended before, and also amends Clause 29 of Bill C-14. This change is needed to ensure that there is a correct cross-reference to subsection 524.6.2. The change would ensure that the form that is used for a summons sends out the consequences of failing to comply, including the possibility of the summons being canceled and the accused being detained in custody under section 524.
Thank you.
Sorry, before, yeah,
Go ahead.
I know.
G7, G8, G8, G9, G10, G11, they're all along.
Go to 12. I've asked before unanimous consent to apply the vote that we're going to be voting on this one to 6 through 12.
I don't see 12. Do you see
And I'm asking that unanimous consent.
We don't see a 12. We don't see a 12.
I do have a 12. Okay. You have it?
Do we have 12, Louis?
Can we say 7 to 11 right now, and then when we get to 12?
Yeah.
7 to 11 now.
Yeah.
Okay, just for the benefit. So if we can apply the same vote on this one, Mr. Chair, I'm seeking unanimous consent once again.
Sorry, that was 7 to 12?
7 to 11
7
because they're
11,
looking
okay.
for the 12.
7, 11, okay. All right.
So I'm seeking unanimous consent once again, Mr. Chair.
Do we have unanimous consent to apply the vote on 7 to 12? Okay, perfect, thank you. Now we just need to vote on 7. Yeah, okay. Shall G7 to 11 carry?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so that takes us to CPC 12, if I'm not mistaken.
Point of order.
Yeah.
I believe we skipped over a bunch of clauses in doing that, so. we
Yeah,
also-
no,
Oh, okay.
I'm just, sorry, I'm talking out loud, which I shouldn't do. Yeah, but you're quite right. Okay, so,
So we're going to 47.
okay, so we're clause 47, which we've done that already.
So we have to.
Yeah,
adopt
so, okay, yeah.
clause.
Shall clause 47 carry? Shall clause 48 carry? Shall clause 49 carry? Shall clause 50, well, hold on, let's do 50 and 51 carry?
Yes.
Okay, and then shall clause 52 carry?
Yes.
And shall clause 53 carry?
Yes.
Okay. Now, and geez, 11 we carried, done. Okay. Shall clause 54, 55,
53.
53, is that CPC 12? No.
Clause 53.
Shall clause 53, 54, 55, 56, and 57 carry?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So clause 58 is now where we get to CPC. No, that's G12, sorry.
We're going to go back to that.
We're going to go back to that?
Yeah, because they didn't, members didn't have.
We passed everything through 11.
Yeah. But
Do you have it? Can we do it now, or do we have it?
before we do CPC 12?
So can we apply the vote to members?
Right.
Can we apply
there-
the same vote, seeing that you have your G12? Yes?
This again just applies to the form, yeah?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah.
That's a yes?
Yes?
Okay, great.
Okay, good.
So G12 carries. Okay, so now we're on to, okay, just bear with me there, people.
So we're on clause 58.
Clause 58, carry, yes. Now we're at 58.1, which is CPC 12, which is Mr. Brock.
Is that mine?
Yeah.
Okay, at the heart of CPC 12, it adds an annual DOJ report on judicial interim release. What it does, it requires the minister to table an annual report on the state of judicial interim release, including outcomes and compliance, recidivism data, analysis of effectiveness of release conditions, accessibility, and disparities across groups. One thing that we have heard, Chair, consistently at committee, what I've heard consistently across this country, particularly from law enforcement, is a lack of data collection, a lack of data, period, being available. Questions were put by myself and some other members to a lot of judicial officials, including police officers, about the effectiveness, if any, on Bill C-48 from the 44th Parliament. Again, the government promised that this was going to be a significant movement forward in terms of detaining violent repeat offenders. Anecdotally, the evidence simply does not bear that out. These individuals were being released at a great frequency. So anywhere where we can obtain data, but particularly as parliamentarians, particularly when we build in a review clause in this particular bill. I know there's a review clause, effectively 5 years after proclamation of C-48. We're not quite there yet, but it would be very helpful at a review stage if we had simple data, some basic data from the DOJ, encouraging the provinces to supply and gather their data, that can be shared amongst provinces, is always a step in the right direction. So specifically, we're just asking for that consideration. I think it's a good thing. And again, I would be dismayed and shocked if my colleagues from the other parties did not see the benefit and rationale behind this amendment.
Seeing nobody else, shall CPC 12 carry?
Yes.
On
No.
division?
On division?
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
Okay. All right. CPC 12. Okay, so now we're on to. We're no.
Is it passing on division?
All right, we'll do a recorded vote. Okay, pass on division. Yep. Okay, yep. Okay. This is a good reason why it's only good to have one person speaking at a time. Another reminder. Okay, so now we're on to BQ 10, which is clause 59.
Okay. OK. Monsieur le Président.
Okay, Chair.
Objectif.
The goal of this amendment is to make sure that teenagers who commit crimes using firearms well, there are firearm crimes which up till now have been considered nonviolent offenses, but when a gun is in play, the crime should be considered violent. Provisional detention ought to be considered in those cases. For this reason, we would propose including them, and you have the details before you. It would be in the definition of violent offense. Sorry, it's 12:15 a.m. But that's the general idea. We would be expanding the definition of violent offense to include gun crimes committed by teenagers. I have nothing more to add.
No need to apologize, either Mr. Brock and then Mr. Lawton. And then
Yes, so I'm glad we have justice officials, ladies. I think this might be the first question to you all night. So clearly, we have seen a substantial rise in extreme youth violence. The propensity for youth to commit serious violent activity is disturbing on so many levels. You know, when the YCGA was first introduced some almost 25 years ago, the majority of cases that I was either defending or prosecuting at a young age involved typical young teenager mischief-related charges, shoplifting, spray painting, getting into simple assaults with peers. You didn't read and you didn't hear about 12 and 13-year-olds arming themselves with knives and accessing illegal weapons, discharging those weapons, maiming people, killing people, stabbing people. This is the state of youth in our country today, leaving aside that of a potential review of the effectiveness or the ineffectiveness of holding these youth accountable under the YCGA. Any ability to expand what I thought all along was a very weak, ineffective, and narrow set of circumstances by which violent offenses were defined under the YCGA. Any attempt by any parliamentarian to reflect the realities of what's happening on our streets with violent youth, to include weapon-related offenses, I think is a positive step in the right direction. So I enthusiastically support my colleague from the bloc, Monsieur Fortin's reasonable amendment to address the reality that's happening in this country.
Thank you, Mr. Brock. Mr. Lawton.
I'm sorry I didn't ask the ladies questions, but
Oh, yeah, you said that.
you know, I did contemplate potentially asking you a question. I know.
Okay, Mr. Lawton.
I do have a question, so I'll make up for Mr. Brock's omission. I appreciate it, and I may ask Monsieur Fortin to chime in after, depending on the response. But I've read this. I just want to make absolutely clear here that I understand correctly that the offenses referenced in D of the amendment, these are actual violent, or sorry, not violent, but actual firearms crimes. We're not talking about some of the more administrative offenses that can sometimes come along with firearms ownership. I was just hoping to get confirmation on that, especially noting that 93 of the criminal code, which is possession at an unauthorized place, was not included. So I assume that's the reason why. I was just hoping you could speak to that for extra clarity.
So thank you. Sorry. Thank you for the question. I think I'm going to, as all these offenses fall under the criminal code, maybe let.
Sorry, I tried.
Nope, it's okay. I'm losing my voice.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. I have no doubt that I'll get some questions a bit later. So as I understand the motion, all of the offenses that are listed in paragraph D are offenses that are found in Part 3 of the criminal code. Those offenses, so if I take 95, for example, possession of a prohibited or restricted firearm, loaded or easily loaded, that offense has been interpreted by the courts to apply to situations where somebody who has a license to possess the firearm possesses it in a place they're not authorized. So they're authorized to possess it in their house, but they keep it at their cottage. There are other offenses that, and if I understand Mr. Fortin's objective here, that exist in the criminal code that relate to firearms or the use of firearms. So, for example, Section 85, the use of a firearm in the commission of an offense, is another Part 3 offense. But then you can look to other parts of the criminal code like Section 244.1 and 244.2, which are use offenses. So where you discharge a firearm at somebody intending to cause bodily harm. So on a quick scan, I can see that there are some offenses that are not included there.
Thank you. Sorry, that was it.
Okay, Ms. Latanzio.
Thank you. Questions to officials with regards to the firearms. Does this amendment include all firearms? And if not, does it lead to any interpretation?
So maybe I might just turn to Ms. Reynolds. So certainly there are offenses that are missing, firearms-related offenses that are missing, but I just want to, is violent offense includes? Is it a closed list? I guess it's the.
So thank you for the question. So violent offense currently is tied to threats, attempts, or causation of bodily harm, or endangering the life or safety by creating a substantial likelihood of causing bodily harm. So that definition was enacted in the YCJ in 2012 by way of C-10, the Safe Streets and Communities Act. What the motion is proposing is adding a new paragraph to the violent offense definition that would list several firearms offenses, although I take the point it's not all firearms offenses, and so there may be some that are perceived by the courts as missing. There may be some that are maybe more specific to possession and maybe not so much tied to bodily harm, which is what the definition is really focused on right now. So in terms of a conceptual understanding of the definition of violent offense, it does expand it to listing certain offenses, not others. That could be something the courts are considering, why these offenses and not others if this motion is passed.
Mr. Chair, so with that, I'd like to move a sub-amendment.
Okay.
That's going to read as follows. That Bill C-14 in Clause 59 be amended by adding after line 5 on page 27 the following. Paragraph 2, the definition of violent offense in subsection 2.1 of the Act is amended by striking out, in quotation, or at the end of the paragraph B, and by adding or at the end of paragraph C, and by adding the following after paragraph C. Paragraph D, an offense committed by a young person involving the use or trafficking of a firearm.
So basically, the amendment is simply to change D to what you read as D. So basically, the amendment is to revise, to strike what's under D and to replace it with the following, and then
Yeah. Okay.
We have our-
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, it's being distributed. No, but we can. We'll suspend.
Ms. Latanzio's amendment. No further discussion. Mr. Lawton, go ahead.
Thank you. Just a question to the officials, and I realize you've only had the sub-amendment for a few moments, but as you understand it, would that sub-amendment capture Section 86 of the Criminal Code, either 86.1 and or 86.2?
Just double checking what 86.1 and 2 is.
86.1 is careless use of a firearm, and 86.2 is contravention of storage regulations.
So because the proposed change would address an offense committed by a young person involving the use of a firearm, that could be interpreted, I believe, broadly enough to cover that kind of circumstance.
So if sub-amended, violating storage regulations on lawfully owned firearms, which is serious, and we have recourse available, would be classed as a violent offense, then or could be, you're interpreting.
I mean, I don't know if it helps to give a bit of an interpretation of how use of a firearm has been characterized in the case law. So
in your first answer, you said that it use could do it.
I think what this change would allow is for courts to look at the facts and circumstances surrounding the commission of an offense and decide whether contextually that would fit the definition of violent offense, depending on the circumstances.
The reason I asked the question I did before the sub-amendment was tabled was just to understand what offenses Monsieur Fortin's amendment was applying to, and I just have to say, given what you said, I'm more convinced that having these specifically enumerated offenses in the original version is vastly more preferable. But again, it is a serious issue. So, thank you,
Mr. Housefather.
Yes, I just have one question. When you talk about storage of a firearm, I have difficulty understanding how storage of a firearm could be either the use of or the trafficking of a firearm. Could you clarify if you really meant that you believe that an offense related to storing a firearm inappropriately involves either the use or the trafficking of a firearm?
So yeah, I'll just let Mr. Taylor answer.
I think Ms. Reynolds' answer, what I took from Ms. Reynolds' answer was it's going to be contextual. So to take Mr. Lawton's example of 86.2 contravention of storage regulations, you would have to look at the specific context around that. So contravention of storage regulations may also be accompanied with use conduct, and so.
But again, I mean, I'm trying to just storage regulations. So let's say, for example, instead of having my firearm locked in the appropriate, box, I have it in the box, but I haven't locked it. I have violated thus the storage requirement of locking the box, but I have not used the firearm and I have not trafficked the firearm. Would you be arguing then that somehow use or trafficking would apply?
No, and Mr. Reynolds, jump in if you'd like. No, that's
in
not.
that context, the answer would be no. It would not apply.
Correct. So it's going to be contextual. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Good. Okay. Shall BQ 10? Oh, sorry, it's the amendment. Sorry.
Mais j'avais une question aussi,
Sorry.
monsieur.
I also have a question, Chair. Mr. Taylor or any other witness, in the list that in the original list there was 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 94, 95, 96, 98, 99, 100, and 102. Those were the articles of the Criminal Code. In that list, my understanding is that the whole list is offenses committed using a firearm, but in none of those cases do storage come up. You were talking about someone who is allowed to have a gun but isn't allowed to take it to the cottage and they do that, that's not a hardened criminal we're talking about here. In the original list, is there a problematic article that is named something that should not be considered a violent offense?
The offenses in Part 3 are really about possession, careless use, use of an offense to commit use of a firearm to commit offenses. So I gave the example of Section 95. Section 95 is an offense that targets possession of a prohibited or restricted firearm in an unauthorized way where it's loaded. Section 88, possession of a weapon for a dangerous purpose. So they're not use offenses in the way that some of the other criminal code provisions contemplate use. So I gave the example of Section 244.1. That is where somebody discharges a firearm with intent to cause bodily harm. We know that the courts have said that any offense involving firearms creates a public safety risk. There is an inherent danger where criminal conduct involving firearms occurs, whether that conduct is use or whether that conduct is illegal possession. The framework, the criminal law framework around firearms is meant to minimize public safety risk.
Donc, si je comprends bien,
So as I understand it, if you violate Section 95 if I am only authorized to have a gun in my house and instead I take it to a cottage. That would violate Section 95 of the Criminal Code. That's it.
The offense targets unlawful possession. So an individual may be authorized to possess a restricted firearm, for example, but their authorization is limited to possession in a certain place, primary residence, for example. They may decide to take their firearm to their cottage, and they may not be authorized to do so. It's in those cases where an offense like Section 95 would apply.
Si, mis à part l'article 95.
So let's take out Section 95. The other offenses in the list seem pretty appropriate. And I will say right now that I'm not an expert in firearms, but I just want to make sure that, well, what I'm seeing, the other sections listed represent offenses related to the use of a gun. Offenses that are violent or dangerous. Here we're talking about gun importing, gun trafficking, making guns. Am I barking up the wrong tree here, or am I correct in thinking that the other offenses in the list are not problematic, other than 95?
I think it ultimately depends on the objective. And so I go back to what I said previously, which is the courts have recognized that the criminal offenses in relation to firearms that you've just described, that there is an inherent risk associated with this behavior. So carrying a concealed firearm in public, carrying a weapon while attending a public meeting, weapons trafficking, those are all behaviors that maybe don't involve the use of a firearm in the sense that I described earlier, but that involve a firearm as an element of the offense. And the concern, again, is around the inherent risk that is associated with certain conduct involving firearms that doesn't comply with requirements around possession or requirements around storage.
Merci.
Thank you.
Mr. Lawton, next.
If I can just speak to Section 95 briefly. So I am a firearms owner. I make a point of knowing these laws very well. The one important caveat in Section 95 that speaks to intent is that it's possession of prohibited or restricted firearm with ammunition, avec des munitions. And that is what makes it more than just a regulatory infraction, because there is an intent in having the firearm where you shouldn't and also having it with the ammunition, when normally part of the regulations on restricted and prohibited firearms require them to be separate. So I think that is very right to be included in the list that Monsieur Fortin has put forward. I just wanted to clarify, based on something you told Monsieur Fortin, Mr. Taylor, you distinguished between possession and use. From what you've said, there is an argument, I believe, and I'm hoping you can just tell me one way or another, that Ms. Latanzio's sub-amendment, which is limited only to use and trafficking, could actually exclude or be argued to exclude the offenses that only refer to possession. Am I understanding you correctly? So that would be 95, 96, several others on this list as well.
Yeah, I think that's where I would go back to something Ms. Reynolds said a bit ago about kind of the contextual analysis, and that the existing definition of violent offense in the Youth Criminal Justice Act, I think, arguably also addresses those circumstances.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, did you have something to add, Ms. Reynolds?
Yeah, I just mean by listing these, like Section 91 appears to be more of a possession, and it could involve maybe not complying with like licensing requirements. So if that is falling now as being deemed presumptively as inherently violent, if that's the intent of the motion and the proposed amendment, I just think that that's for consideration, whether the intent is to capture these inherent, to capture the nature of that type of conduct as inherently violent and to be treated as the most serious offenses in the criminal in the YCJ. Sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lawton. Okay. Shall the sub-amendment proposed by Ms. Latanzio carry? No. Okay, we had some people talking, some people yes, some people no. I don't know who. Conservatives vote no. Conservatives vote no. Yes over here, no over here. Mr. Fortin?
Say yes. Je pense que je vais dire oui.
Okay, it carries. Okay, which takes us back to Mr. Fortin's. So it's BQ 10 as amended. Shall BQ 10 as amended carry? Yes. On division. On division. Carries on division. Okay. All right. So, Sal, we go to shall clause 59, 60, 61, 62, 63 carry?
Could we separate out 59, please?
Okay, well, that's the first one, so. Is there an amendment proposed to clause 59?
Well, no, just because I just wanted to get our bearing straight, since we had a division, an amendment passed on division. I didn't want to look at 59 alongside everything else.
Sorry, okay, so 59 carried on division. Sorry, so clause 60, 61, 62, 63 shall carry. Okay, all right. So clause 64. That takes us to BQ 11. Mr. Fortin, that's you again.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Alors,
Thank you, Chair. BQ 11. Well, the objective of BQ 11 is to replace. Sorry.
Article 64 de C.
In Section 64 of C14, it adds Section 49.1, which says, well, it's more about ensuring a consistent translation. In English, it says,
shall give reason for any, En français, on dit s'il décide de prendre en compte. Alors,
in French it says, if it decides to take it into account. So I find that the wording is inconsistent. We propose a new wording. The credit granted for the time spent in detention by the...
Pas une option.
This would make it an obligation rather than an option, looking at the French version. This is why we proposed our amendment.
Anybody else? No? Okay. Shall BQ 11 carry? No. No? Okay. BQ 11 defeated.
Mais là, c'est parce que si on vote contre, on...
But the two texts don't say the same thing. The English and French versions are different. That's not a problem for you? It seems obvious. I barely even introduced arguments. 1 second. Chair.
Les officiers?
Yep.
Okay, I'm sorry. Mr. Fortin explained this as being a translation issue. And I'm asking you guys, having looked at the amendment, do you consider that the English version is made better, or the French version is made better by the translation that Mr. Fortin now provided to the French version?
Thank you
Is
for
it
the
now
question.
equivalent?
So, just by way of background, the proposed amendment in the bill on 49.1 models a provision that's already existing in the criminal code. That is 719.3.2, and that really requires a court to place on the record of the case and in the warrant of committal any credit for pre-sentence custody that is credited at sentencing. So the language that's used in English is any credit that is to be given by the Youth Justice Court, as opposed to, I think what the motion is presenting is the credit. So perhaps that could be read as stronger language, almost mandating credit to be provided when it's not mandatory to provide credit for any time spent in detention prior to sentencing. The French, the proposed motion removes some of the French language regarding if it is decided to give credit. So that would just be the difference, is that maybe what the motion is proposing is something a little more direct about giving credit for time spent in detention, as opposed to the nuance of if and any credit is given.
The existing language, the language that is proposed in the bill, is found elsewhere, you're saying?
So in English, it tracks almost identically to what's in the criminal code. There is some slight changes in the French, but in terms of equivalency between English and French, I mean, it's intended to have the same meaning.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Hold on. Mr. Housefather still has the floor.
Non, je vais passer ça à mes collègues.
Je disais seulement que je n'ai pas entendu la réponse.
Sorry, I didn't hear the answer.
Repeat the answer, and then we'll get to the speaking order.
English is quite closely tracked to exactly what's used in the criminal code. There is some difference in terms of the French in the provision, but it, in essence, gives the same idea that if a court is deciding to allocate credit for pre-trial, for pre-sentencing detention, what it's required to do in terms of placing how much credit it gives on the record of the case. So,
Ms. Latanzio and then Mr. Bauer.
Mr. Chair, can I just have a couple of minutes, if we can just suspend in terms of, in my reading of BQ 12 is where I thought we had the issue of the language of both texts, and BQ 11 was more on the substance. So I just want to make sure I'm reading the right.
Point of order.
Oui, je comprends. Mais je vais valider.
No, I see, but I just want to check.
Understand what we're doing here. Yeah.
Sorry, I heard point of order. I didn't hear who said it, though. I know what a point of order takes.
We have adopted, just to confirm, we have already dispensed with BQ 11, right?
Yeah, but if there was a translation issue, that's why I went back to it. I wanted to make sure there was, if it was a language issue, I wanted to make sure there was nothing left hanging in that respect. But yes, you're correct, we did vote on it.
I wanted to confirm.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Bever.
Sorry, back to you, Ms. Reynolds. What BQ11 proposes is not just fixing translation. It may amount to a substantive change in instructions to the sentencing officer, to the presiding judge. This is not a translation change. This would amount to a substantive change, correct?
So it's possible that because courts are already familiar with the provision under the criminal code, if it's not modeled quite as closely, they may that may signal a different interpretation is to be given to the provision that's being proposed in the YCJ.
This is not a translation issue.
Clarify that. So I understood that BQ 11 was substantive, and the 12 is going to be a question of, yeah.
Okay, so it's not a translation issue, it's
No.
a substantive issue. We've already voted on it, so we can move on to
Thank you.
BQ 12. No. So before we get to that, shall clause 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, and 69 carry? Okay. Now we'll get to clause 70, which is BQ 12, which is Mr. Fortin.
Alors, BQ 12, Monsieur le Président.
So BQ 12 is sort of the same thing. It's with all due respect to my colleague that said it was a substantive change, it isn't. In 4.1 of Section 70, it reads, the urgency of the situation is such that the immediate publication is necessary for the following reasons. And then it gives 3 options. But the intended meaning is not one or the other, it is all of the above. That is why we would propose changing it to immediate publication is necessary for all of the following reasons.
Necessary for all the following reasons, en français, l'ensemble des raisons. C'est tout.
Thank you, Mr. Fortin. Mr. Bauer?
Maybe this is a question for Ms. Latanzio. Did the legislation not mean did this provision not mean to be effective if one of the criteria is met? Because if we adopt Mr. Fortin's motion, then you need all 3 criteria to be met. I'm not sure that that's what the government intended.
I think that's
Can
a
I
question. Sure, you can respond to it if you want.
I think that the motion would add a language to clarify that all the conditions must be met in urgent situations, is my understanding, before the police can publish a youth's identity without a court order. That's my understanding. And so therefore, the wording in the motion would clarify the intent of that provision and the exceptional nature of that publication, is what I'm understanding.
I don't know. How do you feel about it?
I'm not sure we're here to ask how people feel about it. We can ask factual questions.
We will support this. We will support this.
Okay, anything else on this? No? Okay. Shall BQ 12 carry? Yes, okay, carried. Fantastic. Okay. Shall clause 70 and 71 carry? Yes. Okay. Clause 72 takes us to BQ 13.
BQ 13, retiré, Monsieur le Président.
BQ 13 is withdrawn, Mr. Chair.
Withdrawn, okay. All right, so that then takes us to BQ 14.
Elle aussi retirée, Monsieur.
This one is also withdrawn, Mr. Chair.
Okay. And that takes us, okay, no, so now we go 14 withdrawn, yeah. Shall clause 72 carry? Yes. Shall clause 73 carry? Yes. Okay. Clause 74, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 8, 81 carry? Okay. New clause 81.1 takes us to BQ 15. Mr. Fortin.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Alors,
Thank you, Chair. In BQ 15, we are proposing a review of the Act, what we call a sunset clause, of a 5-year review of C14. It says, as soon as possible after the 5th anniversary of the day on which this Act receives royal assent, the provisions enacted by this Act are to be referred to the Committee of the Senate of the House of Commons or of both Houses of Parliament that may be designated or established for the purpose of reviewing the provisions. 2, the committee to which the provisions are referred is to review them and submit a report to the House or Houses of Parliament, of which it is a committee, including a statement setting out any changes to the provisions that the committee recommends. You will recall, Mr. Chair, that I brought this up with the minister when he appeared before the committee to ask what he would think about the possibility of adding a review clause to the bill. To paraphrase his answer, he said he was open to it or something along those lines. We believe it would be a good idea, given the seriousness of the subject matter of the bill. We should have more checks and balances, and the results of the bill should be examined as thoroughly as possible. That is why we are proposing this sunset clause, if you will.
Thank you, Mr. Fortin. Okay, just for the benefit of others, if BQ 15 is adopted, CPC 13 cannot be moved as they seek to add the same provision to the bill. Okay, so BQ 15, anybody?
Yes.
Yeah.
I didn't even ask anybody. Okay. Support. So BQ 15 is adopted, or carries, rather. Okay. All right. I don't have G13 here. Okay, sorry. Okay, so now we're on to Clause 82, which is G13, which is Ms. Latanzio.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the motion amends the transitional provisions in Clause 82 of the National Defense Act to align with the approach taken for the Criminal Code regarding prospective and retrospective applications, the provisions that govern how the proposed amendments would affect matters before the courts at the time that a bill comes into force. As drafted, there is an inconsistency between the Criminal Code and the National Defense Act. New aggravating factors under the Criminal Code would apply retrospectively, while corresponding National Defense Act provisions would apply prospectively. This motion ensures that the aggravating factors being added to the National Defense Act apply retrospectively, as it is proposed in the Criminal Code.
Thank you, Ms. Latanzio. Anybody else? No. Okay. Shall G13 carry? Yes. Okay. All right. Shall Clause 82 and 83 carry? Yes. Okay. New Clause 83. Oh, no. Yeah, because we dealt with CPC or BQ 15. So CPC 13 is not happening. Okay. So where are we?
Clause 84.
Okay, shall Clause 84 carry? Yes. Okay, guys. You ready for this? Shall the short title carry? Yes. Okay, I want to hear a little more enthusiasm in this part. Shall the title carry? Yes. Shall the bill as amended carry?
Yes. What do you have?
The one before on the title. Just, yeah.
You don't like the title?
I like to speak to the title.
The short title or the title?
The title.
Okay, Mr. Baber, you want to talk about the
Yeah.
title?
So I'd like to put on the record, so the title appears to be an act to amend the Criminal Code, the Youth Criminal Justice Act, and the National Defense Act, brackets, bail and sentencing. There's very little in this bill that actually deals with the Youth Criminal Justice Act. The only thing you're doing is it allows for publication of the name in urgent circumstances, and you close the loophole on the definition of violence. And we've heard time and time again, we've heard testimony from various police forces who said, we have a crisis in terms of youth participating in gang violence. We have a crisis, we heard from Mr. Brock earlier today, who said when he used to prosecute young offenders, it used to be them breaking into vending machines. Now we have a completely different crisis. So I'm not sure if we're actually amending the Youth Criminal Justice Act. But what I take greater exception to is the word sentencing in the words bail and sentencing. You provide some direction on principles. You say that the government says that, well, maybe we're looking at principles of deterrence and denunciation. But there are no sentencing amendments in Bill C-14. There's one. There's only one where a sentence actually becomes a harsher sentence. And that is with respect to contempt of court. So I'd like to understand why the government is calling this sentencing reform when there is no sentencing reform.
Thank you, Mr. Baber. Okay, the title is already carried, so. But at 1 in the morning, that was entertaining, so, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Shall the bill as amended carry? Yes. Shall the chair report the bill as amended to the House? Shall the committee order a reprint of the bill as amended for the use of the House at report stage? Yes. Okay.
Chair, I'm asking for unanimous consent to ask the officials one question. It actually dovetails on my colleague, Mr. Baber's references to the one clause in this bill that deals with a sentencing adjustment. I understand the Liberals will agree to give me consent. I'm wondering if my good colleague from the Bloc Québécois, Monsieur Fortin, will give me the opportunity to ask one question of the officials.
Depending on the question.
In relation to
I would say yes.
Thank you. It's in relation to paragraph 37. Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. I'll be very, very quick. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. We're all tired. It's been a long day. I'm very pleased with the level of collaboration that has taken us this far. To Mr. Baber's commentary about contempt of court, of all the serious criminal activity happening in this country, with all the headlines formulating in this country, particularly extortion, use of firearms, drug offenses, the fentanyl opiate crisis, why on earth, please provide some context as to why you chose an obscure criminal offense that I have never prosecuted in 20 years, nor defended in 12 years. I've asked repeatedly police officers of upwards to 4 decades of service whether they've actually investigated a contempt of court charge, under what circumstances, in the context of reforming bail and sentencing, did your department choose contempt of court?
Thank you for the question. Certainly, Bill C-16 will have a number of other sentencing amendments that your committee will get to study. In terms of why the change to the contempt provision, as you'll know, the existing penalty is inconsistent with the normal penalty for summary conviction offenses of 2 years less a day. You'll remember C-75, or may be aware, hybridized a number of offenses. This offense was not one that had been included, and I'd have to go back to see why that was the case. This amendment is like a number of other amendments in its origins, which is that it comes from work that the federal government has done with the provinces through the Uniform Law Conference of Canada, and was identified as a technical change that was felt important to be advanced at an opportunity. This was an opportunity, and that's the reason why it's included.
Yeah, that's very helpful. I've asked some of my Liberal colleagues to provide the justification. It's never been as clear to me then as it is now, and I really appreciate that explanation. Thank you.
Okay, before we adjourn, I just want to thank all of the members for collaborating and getting this thing done today. I want to thank all of the staff again, but most of all, I want to thank the people beside me and behind me, because without the analysts, the clerk, the interpreters, all these people, the work that you guys put into this to make this happen, especially in a condensed period, is heroic, and I just want to say thank you on behalf of all the committee. Honestly, we couldn't have done it without you, so. Yeah. And thanks again for whoever ordered the pizza. All right, meeting adjourned.